everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Fairy Tale, Template. Nah, Take Over Magic. Chapter 52 to 131, Chapter 52, You Think You Can Run After What You Did. Who the hell is that? Everyone stared, completely dumbfounded. Kyan. Lucy asked cautiously. She could hardly believe it, he looked like a completely different person. Yeah, it's me. It's about time someone cleaned up, you disgusting scumbags. Kyan was about to make a move when a hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. Kyan, ugh. Give me a sec. 3 seconds tops and I'll deal with these guys. Also, stay back. Don't puke on me. No. These bastards. They impersonated Fairy Tale. I want to punch them myself. Ugh. Kyan paused at Natsu's words. Come to think of it, this guy had every reason to take them down. After all, someone had impersonated him. Might as well let him handle it. Alright, fine. Fwoosh. Flames erupted from Kyan's feet, melting through the deck below and shooting him down into the lower cabin. Then the flames blasted through the back of the ship, forming a rocket-like burst that propelled the entire vessel. Hold on tight. Kyan called back to Lucy. Lucy was confused until she wasn't. Boom. An intense thrust surged through the ship, knocking everyone backward. Kaya ah. Then the entire ship veered hard, throwing everyone in the opposite direction. Wah. Finally, the ship accelerated straight toward Harjan Port, sending bodies tumbling everywhere. In moments, the ship crashed bow first into the sandy shore and ran aground. What the hell? The ship just crashed into the port. People at the docks ran out, startled by the scene. The drugged girls on board had woken up, and were now screaming and scattering in every direction. Finally, it's not spinning anymore. Natsu slowly got to his feet. This is bad. Salamander-sama, we're back at the port. And the girls all escaped. What? Lucy beamed. That's great. Once the army gets here, you guys are done for. You brat. Look what you've done. Salamander, no, Bora, glared at Kyan, furious. His ship was trashed, his business ruined, and now the Magic Council might come after him. Kyan just smiled, unconcerned. Don't mention it. I've always been a sucker for doing the right thing. I'm not praising you. Natsu stood up and pulled off his jacket, locking eyes with Bora. Are you really a fairy tale mage? Huh? What does it matter now? I am or I'm not, so what? Come here and let me see. I'm Natsu from Fairy Tale. And I've never seen you in my life. What? Lucy was stunned. Fairy Tale. Natsu's a fairy tale mage. Then that means Kyan. She suddenly remembered what Kyan had said earlier. No wonder he was so sure Salamander was a fake, he was a member himself. Of course he'd know. Look at that guild mark. Mr. Bora, that's the real deal. Why, you idiot. Don't call me by my real name. Bora's face paled. If his name got out, his identity would be exposed. Bora. Prominence Bora. Kicked out of the Titan Nose Guild years ago. Happy, who kept up with Magic World news, remembered the name. I've heard of him too. Got expelled for using magic to steal from people. Now he's stooped to human trafficking. Lucy was even more informed, having followed all the major stories in Magic Weekly back home. Natsu's eyes narrowed. A vein bulged on his forehead. I don't care if you're a good guy or a bad guy. If you impersonate Fairy Tale, I'm not letting you off. Compared to Kyan, who had only been with the guild for half a year, Natsu had grown up in Fairy Tale. His attachment ran deep. Seeing someone use the guild's name for something as disgusting as human trafficking, it was unforgivable. Shut the hell up. Prominence typhoon. Bora raised his hand and launched a violent blast of fire at Natsu, wrapping his body in flames. Natsu. Lucy tried to rush forward, but Happy stopped her. Humph. There's no way you survived that, brat. Tastes awful. Natsu's voice came from inside the fire. Bora froze. Then, everyone saw something that left them speechless. What is this? Are you really a fire mage? That's the worst tasting fire I've ever eaten. Compared to Kyan's fire, yours is garbage. Natsu grabbed fistfuls of the flames and stuffed them into his mouth, devouring them. What? He's eating the fire. Wah. Is this guy even human? Even Bora was trembling now. His flames hadn't worked on Kyan, but now someone was eating them. That was beyond insane. Happy smirked. Fire can't hurt Natsu. Lucy was drenched in cold sweat. I've never seen magic like this. Now that I've eaten, I'm powered up. Time to return the favor. Natsu inhaled deeply, gathering magic in his lungs. Fire dragons roar. A massive wave of flames burst from Natsu's mouth. Boom. The entire ship exploded in a fiery blast. Argh! The traffickers screamed as they were sent flying. One of them recognized Natsu and began to tremble. That guy. Borisama. I've seen him before. Pink hair and a scarf like dragon scales, it's him. That guy is the real salamander. Lucy realized it too. So Natsu was the real salamander all along. Remember this. This is what a true fairy tale mage looks like. Natsu's fists ignited as he charged at the traffickers. Argh! No. The screams filled the port. Seeing how things were turning out, Bora tried to escape. Whether it was the bulletproof freak or the fire-eating lunatic, these guys were monsters. It was just him against two of them. No shame in running. Purple flames flared beneath his feet as he launched into the sky. But Lucy spotted him immediately. No. He's trying to escape. Kyan raised an eyebrow. Escape? You think you can run after crossing Fairy Tale? This world doesn't work like that. He raised his right arm, gathering flame. Fire Fist. Chapter 53, Turn a Blind Eye. 1107 words. Kyan let out a loud shout and swung a blazing fist toward Bora. His arm instantly stretched, transforming into a giant flaming limb that smashed forward. Bora sensed something and turned his head, only to see a massive fire fist flying right at him. No. Bora screamed in terror as the giant flaming punch crashed into him without mercy. Boom boom boom. The enormous firearm smashed straight into the cliffside within the town, blasting a massive crater shaped like a fist into the mountain. The thunderous impact echoed across the entire town, and the ground trembled from the shockwave. Wah, a. Lucy stood frozen in shock, her jaw nearly hitting the ground. She had thought Natsu eating flames was absurd enough, but Kyan's magic was something else entirely. This guy was basically a monster. Oops, that might have been too much power. Kyan quickly dispersed the fire fist. Only after truly gaining powerful strength did he finally understand why Natsu always caused such trouble. Even when trying to hold back, it was still way too easy to cause massive damage. Just then, the sound of marching footsteps echoed in the distance. Kyan's ears twitched slightly. What the hell happened here? A squad captain came charging over with troops behind him. Seeing the soldiers, Kyan's face shifted, and he quickly shouted at Natsu, who was still beating someone up. Natsu! That's enough. The army's here, we gotta run. Without waiting, he grabbed Lucy's arm and bolted. The military meant the authorities, and getting caught would be a pain in the ass. He'd made that mistake once before, back when he was younger. Didn't run in time, got caught, and wasted several days. He'd learned his lesson since then, never stand around like an idiot after wrecking things. First step, run. The army. Run for it. Natsu froze for a second and then quickly followed in panic. Wait, why am I running to? Lucy was utterly confused. After all, she was the victim. Kyan looked at her and said, "Didn't you want to join Fairy Tale? Then come with us." Lucy's face lit up in surprise. She didn't think she'd actually get a real chance to join Fairy Tale. Yes. Overjoyed, she ran after them without hesitation. Magic Council, ERA headquarters. Bam. Counselor Org, the second seat of the Magic Council, slammed a newspaper onto the table. Those damn idiots from Fairy Tale again. This time they destroyed half a port. Absolutely outrageous. At this rate, they'll level a whole town one day. Counselor Reiji added. Don't jinx it, they might actually do that. Honestly, with the kind of chaos Fairy Tale caused, it wouldn't be surprising if one day they really did tear a town apart. We've already reported it to the government. Claimed it was during the capture of a criminal named Bora. With testimony from the rescued girls and Bora's own confession, this case is officially closed. Counselor Yakima let out a sigh. He had been close friends with Makarov, and while those kids weren't bad at heart, they were a bit too lively. He just hoped Makarov's health could take it. Even though it was technically a good deed this time, Org was still furious. They're always making a mess. We're basically stuck cleaning up after them. Counselor Seagrain chuckled. Aw, come on. I kinda like those idiots. Org snapped. Shut it, you. They may be a bunch of fools, but quite a few of them are seriously talented. Which makes it even more of a headache. Really caught between a rock and a hard place, huh? The other counselors also looked unsure about how to handle things this time. Seagrain let out a breath. Let's just do what we always do, turn a blind eye. You brat, don't say that out loud. Sure, they'd often looked the other way before, but that didn't mean you could say it out loud. How about we start by praising them for bravely rescuing citizens? Then discuss how to punish them. The counselors, sitting at the top of the magical world's power structure, all wore expressions like they'd just swallowed a fly. Praising Fairy Tale, the same guild that kept causing endless trouble and giving them migraines. Sure, punishing those idiots might bring temporary satisfaction, but praising them? That'd hurt for life. He. Altair couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle at the sight. Seagrain smiled slyly. Well then, looks like we're all in agreement. Case closed. On to the next topic. Fairy Tale Guild Hall. Whoa, it's huge. Lucy stood in front of the Fairy Tale Guild building, eyes sparkling with disbelief. It felt like a dream. She had admired Fairy Tale for as long as she could remember. It had always been her dream to one day join the guild. And now that dream was about to come true. Fairy Tale was right in front of her. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Inside, the guild was bustling with life. Some mages were scanning the job board, others were singing or dancing, and most were just drinking, chatting, and having a good time. For a freelance mage, every job was a story, and every story meant endless conversations. Mira Jane. 3 beers over here. Coming right up. Mira Jane carried a tray over and placed the drinks on the table. Please enjoy. Hey, Mira. Wakaba waved her over. Coming. What is it? Wakaba took a puff of his cigarette and blew out heart-shaped smoke rings. Go on a date with me next time. His teammate York chimed in. You've got no chance. Myra's dating Kyan. Mira Jane's cheeks flushed pink. What are you talking about? I am not dating Kyan. Really? But you two go home together every night, and show up to the guild together every morning. I thought you were already living together. Mirajane panicked. Don't be ridiculous. We just live close by, that's all. Another mage teased. Even if you live nearby, you don't have to walk together every single day. Mirajane's face turned redder by the second. Seeing her reaction, the guild burst into laughter. Bang! The guild doors slammed open. I'm back. Natsu stormed in at full volume like a maniac. Kyan and Happy followed behind, waving casually. Mirajane's eyes lit up the moment she saw Kyan. You're back. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted around the guild at the sight of them. Krav grinned at Natsu. You guys caused another scene, huh? That port incident in Harjan made the newspaper and, whoa. Before he could finish, a giant foot slammed into his face. Gah! Krav was kicked so hard he smashed into a table, breaking it apart. You bastard. You lied. The fire dragon's location was fake. Chapter 54, let me join too. 1043 words. Kyan launched a fierce chase-and pummel on Natsu. Mirajane rested her cheek on her hand. Every time Natsu comes back, this place gets destroyed. Wakaba retorted, it's already destroyed. Lucy looked around at the scene inside the guild, completely immersed in excitement. So this is what a real mage's workplace looks like. Mirajane walked up to Kyan. Kyan, welcome back. How did the mission go? Kyan smiled confidently. With me on the job? Piece of cake. Everything went smoothly. That's great. Mirajane was one of the people most familiar with Kyan in Fairy Tail. While he was incredibly strong, he had one major weakness: he couldn't last long. Every persona he takes over had terrifying power, but the more powerful the form, the faster it drained his magic. Within just a few minutes, he could burn through all his magic, leaving him in a weakened state, vulnerable even to minor enemies. That's why every time Kyan took on an S-class mission, Mirajane couldn't help but worry. Is she a newcomer? Of course, Mirajane had already noticed Lucy. Long blonde hair, a curvaceous figure, a cute face, she was an incredibly pretty girl. And seeing her arrive with Kyan triggered a small, subtle sense of hostility in Mirajane's heart. Still, she maintained a bright, welcoming smile. Wah! Mirajane. It's really you. To Lucy, it was like seeing a celebrity. Mirajane's beauty and charm were famous throughout the entire kingdom of Fiori. Countless girls dreamed of having her looks and figure. Hello. I'm Lucy, a newcomer hoping to join Fairy Tail. Please take care of me. Mirajane offered a warm smile. I'm Mirajane. Nice to meet you. By now, the brawl in the guild had grown even more intense. What started with just Natsu and Krav had somehow escalated to involve nearly the entire guild. Tables, chairs, dishes, and bottles were flying in all directions. Shouldn't we stop them? Lucy asked, bewildered by the chaotic scene. Mirajane smiled calmly. Same as always. Just let them be. Isn't it kind of fun? Fun. Lucy was dumbfounded. With everyone acting like they were trying to knock each other's brains out, what part of this was fun? Crash. Gray, completely naked, flew past Lucy and smashed into a table beside her. Natsu grinned, proudly waving Gray's underwear like a flag. Ah! My underwear. Don't wave that at me. Miss, could I borrow your underwear? Lucy punched Gray in the face. Like hell I would. Elfman shouted, a real man settles things with his fists. Wham! He was immediately sent flying by a punch from Natsu. Shut up and fight. Aya. It's too noisy. I can't even drink in peace, enough already. Kana finally snapped. She had been trying to drink, but with bottles flying everywhere, it was impossible. She pulled out a magic card, which sparked with electric energy. I'm mad now. Gray clenched a fist and placed it in his other palm, gathering cold air, ready to cast a spell at any moment. Ugh! Elfman roared, his right arm transforming into a hairy, beast-like black bear's arm. Humph! What a bunch of noisy brats! Loki muttered, stroking the ring on his finger. Seeing everyone about to unleash magic, Natsu got even more fired up. Flames burst from his hands as he shouted with excitement, "Come at me with everything you've got." Lucy was stunned. They're actually going to use magic. Magic was no joke, it could level buildings. If they all went wild here, wouldn't the entire guild be demolished? This is getting a bit out of hand, Mira Jane murmured, her eyes shifting toward Kyan. Right now, he was the only one who could stop this madness. Kyan nodded at her as if to say, "Leave it to me." Full takeover, Toji Fushiguro. Kyan activated his magic. In a flash, he transformed into a middle-aged man in a black t-shirt and gray pants, with a noticeable scar at the corner of his mouth. Wearing a playful smirk and speaking with a deep, magnetic voice, he said, "Yo. Fighting, huh? Sounds fun. Let me join in." Whoosh. The entire guild fell silent. Everyone stared at Kyan in pure horror. Nope. Nope. We're not fighting. Just messing around. Right, Natsu? Gray and Natsu quickly slung arms around each other's shoulders, their bodies trembling, knees shaking uncontrollably. Lucy muttered, "Did Natsu just turn into Happy? What about the rest of you?" Kyan glanced around at the others. They all immediately followed suit, throwing arms over each other's shoulders like best friends. "We were just playing. No fighting here. Totally. We're all best buddies. Kyan, please, just turn back. I'm scared." Some even sounded like they were about to cry. Lucy was completely confused. Why is everyone so afraid of Kyan like this? Mira Jane chuckled and explained, because last time they got into a guild-wide brawl, Kyan used this form and beat everyone to a pulp. Natsu and Gray couldn't get up for 3 days. Eh? Everyone? Lucy's eyes widened. There had to be at least 70 or 80 people in this guild, if not more, and Kyan had beaten them all by himself. These weren't ordinary people either. They were full-fledged mages, members of the famous fairy tale. Kyan is this strong. But then why haven't I ever heard of him? Like how Natsu is called the Salamander. She turned to look at Mira Jane, only to see her staring at Lucy in shock. What? Did I say something wrong? Mira Jane smiled and shook her head. Looks like you really are a total newbie. Kyan has plenty of titles. For example, Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor was a powerful mage who had risen to fame across the Ishgard continent over the past 6 months. I've heard of him. He wiped out dozens of infamous pirate crews. That was Kyan. No wonder his fire magic is so powerful. I didn't know the Flame Emperor was part of fairy tale. And also the Tyrant. The Tyrant? You mean the one who crushed over 10,000 bandits? Lucy's jaw dropped. That incident had made huge waves when it happened. A massive bandit alliance had plundered an entire country, and a single man wiped them all out. Mira Jane pointed at Kyan with her chin. Yup. That's Kyan's tyrant form. Chapter 55, Legend. 968 words. T/N. I might take the harem tag off later. I thought it was a harem novel, with how Kyan flirts with the girls, but in later chapters he seems to be together with Mira. I don't know if there will be other developments later. Tyrant. Lucy gasped. So this was the infamous Tyrant. She stole a glance at Kyan, just as Kyan turned his eyes slightly in her direction. That one glance nearly made Lucy wet herself. Right now, Kyan looked like a completely ordinary man, just a burly uncle, but that casual look he gave her made her feel like prey on a target board, seconds away from being gutted open. She finally understood why this form of Kyan was called Tyrant. He truly looked the part. Just one glance and I almost died of fear. Mirajane spoke up, "All right, enough. Cancel the transformation before you scare the newbie away." "Got it." Kyan grinned and deactivated his takeover form, returning to normal. "Phew. That scared me to death." "Me too. Kyan, can you please not use that form again? It's terrifying." "Seriously. We can talk things out, okay? No need for jump scares." Exactly. Exactly. Clearly, Kyan's tyrant form had left some deep psychological trauma. Besides Flame Emperor and Tyrant, does he have any other titles? Lucy's curiosity about Kyan was now through the roof. Both Flame Emperor and Tyrant were big names throughout Ishgard, extremely powerful mages who had risen to fame over the past 6 months. But because they made their names outside the kingdom of Fiori, she hadn't known who they were until now. Besides those two, Mirajane said, he's also known as the Blackwing Demon. Blackwing Demon. I've heard of that one too. Wasn't that the guy who sank a whole island that had been overrun by monsters? Completely wiped it off the map. That incident had caused quite a stir at the time, even made the newspapers. And lastly, there's Sword God. Sword God. Wait, do you mean that Sword God? Lucy didn't react at first, but as the realization hit, her eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Mirajane, then at Kyan. Mirajane smiled and nodded. Lucy was absolutely stunned. If the previous 3 titles belonged to great mages who had made names for themselves across Ishgard, this last one was on another level entirely, a living legend. About half a year ago, a massive event shook the continent. The Kingdom of Sobia had hosted the Continental Swordmaster Tournament, and one man had emerged as the strongest swordsman of all. But then, disaster struck. A monster invasion hit the capital, and behind it was a dragon. That same man, armed with only a sword, slayed the dragon with his own hands. The name Sword God echoed across the whole continent of Ishgard. Eventually, he vanished from the public eye. The story's buzz died down, and rumors spread that the Sword God had been fatally injured in the battle and died afterward. Who would have thought that the legendary Sword God was Kyan himself? Flame Emperor, Tyrant, Blackwing Demon, Sword God. Any one of these titles was enough to shake the world, and they all belonged to one person. That's insane. Just then, a voice rang out. "You brats are fighting in the guild again." Lucy turned toward the entrance and saw a short old man, less than a meter tall, wearing a jester's hat and a yellow overcoat, standing at the door. She couldn't help but blurt, "He's so small." Mirajane smiled and stepped forward. "Master, you're back." "Master?" Lucy couldn't believe it. This tiny old man was the famous master of fairy tale. "Yo! Master, I'm back." Kyan waved cheerfully at Makarov. Makarov scowled. "Humph. You brat, always causing trouble the moment you come back." Then he noticed the blonde beauty standing next to Kyan, and his expression softened. "A newcomer?" Lucy quickly bowed. "Why yes. My name is Lucy." Makarov raised a hand in greeting. "Pleased to meet you." "Ha!" He suddenly gave a spirited shout, kicked off the ground, flipped into the air, and immediately botched the landing, smacking his head into the railing with a loud thunk. Clumsily climbing up the railing with both hands and feet, Makarov coughed to cover up the mistake, pretending nothing had happened. Then his face turned serious as he held up a thick stack of documents. "Take a look, everyone. This is a list of your most recent accomplishments. First, Gray." "Ah? Me again?" Gray was exasperated. Why is it always me? Can't someone else go first for once? You handled the smuggling gang just fine, until you ran around town naked again. Then you stole someone's underwear by the river. Are you a serial panty thief now? How many times has this happened? Gray turned red with embarrassment and fumbled for an excuse. I saw them lying there by the river. I thought no one wanted them. They were swimming. When they came out, their underwear was gone. How was I supposed to know? Elfman chimed in, still doesn't mean you can just pick up random underwear. Makarov shifted his gaze. Elfman. You used violence on the very client you were supposed to protect. Elfman scratched his cheek awkwardly. He said a real man needs a degree. Makarov sighed and continued. Kana Alberona falsified her expense report to go drinking. You downed 15 barrels at a tavern and billed it to the Magic Council. Was I found out? Kana asked, clearly guilty. Loke. You already hit on Councilman Michello's granddaughter. Now you've gone after Councilman Reggie's granddaughter too. There are only 9 council members, and you've already messed with 2 of their granddaughters. And now a talent agency is demanding compensation. Makarov had been chewed out the entire time he was collecting these reports. Loke's guts were made of steel, or pure lust. And finally, Kyan. Chapter 56, even me. 1046 words. Huh? Me? Kyan looked stunned. I completed my mission perfectly. The client gave glowing reviews. Even I'm on the list. You must be mistaken, Master. You did complete the mission perfectly. Not only did you rescue the villagers, you also wiped out the Black Magic Order. But your methods were too extreme. Every single one of them ended up injured or crippled. We spent a fortune treating them, and several were so traumatized they had to be locked in the mental ward. Not my problem. They deserved it. Kyan always picked up bits of the personalities of whoever he transformed into. If he took on Ulquiorra, he became extremely calm. As Yorichi, he was righteous. As Ace, he got reckless. And as Toji Fushiguro, he turned violent. As far as he was concerned, members of the Black Magic Order deserved to die more than anyone else in the fairy tale world. Makarov sighed. He knew Kyan hadn't done anything wrong, it was just those uptight council members nitpicking again. Then there was the time you sailed a ship straight into Horizon Port. And followed that up by punching a cliff face into rubble, scaring the daylights out of the town. No excuses. He did that. Next, Natsu. You took out the Devon bandit clan, sure, but destroyed 7 homes. You knocked over the historic clock tower in Julie Village, burned down half the church in Phrygia, wrecked parts of Rubus City, and caused the collapse of the observation station in the Narina Canyon. Oh, and let's not forget, blew up half of Horizon Port. Lucy was frozen in shock. He did all that. And Alzak, Levy, Krav, Lidas, Warren, Biska. Everyone whose name was called instinctively bowed their heads. Just as Lucy thought the master was about to tear into them all. Makarov clapped the file shut. All right. That concludes this month's report. And I'll say it again, let those council bastards eat sh*t. He lit the file ablaze with a flick of magic. Don't worry about those blowhards at the top. Don't be afraid of the council either. Walk the path you believe in. That's what it means to be a fairy tale mage. Ohu. The suffocating pressure in the guild instantly vanished. Cheers erupted all around. Everyone's face lit up with wide, relieved smiles. The master was always like this, even when they made a mess, he forgave them in the end. Lucy felt the atmosphere sink in. A smile crept onto her face. The nervousness she had from entering a new guild melted away. Sure, this guild was a little crazy, but it was also amazing. Now clean this place up. What if a guest sees this mess? Yes, sir. The guild members got to work, broken chairs and tables tossed into the basement, usable furniture brought back out and rearranged. Soon, the guild buzzed with life again. People gathered around tables, chatting and drinking, laughter echoing everywhere. It was hard to believe these same people had just been bashing each other's skulls in. Kyan ordered some food and sat at a packed table. Natsu, Happy, Gray, Elfman, and Loke were all there too. So Natsu's going by Salamander now. Out there in the world? Loke asked. Happy chirped. Elfman's face was full of envy. That title sounds so cool. Salamander definitely sounded more badass than his beast arm. TCH. Big deal. I'll get an even cooler title someday. Gray's mood soured. Seeing Natsu with a title irritated him. Why didn't he have one? Something like Ice Emperor, maybe. Panty Thief. Natsu casually threw out. Gray flinched like he'd been shot. You bastard. Wanna fight? Bring it on. Who's scared? Natsu rolled up his sleeves, ready to go. All right. That's enough for today. If you want to fight, do it tomorrow. Kyan's voice cut in, making both of them snort and sit down again. Kyan had only been in Fairy Tail for half a year, but his reputation was already solid. His authority came from two things: his overwhelming power, and who he was as a person. He treated everyone in the guild equally. He never looked down on anyone just because they were weak. He got along with everyone and never put on airs. He also helped out whenever someone was in trouble. That made him extremely popular. Of course, just like in school, people naturally formed closer cliques. Kyan's circle included Mirajane, Urza, Elfman, Natsu, Gray, and others. Slightly less close were people like Levy's trio, Lockie, Marcus, and Warren. Right then, Lucy finished the official sign-up process with Mirajane's help. Kyan, Natsu, look. The Fairy Tail emblem. Lucy proudly held up the back of her right hand, showing off her pink Fairy Tail emblem with glee. So far, Kyan and Natsu were the ones she knew best here. Natsu blinked and said, "That's awesome, Louise." "It's Lucy." Lucy shouted in exasperation. It hadn't even been a few minutes, and Natsu had already messed up her name. Kyan smiled. "Congrats, Lucy. From today on, you're one of us." "Thanks." Just then, a young voice called out. "Has my dad come back yet?" Kyan turned toward the voice. Standing in front of Makarov was a little boy, maybe around 5 years old, Romeo, Mikau's son. Mikau's wife had left him due to his long working hours. Since then, he'd been raising Romeo alone. To make ends meet, Mikau kept working non-stop. Whenever he had a job, he left Romeo at the guild, where everyone helped look after him. "Don't make a fuss, Romeo," Makarov said gently. "You're the son of a mage. You should trust your father and wait for him to come home." But he said he'd be back in 3 days. It's been a week now, and he's still not home. Makarov sighed. Mikau's off working in the Hakog Mountains. That's not even far from here. Go help me bring him back. I'm really worried. Stop it. Your father is a fairy tale mage. This guild doesn't raise mages who need others to clean up their messes. Go home and drink your milk. You're mean. Romeo jumped up and punched Makarov in the face, then ran out crying. Wham! Natsu slammed a hand on the table, got up, grabbed his things, and left silently. Natsu. Happy immediately chased after him. Chapter 57, What a Good Man. 1018 words. Master, Natsu's acting a little off. That kid's going after Mikau. Humph. Still immature. That'll only hurt Mikau's pride. Makarov took a drag from his pipe and waved it off. Let him go. Everyone chooses their own path. What's going on? Why'd he suddenly? Lucy was confused by Natsu's sudden shift in mood. Mirajane set down 3 mugs of beer and said, he's probably remembering his own past. He and Romeo are alike. Huh? Lucy tilted her head in confusion. Natsu's dad also left one day and never came back. Well, not exactly his dad. More like his foster father. And he was a dragon. A dragon? Natsu was raised by a dragon. That's no way. Lucy looked completely shocked. When he was a kid, a dragon found him in the forest. It taught him language, culture, and even magic. But one day it disappeared, right in front of him. Lucy suddenly understood. So that's Igneel. She remembered when Natsu had been searching for the fire dragon back in Harujin. That must have been his foster father. Mirajane smiled. Natsu's always hoped to see Igneel again. It's kind of sweet, don't you think? Gray scoffed. What's sweet about that? He's just annoying. Elfman crossed his arms. You two have never gotten along. Since forever. Kyan also recalled Mikau's story. In the fairy tale anime, Mikau didn't have much screen time. But when the guild was at its lowest, it was Mikau who stepped up as acting master and kept fairy tale alive. His love for the guild was unquestionable. Kyan hadn't been in the guild that long, he was just familiar with Mikau. But if Natsu was already on the job, there was nothing to worry about. After finishing his meal, Kyan spotted Kana hugging a keg and drinking deeply. Kana. Kyan sat down across from her. Kyan, what brings you to Big Sis? Want to share a drink? Kana was clearly tipsy, her eyes sparkling as Kyan approached. Kyan sighed. You're 18. How do you already radiate such big sister energy? What? Don't like big sisters. I can be the little sister too. She quickly tied up her hair, instantly looking a few years younger. All right, quit messing around. I'm here for something serious. I want you to give me a reading. A reading? Kana's eyes lit up and she sobered a bit. Is it about love? If so, no need. I already checked. Your fated one is me. Ah. Before she could finish, Kyan flicked her forehead with a finger. Ow. You actually flicked me. Stop joking. I mean it. I want you to tell me what day and time my luck will be at its absolute peak. Preferably down to the second. Over the past 6 months, Kyan had done several 10x draws. It felt like he'd burned through all his luck. Twice he'd gotten nothing, twice just purples. Not terrible but not great either. He hadn't pulled a single golden legendary, and it was stressing him out. He needed another way. As the old saying goes, when science fails, try mysticism. In a magical world like this, fortune-telling wasn't fake, it actually worked. So why not use it? Kana blinked. Huh? Down to the second. You think I'm the goddess of divination or something? I can maybe narrow it down to the right hour. That works too. Kana rubbed her fingers together. But I charge a premium, you know. How much? 20, no, 50 barrels of booze. Kyan was a walking gold mine. She'd be a fool not to squeeze him a little. Then I'll go find someone else. Kyan got up and turned to leave. Wait. Don't go. 20. 19. 18. She leapt up and grabbed onto his leg in a panic. 10. 10 barrels. That's my final offer. Kyan stopped. All right. 10 it is. And if I'm satisfied with the result, I'll throw in another 10 as a bonus. 10 barrels was about 500,000 J. Not cheap but not outrageous either. It would normally take Kana a month or two of jobs to earn that. Hearing that, Kana's eyes lit up. She jumped to her feet. Deal. That's a promise. Then, worried he'd change his mind, she shouted, Mira Jane. 10 barrels of booze over here. Kyan's paying. Drinks can wait. Let's handle business first. This is important to me. Kyan's serious tone made Kana pause. She realized this really mattered to him. She patted her chest. Don't worry. The more I drink, the more accurate my readings. Still, she laid out her tarot cards on the table. Draw 3. Kyan picked 3 at random. Kana flipped them open one by one. The Fool, the Devil, and the World. Your peak luck will be exactly at midnight tonight. Midnight, huh? Got it. Kyan stood and walked off. Thank you for your business. Next time, I'll give you a 20% discount. Just then, Mira Jane approached Kana. Kana, since when do major arcana predict time? That's what minor arcana are for. Don't mess with Kyan. What he's planning is really important to him. Kana waved her off. Relax, I made up the time. I was just reading whether or not he'd succeed. The exact hour doesn't matter. Don't worry about your little boyfriend. Little boy, you're talking nonsense. Mira Jane's face turned a little red. What? He's not. Then maybe I'll make a move. Kyan really is a good man, you know. Mira Jane rolled her eyes. To you, anyone who buys you unlimited drinks is a good man. Excuse you. I do care about vibes. More than booze. Nope. Booze is my boyfriend number 1. Everyone else is boyfriend number 2. Kana snuggled her keg with a grin. Mira Jane just laughed helplessly and shook her head. That evening, as the guild closed, Kyan walked Mira Jane home like usual, and had her cast the goddess's blessing on him once more. Back at home, he took a hot shower, then sat cross-legged and began cultivating with sun-breathing, silently waiting for midnight. Dong. 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 The clock struck 12. Kyan's eyes snapped open, and he pulled up his system interface. Would you like to perform a 10x draw? Confirm. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, The World's Strongest Man. 974 words. The familiar gotcha animation appeared. Kyan tensed up. On the screen, streaks of starlight flickered and gathered, swirling like constellations in the night sky. His eyes stayed fixed on the display, blue, green, white, blue, green, green, white, blue. The first few didn't matter. He'd already figured out the system's habit. In a 10 pull, if there was a purple or gold card, it would always show up at the very end. Based on his past experience, the best result he'd ever seen was 1 gold and 1 purple in the same 10 pull. Anything beyond that was a miracle. Pulling 2 high-rarity cards meant you were heaven's chosen child. Purple. 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 Kyan prayed that the second-to-last card would turn purple. If it did, the odds of the last one being gold would skyrocket. And even if it wasn't gold, 2 purples were already a win. As for 2 golds, he'd never even dared to dream that far. But then, blue. The moment the color flashed, Kyan's heart skipped a beat. Now everything came down to the final card. Gold. 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 Whoosh. A golden light blazed across the sky like a falling star. A gold drop. Kyan leapt up, shouting in pure excitement. Half a year. It had been half a year. He hadn't seen that golden glow in 6 whole months. You have no idea how he'd suffered through that time, working hard every day, drawing card after card, only to see nothing but blues and greens. He'd almost thought his account was cursed. Maybe he'd triggered some kind of guaranteed pity achievement. He was starting to believe he'd used up all his luck in life. But now, fate had smiled again. Guess I just had bad timing before. System, say something. Say something. About what? You pulled gold after 50 draws, should I be proud of you or concerned? Kyan froze. He'd gotten too excited again, and yelled at the system. The animation finished, and the cards began to flip one by one. The first 9 weren't worth looking at, just experience packs. What mattered was the final one. When the last golden card flipped over, Kyan's eyes went wide. It's him. The figure on the card was a towering, muscular old man. He wore a black bandana on his head and no shirt, his body covered in thick muscles and long battle scars. A pair of black boots, light yellow pants, and a red-lined white coat draped over his shoulders completed his look. A massive blade, similar to Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, rested in his hand. But what truly stood out was the enormous crescent-shaped white mustache curving upward from his face. There was no mistaking him. The man known in the One Piece world as the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Kyan recognized him instantly. If there was one character in One Piece that left a lasting impression on everyone, Whitebeard was near the top. The Marineford War, Whitebeard's display of might still burned in Kyan's memory. It was the pinnacle of One Piece. To face Whitebeard, the Navy had gone all out. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Hirogarp, the 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, along with the 7 warlords of the sea, pacifistas, and 100,000 marines. And still, Akainu had resorted to deceit, tricking Squard into stabbing Whitebeard right at the start. Even gravely wounded, he fought against all 3 admirals. Though he fell in battle, the power and pride of the world's strongest men shone undiminished. The only regret, this wasn't Whitebeard in his prime. Of course, even in his prime, facing the Navy's full might, he would have lost eventually. The world government's true power was unfathomable. Beyond the rumored him, the 5 elders each had strength rivaling an admiral, not to mention the holy knights, each said to possess immortality. The Whitebeard pirates had no chance of victory. Yet even so, an aging man who needed tubes to stay alive still charged into Marineford alone. All to save his son. What a man. I struck gold. This time I really struck gold. Kyan pumped his fist and shouted in pure joy. He now had 4 gold character cards. Ulquiorra's overall power was excellent, balanced offense, defense, high-speed regeneration, and devastating skills like Lanza del Relampago. But even then, he was only strong. By the end of Bleach, there were plenty stronger than him. Yorichi was the opposite, his power level swung between extremes. In raw energy, he was the weakest of Kyan's golds. His sun breathing was the pinnacle of breathing techniques in Demon Slayer, enhancing his body and infusing his strikes with burning damage, but it had limits. At best, he could shatter a giant boulder, something even minor characters in One Piece could do easily. What made Yorichi terrifying was his transparent world and unmatched swordsmanship. With magic enhancing his blade, his power skyrocketed. He could slice through dragon scales, grievously wound dragons, and even surpass Mihawk's cutting power. But defensively, he was paper-thin. A single ordinary magic blast could seriously wound him. He was pure glass cannon, absolute attack, zero defense. Toji Fushiguro was the opposite. His base stats were maxed out, far beyond what any breathing technique could achieve. He was a monster built for battle, a man who nearly killed Gojo Satoru before being outmatched only because Gojo awakened his reverse curse technique. A powerhouse through and through. Whitebeard, though, he was on a different level. A man whose raw power rivaled monsters, master of all 3 hockey types, and wielder of the most destructive paramecia devil fruit, the Gura Gura no Mi. Strength, speed, defense, offense, ability, all maxed out. A perfect all-rounder. In a world full of monsters, he was still called the strongest man alive. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku had said it. He was a man who could destroy the world. Without question, this was Kyan's strongest gold card yet. Full takeover, Edward Newgate. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Want to give it a try. 1020 words. Faced with this character card, who could resist using takeover? Kyan's body began to rapidly grow in size. His clothes morphed into a flowing white coat, and in his hand appeared Murakumajiri, the supreme grade blade exclusive to Whitebeard. Most noticeable of all, a crescent-shaped white mustache curved upward beneath his nose. His face now looked like a blend of his own and Whitebeard's. At the same time, memories belonging to Whitebeard began to flood Kyan's mind. Whitebeard was born in a village in the Sphinx Kingdom, located in the New World. Because they were too poor to pay the heavenly tribute, they were a non-affiliated nation not under the protection of the world government. Such nations usually ended up as lawless zones overrun by pirates and traffickers. After the country fell, more and more children became unfortunate orphans, Whitebeard among them. So from a young age, Whitebeard took to the seas as a pirate. He eventually joined the Rocks Pirates, and after their collapse 38 years ago, he formed his own pirate crew. Alongside Roger and Shiki, he was hailed as one of the 3 legendary pirates. Unlike most pirates who thirsted for treasure or power, Whitebeard longed for family. He called his crew members his sons. From the memories, Kyan realized that Whitebeard knew full well that going to the Paramount War meant no return. He was old, and his body was long past its prime. If he didn't go, even if the world government did nothing, the pack of pirate hyenas would rip the Whitebeard pirates apart. Ace was the son he believed could carry the crew forward. As long as Ace lived, the others had a future. He would use his own life to clear a path for his sons. Experiencing it all through Whitebeard's eyes, Kyan was shaken to his core. Some people claimed the title strongest man in the world was exaggerated, but the fleet admiral didn't question it. The admirals didn't question it. The 4 emperors and the 7 warlords didn't question it. And yet there are always people who think their judgment is better than all those legends combined. Whitebeard's title wasn't given to him, it was earned punch by punch. Kyan could feel the power surging through his body. He had never felt so strong. Clenching his fist, he felt as though he could tear the earth, shatter the sky, and shake the seas apart. This explosive energy, it was like a walking volcano. He felt like a single punch could rip through space itself. Kyan's heart itched with excitement. Should I try it out? Just once. The thought rose in his mind and refused to go away. With strength like this, how could he not give it a shot? It's already midnight. I'll just use a tiny bit. Just a tiny, tiny bit. Bzzzzz. Kyan clenched his fist. A faint, pale glow formed a spherical shield around it. The power of the Gura Gura no Mi was now sealed inside that glowing sphere. Even so, the air around it visibly warped. Gently, gently. He threw a light punch forward. Crack. Crack. The air in front of his fist fractured like glass, fine cracks spread everywhere. Then. Boom. All of Magnolia began to tremble violently, like an earthquake hitting level 6 on the scale. Kaya. Earthquake. Get out, run. Run outside. Lights turned on in every house in Magnolia. People rushed out of their homes in panic, flooding the streets in chaos. Oh. Kyan immediately cancelled his transformation, darted back inside his house, and dove under the covers. So strong. This is insane. Even though he'd caused a disaster, Kyan was thrilled. He'd tried his best to control the power, but the explosion of force was still terrifying. If that was him holding back, what would full power look like? He quickly checked off the lower rank character cards. Recycle selected character cards. Yes. Recycle successful. Congratulations, host. Magic power has increased. Kyan opened his personal status screen. Host, Kyan. Age, 19. Race, human. Magic power. Magic, take over magic. Character cards, Ulquiorra Cipher, gold, Yorichi Tsujikuni, gold, Toji Fushiguro, gold, Edward Newgate, gold, Portgas D, ace, purple. Current draw count, 3. Still not at 6 stars. System, when does my magic power reach 6 stars? Recycle 3 more purple character cards, or 1 more gold character card, and you'll immediately level up to 6 stars. Kyan's eye twitched at that. He'd have to be insane to recycle a gold card. He'd already recycled 2 purple ones. Now that he had golds, regular purples didn't even appeal to him. He kept Ace partly because he liked him, but also because Ace was incredibly practical. His mana cost was lower than gold's, but his attack power was even higher than some of them. The value was off the charts. He'd basically become Kyan's go-to for missions. At least 2 more 10x draws, huh? Magic power was everything. The stronger it was, the more powerful the characters he used would become, and the longer he could maintain them. So increasing it was vital. But the higher he rose, the harder it became to level up. Gotta do more missions. The next morning, Kyan arrived at the guild. The place was packed, everyone was buzzing about the earthquake from last night. You guys felt that earthquake last night, right? Of course. That was insane, it shook me right out of bed. Same here. I was having the best dream, then boom. Woke up midair. Scared the hell out of me. I didn't go back inside all night, just in case there was an aftershock. Not just you, the whole town slept outdoors last night. Kyan listened quietly, muttering in his heart. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Kyan, you felt it too, right? Elfman clapped him on the shoulder. Kyan replied guiltily, I slept like a rock. Didn't even notice. Mirajane blinked in surprise. Wasn't that about the time he was supposed to be summoning a heroic spirit? How could he have slept through it? But she didn't press the issue. Maybe he really had just passed out. Missions were tiring after all. Chapter 60, second floor. 1072 words. Kyan, are you planning to take on a job soon? Mirajane casually asked as she placed food in front of him. She'd specifically kept an eye out for a few tasks that suited him. If he wanted to go, she could recommend them directly, saving him the trouble of checking each one himself. Kyan shook his head. Not for now. I plan to spend the next while focusing on training my body. Training? You're already insanely strong, what's there left to train? Elfman's eyes went wide. In his view, Kyan was a full-blown monster. And now this monster wanted to get even stronger. How were ordinary people supposed to survive? There's always someone stronger out there. Lucy's arrival marked the beginning of the plot. Soon, all sorts of freaks would start showing up, the Oration Cease, Grimoire Heart, Tartaros, the Alvarez Empire, the Spriggon 12, the Dark Mage Xerath, and the Black Dragon Acnologia. Especially Acnologia, that thing wasn't even on the same level as the magic dragon he'd defeated before. Compared to Acnologia, that dragon would be swatted in a single blow. So Kyan couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. And yet, he also couldn't shake the excitement. He wanted to fight the so-called strongest creature alive. Over the past 6 months, he'd discovered that the stronger his base stats, the more powerful the characters he received became after takeover. That's why, whenever he wasn't on missions, Kyan was training. The system had even kindly prepared a training schedule for him, which he followed rigorously. I'll head back to training now. Oh right, Kana. Kana looked up at him. The 10 barrels of wine I promised. Already delivered. Take your time and enjoy. Kyan waved as he turned to leave. Kana's face lit up in delight. 10 barrels, she'd already made a huge profit. Normally, she only earned a few thousand J per reading. But 10 barrels? She'd totally ripped him off, and yet he still followed through with the extra reward. Hearing this, Mira-Jane figured Kyan must have summoned a pretty powerful heroic spirit again. Each one so far had been incredibly strong. Who knew what kind of monster he'd summoned this time? He's such a good man. Mira, if you're not interested, I swear I'll make a move. Kana was genuinely starting to fall for Kyan. Handsome, powerful, and even knew how to make money. Where else would she find a guy like that? If it weren't for how close Mira was to him, she really would have made the first move already. You should spend more time with your boyfriend number one instead. Mira-Jane wasn't bothered by Kana's teasing. She knew her well, it was clearly a joke. But truthfully, she did have a few complaints about Kyan. She was a little slow to catch on, sure, but not an idiot. She knew he liked her. The problem was, he was just so passive. She'd already been dropping obvious hints. What was he waiting for, a neon sign? Did she have to confess herself? What a blockhead, completely clueless about how girls think. A week passed in the blink of an eye. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Kyan was doing push-ups with a massive boulder strapped to his back. Once he hit 1000, he tossed the boulder aside and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've completed 1 week of training. So it's been a week already. Guess it's time to get back to work. Training was important, but missions were even more so. Completing an S-class mission granted a 10x draw. Even if he didn't pull a gold card, he could recycle purples for magic power. That was his main method of leveling up. Kyan returned to his room, washed up quickly, and headed to the guild. When he pushed open the doors, the guild was as lively as ever. Kyan. Hey, Kyan's here. As soon as he entered, many guild members greeted him enthusiastically, and Kyan returned the greetings one by one. Kyan, you came. Mira-Jane's eyes lit up slightly as she spotted him, feeling a small wave of happiness. Yeah, I've been resting for a few days. Figured it's time to get back to work. There's something for me upstairs, right? By upstairs, he meant the second floor, where the high-difficulty S-class missions were posted. Perfect timing. An S-class request just came in. Kyan's eyes gleamed. I'll go check it out. S-class missions were rare due to their difficulty. Before he became an S-class mage, he wasn't even allowed to touch them. But now that he had the rank, he never passed them up. After all, they were worth 10 pulls. Kyan rushed toward the second floor. If Laxus, Mystigan, or Urza got there first, he'd be out of luck. Seeing him run off, Lucy asked curiously, isn't the request board on the first floor? Why's Kyan going upstairs? Mira-Jane smiled gently. The first floor has the regular requests. Upstairs is for missions of a whole different caliber, the S-class missions. S-class? Lucy felt like she'd just heard something dangerous. One wrong move on those missions and your life's forfeit. But the rewards are huge. Wow. Lucy thought the requests on the first floor were already intense. She couldn't even imagine what the ones upstairs were like. Only mages approved by the master can take them on. Right now, including Kyan, only 6 people qualify. Don't go dreaming about S-class, okay? These missions are suicide runs. I wouldn't dare. She was way too fond of living. She still had so much life ahead of her. No way was she risking it all for one of those jobs. Kyan arrived at the mission board on the second floor. There was only one request pinned up, all by itself. He stepped up and took a look. Mission name, please save our island. Rank, S-class. Details, the residents of Galuna Island have been cursed. Requesting a powerful mage to lift it. Reward, 7 million J plus a golden key. Huh? It's this mission. Kyan immediately recalled the story behind it. It was the only S-class request ever shown in detail in the fairy tale anime, so it stuck clearly in his memory. If you didn't know the context, the mission would be practically impossible. But if you did, it was absurdly easy. And of course Kyan wasn't about to let a mission like that slip through his fingers. He tore the request from the board without hesitation. Chapter 61, Urza's Invitation. 1064 words. By the time Kyan came downstairs from the second floor, Natsu and Gray were at it again. You damn fire freak. Underwear thief. You bastard. Is that all you ever say? Underwear thief. Arg. Gray was seriously starting to break down. In the past, their fights at least involved some variety in insults. Now, this idiot Natsu only ever shouted underwear thief. So what if he had taken a few pairs? Even Lucy, who had only been in the guild for a week, wasn't surprised anymore. Natsu and Gray never got along, just a few words and fists would fly. So, you up for that mission? Mira Jane asked as she noticed Kyan coming down. Kyan raised the request form in his hand. Of course. Can't miss out on an S-class mission. Normally an S-class mission took at least 20 days, but knowing the trick to this one, the round trip would only take 3 days at most. That was basically a free 10x draw. Suddenly, bang. The guild doors slammed open as Locke burst in, face pale with panic. Bad news. The guild fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Locke. With a fearful expression, Locke shouted, Urza is back. What? Almost everyone in the guild turned pale. Their expressions were filled with dread, as if something terrifying had just returned. What's going on? Seeing everyone panicking like that, Lucy couldn't help but feel anxious too. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed as a figure walked into the guild, carrying a massive monster horn on her shoulder. Long, striking red hair, a beautiful and refined face, and silver armor that looked both cool and graceful. This was none other than Fairy Tail's S-class mage, the Titania herself, Urza. So beautiful. Lucy was stunned at first glance, awestruck by her beauty and presence. Thud. Urza dropped the massive horn on the floor. I'm back. Is the guild master here? Mira Jane walked over. You're back. He's attending the regular meeting. I see. Someone couldn't help but ask, Miss Urza, that huge thing, what is it? Oh, that. It's a horn from a demon I defeated. The locals gave it to me as a decoration. I thought it looked pretty, so I brought it back as a souvenir. A demon horn. That's insane. The horn alone was over a meter tall, meaning the demon must have been at least 20 meters high. Then Urza's tone changed. More importantly, you guys have been causing trouble again, haven't you? Even if the guild master forgives you, I won't. Everyone in the guild froze. Yep. It was happening. Kana, don't drink in that position. Biska, if you're going to dance, do it outside. Wakaba, your ashes are falling again. Nab, still hanging around in front of the job board. Go do something. Honestly, you people are hopeless. I won't say anything today. Lucy muttered under her breath, you just said a whole bunch of things, is she the guild's disciplinary officer or something? Happy answered, she's Urza. At that moment, Urza's gaze landed on Natsu and Gray. Hey, Urza, we've been getting along really well today. The two who were fighting just moments ago were now hugging each other like best friends. Both had fear plastered on their faces. After all, they'd made quite a mess recently, and had been caught brawling again. Natsu turned into happy again. Lucy's eyes widened. The last time Natsu acted like this was when she first joined the guild. Urza nodded in satisfaction. I see. Friends do fight sometimes. But I like seeing you two getting along. No. I've said this so many times, we're not friends. What the heck is going on? How did those two turn into that? Lucy was dumbfounded. Natsu, who was usually untouchable and wild, was now quivering like a kitten. Other than that time Kyan scared him, she'd never seen him like this. Mira Jane giggled as she explained, Natsu and Gray are both scared of Urza. Natsu once challenged her, and got beaten to a pulp. Gray got caught walking around half-naked and got pounded. And Loke tried flirting with her once, nearly died. Kyan. Urza's gaze moved past them and landed on Kyan. Yo. Urza. Long time no see. Kyan greeted her casually with a wave. The two had grown familiar after completing an SS rank mission together, and now shared a friendly rapport. I'm glad you're still here. Actually, I'd like to ask a favor. I heard something troublesome while on a job. It's something I was going to report to the guild master, but I think it's better handled sooner rather than later. I want your help. Come with me. What? What's going on? Urza is inviting someone. And it's Kyan she invited. The last time they teamed up was half a year ago. If they're teaming up again, are they going to destroy an entire country this time? The entire guild was stunned. Half a year ago, Kyan and Urza completed an SS rank mission together, during which Kyan slew a giant dragon. That tale was still legendary across the Ishgard continent. We leave tomorrow. Go get ready. I'll explain on the way. With that, Urza turned and left. Wait up. Kyan quickly tried to stop her, but she was already gone, no hesitation, no reply, leaving Kyan standing there, dazed. I was just about to go on an S-class mission. Seriously? She just drags people off like that without asking if they're even free. Mira Jane smiled and gently took the S-class request slip from his hand. Oh right, I forgot. S-class requests need the guild master's approval. You'll have to wait until he's back from the meeting. Besides, for someone like Urza to ask for help, especially from you, it must be something really urgent. Sigh. I guess it can't be helped. Mira, make sure you save this mission for me. It wasn't every day Urza personally asked for help. Kyan couldn't say no. A short delay in his mission wasn't a big deal. Mira Jane smiled sweetly. Don't worry. I'll hold it for you. Urza may have left, but the guild exploded into noise. Everyone was abuzz, trying to guess what she and Kyan were planning to do. With those two teamed up again, the mission was likely SS rank or worse. Their last job together had already become a legend across Ishgard. Who knew what kind of chaos they'd stir up this time? Chapter 62, How About Me? 1031 words. Eisenwald Guild, the Dark Guild. That woman in armor, what guild is she from? No idea. She was hot though. Damn, I should have tried talking to her. You? Please. Say that again. Just then, a cold voice rang out from ahead. Kageyama isn't back yet. That seal's not so easy to break. Give it a bit more time. Quit dragging your feet. The timing is perfect right now. All the old geezers are off at the regular meeting. Magnolia train station. Hey. Isn't it kinda sketchy to sneak around and spy like this? Hiding behind a column, Lucy whispered under her breath. Natsu peeked enthusiastically in Kyan's direction. Aren't you curious? Urza invited Kyan. What could those two monsters be up to? Curious. Of course she was curious. Yesterday, she'd gotten more details from the guild. That huge event that shook the entire Ishgard continent half a year ago, it was all caused by Kyan and Urza during a mission. Then Natsu invited her to tail them and see what they were up to. That was all the push Lucy's curiosity needed to boil over. Before she knew it, she was tagging along with Natsu and Happy. Wait! Urza's here. Happy's warning sent the trio scurrying back into hiding. Sorry, hope I didn't keep you waiting. Urza approached, dragging a massive cart full of luggage. Kyan was speechless. Every time she traveled, she brought an absurd amount of luggage. It was almost impossible not to complain. No, I just got here myself. Let's board the train, then. Sure. Kyan helped her load all the luggage into the cargo car before the two of them headed into the passenger compartment and sat down. As they boarded, 3 sneaky shadows crept onto the train, Natsu, Lucy, and Happy, choosing a neighboring car to avoid being spotted. Toot toot toot. The train's whistle blew, and it began slowly pulling away from the station, gradually picking up speed. Ugh! Barely had the train started moving before Natsu turned green. You really do get motion sick the second we board. Lucy had gotten used to it. Ever since partnering with him, she knew how badly Natsu reacted to transportation of any kind. They're too far away, I can't hear what they're saying. Let's move closer. Lucy and Happy were instantly in sync. Shuffle shuffle shuffle. Sneak sneak sneak. Girl and Cat tiptoed forward seat by seat, until they finally reached the row behind Kyan and Urza. Even with all the train noise, they were now close enough to eavesdrop. It feels like we haven't gone on a job together in forever. The last time was half a year ago. Kind of nostalgic, huh? Urza looked out the window at the passing scenery. Her eyes softened with sentiment. She'd always done missions alone ever since joining the guild. Though she had opened up over time and could now work well with others, her personality still made it hard for people to get close to her, and frankly, many feared her. There were only a handful of people she felt truly comfortable around, and Kyan was one of them. He was also the only man she'd ever gone on a job with. Even if it was just once, having someone beside her during a mission had felt really nice. Yeah. I was still a rookie back then, and Master stuck me with you on an S-class mission. Urza chuckled. You seemed really eager at the time. Well, it was an S-class job. The pay was amazing. Kyan grinned and rubbed his fingers together. He couldn't exactly talk about the system, that was his secret. Sure, the gotcha pulls were a nice perk, but the fat paycheck was a huge motivator too. Who didn't like money? Kyan definitely did. In fact, he loved saving money. Seeing the number on his magic bank card go up always made him feel incredibly satisfied. You money-obsessed freak. How much have you saved up by now? Urza knew Kyan's savings obsession well. Just like her addiction to collecting beautiful weapons and armor. About 100 million J, give or take. Back during their first S-Class and SS-Class missions, he'd earned around 40 million J. He'd since completed 3 more S-Class missions, each worth about 10 million J. That made 70 million J. Add to that all the monster extermination jobs, which started at $1 million per job, plus all the odd ones, it was now close to 100 million J. 100 million. Lucy and Happy nearly screamed. Luckily, they caught each other's mouths just in time. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Happy had known Kyan was rich, but this rich? Lucy was stunned and envious. She was still stressing over her 70,000 J monthly rent, while Kyan was basically a millionaire. And he'd only been in the guild for what, half a year? 100 million in half a year. That was the income of a top-tier mage. It was unfairly impressive. Even Urza's eyes went wide. She knew Kyan was rich. Their one job together had earned him 35 million J. But hearing he'd saved nearly 100 million was still shocking. You don't spend money. As an S-Class mage, Urza's income wasn't bad either. That one SS-Class mission, plus her sword tournament prize money, had earned her around 20 million J. But most of that was gone, spent on weapons and armor. Even though she'd been working much longer, she barely had any savings. Spending's nothing compared to saving. Spending made your money go away. But saving, that made it grow. Urza was speechless. Isn't money supposed to be spent? Why save so much? What else would I save it for? Obviously, to get married. To get married. Urza froze. That answer caught her completely off guard. You don't need that much money to get married, do you? Well, I'd spend it slowly. But it's not like I'd want my future wife to suffer, you know. Ugh. You really are a responsible man, huh? Suddenly, a mischievous glint flashed in Urza's eye. She smirked playfully at him. So how about me? Want to marry me? I'll help you spend all that money. Sure. Chapter 63, heard a big scoop. 1070 words. You, what did you just say? Urza stared at Kyan, stunned and wide-eyed. Kyan smiled. I said, sure. Once this mission is over, let's head back to the registry office and get married. Then we'll hold a grand wedding with everyone in the guild as our witnesses. Married? Lucy and Happy almost leapt out of their seats. Thankfully, they were prepared. They immediately clamped each other's mouths shut. They didn't dare cover their own mouths, fearing they'd blurt something out by accident. Kyan continued, after the wedding, we can have a few kids. How many? The more the better. Married, kids. Urza turned bright red. The fact that Kyan actually agreed to marry her, and wanted to have children with her, sent her head spinning. If there was anything Urza liked besides armor, it was weddings. She even had a wedding dress stashed in her magical storage, one she'd chosen with great care, meant for the day she got married. No one had ever seen it, she only tried it on in secret in her dorm. Flustered, Urza waved her hands. I was joking. Besides, don't you like Mira? I do like Mira. But that doesn't mean I don't like you too. Kyan sighed dramatically, pretending to be heartbroken. Sigh, and here I thought spring had finally come for me. Turns out I was just being toyed with. Seeing him like this, Urza suddenly felt a little guilty. Kyan grinned. Haha, just kidding. Urza puffed her cheeks in frustration. Sure, she had been the one joking first, but somehow, she still found this annoying. But seriously, jokes aside, if I really got to marry someone as amazing as you, Urza, I'd be smiling in my sleep. As Kyan spoke, he leaned back with his hands behind his head, wearing a casual smile. But his tone was surprisingly sincere, so honest it was hard not to believe him. Urza's heart skipped a beat, and her face grew even redder. Not far away, Lucy and Happy looked like they had just witnessed a bombshell. They desperately resisted the urge to scream. They couldn't believe they'd just overheard something this spicy. Lucy's imagination went into overdrive, already weaving a love triangle story featuring Kyan, Mira, and Urza. It was giving her endless inspiration for her own writing. Just as they thought they were about to hear something even juicier. Suddenly, Kyan's voice rang out, "Hey! Have you two heard enough yet?" Lucy and Happy froze. They looked up and saw Kyan's face staring right at them. Eek! They both screamed. Hey Kyan! What a coincidence! You're working too, huh? Lucy waved awkwardly, trying to laugh it off. Coincidence? You've been sneaking behind me since the train station. Yeah, so you're busted? Lucy and Happy's eyes went wide. You seriously thought you were being stealthy? Kyan had noticed them since they entered the station. Whether it was because of all the character traits he'd absorbed or thanks to his breathing techniques, his sensory perception, both physical and magical, had improved dramatically. He immediately sensed someone watching him. Still, he hadn't said anything. He wanted to see what they were up to. Turns out, they were bold enough to sneak onto the same train car and creep closer to eavesdrop. He'd even heard their whispered exclamations loud and clear. Happy. UMMPH. Urza stood up and looked at the two of them. She'd seen Lucy briefly when she returned to the guild yesterday. The guild wasn't big, and Urza had basically met everyone at some point. A girl as unfamiliar and beautiful as Lucy certainly stood out. Lucy bowed quickly. I'm a new member. My name is Lucy. Please take care of me. I'm Urza. Nice to meet you. So you're the girl everyone's been talking about, took down that mercenary gorilla, or whatever. Sounds like you're pretty dependable. Urza had heard guild chatter about Lucy. Apparently, she'd taken down some local hotshot, causing quite a stir. Word spread fast. That was Natsu, actually. The rumors aren't quite accurate. Lucy had spent the entire day yesterday explaining this. She had no idea how Natsu's achievement got pinned on her. Speaking of which, where's Natsu? Urza didn't know Lucy well, but she knew that Happy was practically glued to Natsu. Oh right, Natsu. Lucy suddenly remembered and rushed over to help the train-sick dragon slayer. Huff, ugh, blarg. Natsu looked like he was dying. Hey. Don't throw up on me. Soon, everyone was sitting face to face. So explain yourselves. What are you doing here? Urza reverted to her usual cold and commanding demeanor, like the earlier flirtation with Kyan had never happened. Her sudden shift startled the group. It was Natsu. He was curious about what you were doing with Kyan, so he dragged me and Happy along. Without hesitation, Lucy and Happy threw Natsu under the bus. Better him than them. Ugh. MMPH. Glarg. Natsu shook his head violently and glared at them. Sure, he'd suggested it, but they were clearly just as curious. Traitors. I see. Urza nodded calmly. Why, you're not mad? Lucy was surprised. Urza had scolded nearly everyone in the guild yesterday. She assumed Urza would be angry. Mad? Why would I be mad? Honestly, if Kyan weren't available this time, I would have invited Natsu and Gray to come with me instead. Since Kyan is free, there's no need for them. Then why didn't you just invite Natsu and Gray from the start? Kyan sighed. He had been planning to go on an S-class mission. Now he was stuck helping Urza on something that, no matter how hard, wouldn't earn him any system rewards. Because you're more reliable, obviously. Don't think flattery will make me happy. Now spill it. What exactly do you need my help with? Yeah. If even someone like you needs assistance, Miss Urza, it must be something serious. After Urza left the guild yesterday, Lucy had asked Mira about her. She was shocked to learn that Urza was not only the strongest female mage in fairy tale, but also known as the Titania, the fairy queen. Lucy might not have recognized the name Urza, but she definitely knew Titania. That name was famous across the magic world. She just hadn't expected her to be such a beautiful woman. No need to be so formal. Just call me Urza. Anyway, it's time to get to the point. I heard something troubling on my way back yesterday. Chapter 64, Eisenwald. 1022 words. On my way back to the city after my last job, I stopped by a bar in Onibus that caters to mages. There was a group of guys there who caught my attention. Urza began explaining the situation she encountered at the bar. A few hot-tempered mages talking about trying to break the seal on something called lullaby. But from what she overheard, they were running into some kind of difficulty. Lullaby? Is that some kind of sleeping spell? Lucy guessed upon hearing the name. Urza shook her head. Not sure. But if it's sealed, it's probably a pretty dangerous magic. Happy tilted his head. We've got plenty of jobs involving breaking seals at Fairy Tale. Could have just been something like that. In Fairy Tale, sealing and unsealing magic wasn't unusual work, so it wasn't surprising if other guilds took on similar requests. Just then, the train arrived at the station. The group gathered their things and disembarked. Urza continued, "Yeah, that's what I thought at first too. So I didn't pay much attention. But then I heard the name Aragorn, and everything changed." At this, her expression turned serious. Aragorn the Reaper, ace of the Eisenwald Dark Guild. The Reaper? Lucy was startled. That name sounded terrifying. Urza elaborated, "He got that nickname because he specializes in assassination jobs. Normally, the Magic Council strictly forbids mages from taking assassination requests, but Eisenwald ignored that. They started chasing profit over ethics. 6 years ago, Eisenwald was expelled from the official Mage Guild Alliance. They've been categorized as a dark guild ever since." A dark guild? Lucy broke into a cold sweat. She had just learned yesterday what dark guilds were, rogue mages who didn't follow any rules. But assassinations? That was a whole new level of scary. Happy added, "Lucy, you're leaking all kinds of juice. That sweat. Wait a second, expelled. So they didn't get punished." Lucy suddenly remembered that Urza had said expelled, not imprisoned. They did. The old guild master was arrested, and the guild itself was ordered to disband. But like most dark guilds, they ignored the order and kept operating underground. I was too careless back then. If I'd noticed Aragorn's name earlier, I could have wiped out the whole lot of them in one go. Those guys are after lullaby magic. Whatever they're planning, it's bound to be something despicable. I can't let it go. That's why we're going to storm Eisenwald." Urza finally revealed the reason she had invited Kyan on this mission. Storm Eisenwald. Lucy was stunned. She knew that putting Kyan and Urza together meant something big was going down, but wiping out an entire dark guild. I think I'll head back." She turned to leave. She was just a rookie. Getting involved in something this dangerous was a horrible idea. Happy reminded her, "The train's already gone. So it's to destroy a dark guild, huh? I thought it was something serious." Kyan said casually. He'd been with Fairy Tale for over half a year now. He'd run into dark guilds a few times, though usually, they minded their own business. Sometimes, the dumber ones came picking fights, but those never ended well for them. Lucy couldn't help but shout, "Isn't destroying a dark guild already serious?" Suddenly, whoosh! A burst of blazing fire erupted beside them. Destroying a dark guild. That sounds awesome. I'm fired up now. Natsu had finally recovered from his motion sickness, and was now fully energized after hearing the plan. He looked at Urza eagerly. "Urza, do you know where Eisenwald is?" He could barely hold back. Taking on a dark guild. He didn't need a reason. "We'll find out by asking around here." They made their way to the same mage bar Urza had visited earlier. In any city, mage bars were always the best source of intel. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to learn the location of Eisenwald's hideout. It was in the next town over, Karuki Town. With that info, Urza borrowed a magic-powered vehicle, and the group sped off toward Eisenwald's base. So that's the Dark Guild Eisenwald. It looks scary. Lucy shivered as she gazed at the building. The thought of taking on an entire Dark Guild was terrifying. She was already regretting this. Why hadn't she just stayed at the guild and minded her own business? Why did she have to get so curious? Too late for regrets now. Boom. Natsu's flaming fist smashed into Eisenwald's front gate, which exploded into pieces with a loud crash. Wreathed in fire, he shouted fiercely, "Eisenwald scum! Get your asses out here!" But instead of an angry horde charging out to fight, nothing happened. The guild was dead silent. Not a soul in sight. Where is everyone? Hey! I said come out. What are you, scared? Natsu shouted again, but no one responded. Happy flew a circle around the building, but found no signs of life. The entire place was deserted. Empty. Did the guild get abandoned? Or maybe they all went on a picnic. Lucy said this with a strangely serious look on her face. Everyone stared at her, speechless. Where did that even come from? Happy deadpanned, Lucy sure says some weird stuff sometimes. Then Lucy clapped her hands. Hey, if they're all gone, then there's no need to fight. That's great. We can head back. She was still young, no way she wanted to risk her life in a fight. If they could avoid battle, that was the best outcome. But Kyan shattered her hope with a single sentence. No. They left recently, about an hour and 23 minutes ago. They all left together. At least 50 people. Lucy's eyes widened. How can you tell? Kyan pointed at the table and floor. Judging by the number of utensils and the rate at which the food scraps are deteriorating, it's easy to estimate. Having absorbed so many characters, what helped Kyan the most wasn't just their combat skills, but also their practical experience and knowledge. It made his work far easier. Urza's face turned stern. Just an hour ago. Then we still have time. Let's go after them. Chapter 65, of course we run. 1089 words. As she spoke, Urza leapt back into the magic-powered vehicle and slipped the SE spark plug onto her wrist. While climbing into the car, Lucy looked confused. Chase them. But we don't even know where they went. How are we supposed to catch up? Urza explained, with so many people moving together, they're bound to draw attention. Someone in town must have seen them. If we ask around, we should be able to figure out their direction. Another vehicle ride. No. Can't we just run there? If I have to ride again, I'm gonna die. The moment Natsu heard they were riding again, his face turned pale. He'd already been on 2 vehicles today. It was the first time in his life he'd endured this much misery in one day, and apparently, it wasn't over yet. Cut the whining. Kyan booted Natsu into the vehicle with one swift kick, and hopped in himself. Vroom. Urza slammed the gas. The magic vehicle fishtailed with a screeching drift. Kaya. Lucy, not seated properly, ended up landing squarely on Kyan's face. She froze in embarrassment, realizing exactly where she'd sat. You've got a big butt. Kyan rubbed his face, feeling like he had just touched something dangerous. That's sexual harassment. Under Urza's surging magic, the vehicle shot forward like a rocket. Before long, they arrived at Karuki town. Just as they rolled into town, they found the streets abuzz with gossip. Did you hear? Something happened at the train station. What happened? Someone hijacked a train. A train? Who would do that? I heard it was a nearby dark guild. They're called Eisenwald. Eisenwald. Urza and Lucy's faces changed the moment they heard the name. That was exactly who they were looking for. Let's go, head to the station. Urza spun the wheel, speeding straight toward the train station. When they arrived, the station was already surrounded by the military. Civilians were shouting and protesting, voicing their outrage. A man with a huge scythe burst in with a group and kicked us off the train. I left my tools, more important than my wife, on that train. They hijacked a train. Why? I mean, stealing money or ships I can understand, but a train. Trains only run on tracks. Even if they got away, what's the point? Lucy couldn't wrap her head around it. If they hijacked a train, all authorities had to do was reroute or block the tracks ahead, the train would be forced to stop. And now that the military was involved, there was no doubt defenses would be set up at the next stop. Happy tilted his head. Maybe they're in a hurry for something. Lucy let out a breath of relief. The army's already on it. They'll be caught sooner or later. Looks like we don't have to get involved. At least that meant she didn't have to fight terrifying Dark Guild mages. No, Urza said firmly. I've got a really bad feeling about this. They're a Dark Guild, not idiots or fools. Making such a bold, public move means they're up to something big. And I think it's related to that sealed magic. Even though it sounded unrelated, her instincts told her otherwise. But the train left almost an hour ago. No matter what they're trying to do, we can't catch up now, right? It was true. Trains were extremely fast, much faster than magic-powered vehicles. Even at full speed, the distance between them would only keep growing. Were they too late? The thought left her unwilling to accept it. At that moment, Kyan stepped out of the vehicle and walked toward the train tracks. Kyan. Where are you going? Lucy asked in confusion. Standing in the middle of the tracks, Kyan cracked his knuckles. To chase them, of course. He had a nagging feeling about Eisenwald ever since Urza first mentioned them, but he couldn't place it. When he heard they hijacked a train, it finally clicked. He remembered this arc lullaby, a group targeting curse magic. A death song. They had hijacked the train to pass through the canyon and reach the site of the regional council meeting. Their plan, use Lullaby's curse to assassinate every guild master attending the summit. As the full scope of the plot came rushing back to him, Kyan was furious. He hadn't been with Fairy Tail long, but Master Makarov had treated him with warmth, like a real father. In this world, where Kyan had no one else, Makarov was the closest thing he had to family. And now these bastards were planning to hurt him. He didn't care whether they'd succeed or not. The mere fact they wanted to meant they had to die. Chase them? How? They left over an hour ago, and by train. Trains were the fastest mode of transport. After an hour, they'd be at least 100 kilometers ahead. Of course we run. Run? Everyone stared at him like he'd gone insane. If he'd said fly, that might have made sense. But run. What the hell? Full integration, Toji Fushiguro. Kyan didn't bother explaining. He activated one of his character takeovers. His gray windbreaker shifted into a black t-shirt. His pants turned gray, with a black cloth belt around his waist. His feet now wore flat-soled grandpa-style shoes. His body bulged slightly with muscle. His face and hair changed as well. This was Kyan's form under the heavenly restriction, Toji the Tyrant state. His voice now had a gravelly, deep tone, the kind only middle-aged men had, and his eyes carried the arrogance of someone who believed the world belonged to him. Urza, you guys can take your time. I'll handle Eisenwald myself. Kyan, you're transforming this early. Will you last long enough? Urza understood Kyan's magic better than most. They'd fought side by side before. When he transformed, his power surged massively. But Kyan had one obvious weakness, the one thing all men feared. He lacked endurance. His transformation burned through magic at a staggering rate. Sure, it gave him incredible power, but it didn't last long. In fact, during their last mission together, Kyan had collapsed and slept for 3 full days. Don't worry. I've got enough time. His magical power had only increased by 1 star since half a year ago, but in raw magic reserves, he'd multiplied nearly tenfold. He still couldn't maintain it for long, but for taking down Eisenwald. Plenty. Boom. Kyan stomped his foot on the rail. The wooden planks beneath cracked and splintered. The next second he had already vanished, appearing hundreds of meters away in an instant. Chapter 66, Guess I'll have to start. 953 words. So fast. Feeling the wind slam into her face, Lucy was completely stunned. Fast. Too fast. It was practically teleportation. Within just 3 seconds, Kyan was already a tiny figure in the distance, barely visible along the tracks. What the hell was that? Lucy blinked, dumbfounded, turning to Urza and happy. Was that some kind of speed magic? Or maybe teleportation? Urza shook her head. Neither. That's just Kyan's normal running speed in that form. Normal running speed. There's nothing normal about that. Lucy gaped. Who the hell runs to catch up with a train, especially one that left an hour ago? Urza said calmly, we're going after him too. She trusted Kyan to handle things, but if his magic ran out mid-fight, it could get dangerous. On the train, Kageyama handed Aragorn a three-eyed skull flute. This is it. Oh, so this is that forbidden magic, lullaby. They say this flute used to be just a normal curse tool. But the great black mage Zereth evolved it into something far more powerful. To make something this terrifying. Anyone who hears the sound of this flute will be cursed and die. That's the power of group curse magic, lullaby. Ohu. That's our little Kaga for you. Now the plan's perfect. Aragorn rallied his men. It's time those old geezers paid the price for what they did to us. For everything they've done, we'll pay them back 100-fold. Ugh. The Eisenwald members were fired up. They were about to kill off the guild masters in one swoop. If they pulled this off, they'd go down in history, and maybe even rise to lead the entire Dark Guild world. Wealth, status, glory. It'd all be theirs. Soon, everyone settled into their train seats, laughing and snacking, some even enjoying the view out the window. Suddenly, whoosh! A shadow zipped past the window. Those who caught it rubbed their eyes. Nothing there now, must have imagined it. After all, no human could run faster than a train. Outside the train. Swoosh! Kyan landed in front of the oncoming train, a wicked grin playing at the corners of his lips, equal parts wild and deadly. He crouched down and dug both hands under the steel rails. Let's fly! With a sharp shout, he sprang upward. The rails twisted like ropes as he yanked them skyward, whole sections of track rising from the ground, hurling toward the train's path. Back inside the train. The Eisenwald members were still enjoying themselves. Until... boom! A massive shock threw everyone from their seats. What? What the hell is happening? Everyone inside felt like they were suddenly being launched into the air. Outside, the train engine flew off the tracks first, followed by the attached cars, each lifting off the ground in succession and hurling upward into the sky. The rise slowed. Then all at once, they dropped. A full-body freefall. Weightless. Gaia-ha. Screams of terror filled the cars. Boom, 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 boom. One by one, the train cars slammed into the ground, sending up clouds of dust and debris. A moment later. Shing, shing. 2 wind blades slashed through the side of a train car. The wall burst open, and Aragorn stumbled out, supporting himself with a hand against the twisted metal. Damn it. What the hell just happened? His face was pale. The impact had rattled him to the core. Ow, ow, ow. Did the train derail? Shit. What the hell was that? Eisenwald members staggered out of the wrecked cars, dazed and injured. Then, a voice echoed from above. Yo. Eisenwald trash, how's it going? What? Furious glares turned toward the source of the voice. And there he was, sitting casually atop the upside-down train engine, one leg hanging, wearing a black t-shirt. Kyan. Aragorn's expression darkened. Who the hell are you? You did this. There was no doubt. The terrain was flat, no way the train derailed on its own. And the men clearly knew who they were. Yup. Kyan's answer was blunt. Kill him. Aragorn gave the order. He didn't care who this guy was, anyone who messed with Eisenwald had to die. One man charged at Kian with a magical sword. Die. He swung the blade down toward Kian's head. Everyone thought Kian would be cut in half. Too slow. Kian casually lifted 2 fingers and caught the sword. What? Gasps erupted. He'd stopped a full sword strike with just 2 fingers. Then, still pinching the blade, Kian lifted the man effortlessly off the ground. With a flick. Gwa. The man was sent flying. Swords aren't meant to be used like that. Shunk. Before the man even hit the ground, Kian was already behind him, and plunged the sword straight through his back. Error. A pained, guttural scream tore from the man's throat. Kian yanked the blade out with a heavy swing. Thud. The man's body hit the ground hard, and the blood on the blade scattered with it. For bastards trying to kill the old man, and the other guild masters, Kian had zero mercy. Especially now, he was channeling Toji Fushiguro, aka the Heavenly Tyrant. Mercy wasn't part of the skill set. Killing was. The brutal, decisive violence silenced everyone. Even Eisenwald, dark guild that they were, was stunned. They hadn't even seen Kian move. A chilling aura radiated from him, so intense it made their knees tremble. That killing intent, that oppressive pressure. It felt like standing at the foot of a mountain of corpses. How many people had this monster killed? Kian grinned arrogantly, eyes gleaming with bloodlust as he looked at the Eisenwald mages. What? Didn't you say you were gonna kill me? He cracked his neck slowly. If you're not gonna make a move, then I guess I'll start. After all, my time is pretty valuable. Chapter 67, The Name of Tyrant. 941 words. Hearing Kian's emotionless words, everyone involuntarily shivered. It felt like they were being targeted by a terrifying monster. Get him. He's alone. There's no way we can't take him down with so many of us. That's right. Daring to mess with Eisenwald. He has to pay in blood. Kill him. A mob of people charged at Kian, weapons drawn. A smirk crept up Kian's lips. That's more like it. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished. Where is he? Slash. Slash. One after another, wounds appeared on their bodies. Ayahawk. Yuwa. Screams filled the air. They could hear someone moving around them, but they couldn't see anyone, only their comrades dropping one by one. A nameless terror took hold of them all. None of them knew if they would be next. Whoosh. Kian reappeared. So weak. Is this really the level of a dark guild? How boring. He sounded disappointed. You bastard. I'll fight you. Unable to take it any longer, Piatto roared, stomping hard with both feet as he leapt into the air. Golden light gathered in his fists as he charged toward Kian. What an idiot. Kian curled his lips into a sneer, and threw the blade in his hand at Piatto. What? Panicked, Piatto quickly swung his fist, and knocked the blade away. But the very moment he did, Kian's figure appeared right in front of him. His right hand clamped down on Piatto's face, and the next thing he knew, an overwhelming force surged through him. With one hand pressing against his face, Kian drove Piatto forward. Boom. Aya wah. Piatto smashed into the side of a train car, crashing a giant hole through the metal. His body tumbled inside, eyes rolling back as he fell unconscious. What? He took down Piatto in one hit. The Eisenwald members were shaken. Piatto was among the top 5 in their guild, and yet, he was eliminated that easily. Who was this guy? At that moment, the overweight Karaka stared at Kian's appearance and suddenly seemed to realize something. His face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down uncontrollably. Black hair, black t-shirt, gray pants and black sneakers, a body like a monster. And no way. Rael, standing beside him, frowned. What? Karaka, you know him. Karaka didn't respond, only muttered in terror, it's him. It has to be him. We're done for. We're dead. What do you mean? Who the hell is he? Don't you remember what happened 2 months ago? Huh? What about it? That country had once been ordinary, but due to rampant banditry, stealing food and money from villagers, those same villagers eventually became bandits themselves. As more bandits flocked in, the country became a den of thieves. Then 2 months ago, the largest bandit gang in the region, the Locust bandit crew, over 10,000 strong, was wiped out overnight. The incident sent shockwaves across the continent. That gang was so large that even the military had failed to deal with it. And the man who took them down was called the Tyrant. Because his methods were so brutally violent, over 10,000 men, all either dead or crippled, when the military finally arrived, the scene was described as hell itself. Karaka pointed a trembling finger at Kyan. It's him, he's the one who destroyed the Locust bandit crew, he's the Tyrant. The Tyrant. Everyone froze in shock. The Tyrant was one of the most infamous names on the Ishkar continent, alongside the Blackwing Demon, the Flame Emperor, and the Sword Saint who had slain a dragon half a year ago. These 4 were living legends of the West. How can this be? Why would someone like that come after a small-time guild like Eisenwald? Panic overtook the survivors. This was the man who had crushed a force of 10,000, many of whom were mages, and some reports said there were over 1,000 magic users in that group. He wasn't just a mage. He was a great mage, and even without the official title from the Magic Council, his power was on par with the 10 wizard saints. Even Aragorn's face had gone grim. He'd heard the rumors of the Tyrant too. Tyrant, our Eisenwald has no quarrel with you. Why are you attacking us? Did someone hire you? Hire me? Kyan shook his head and then raised his right hand, showing the emblem on the back of it. Is that Fairy Tale? The Tyrant is a member of Fairy Tale. The entire Eisenwald was stunned. Up until now, people assumed the Tyrant was either a lone rogue or part of a dark guild, especially given his brutal methods, which didn't match the style of any legal guild. Who would have thought he was part of Fairy Tale? Their faces turned ashen. Fairy Tale and the Tyrant. They were one and the same. Now it made sense why he had come. They had targeted Makarov, the guild master of Fairy Tale. Of course they'd be hunted down. But what they didn't understand was, how had their plan been leaked? Aragorn's face darkened. Attack. Kill him. If we don't take him down, we're finished. We have no way out. The rest of Eisenwald realized the same thing. This man, this Tyrant, would never let them live, now that he knew their goal. Their only chance at survival was to kill him. Shadow magic. Suddenly, a shadow crept along the ground, silently slinking toward Kyan. In the next instant, it solidified into a pair of hands and grabbed his ankles tight. I've got him, shouted Kageyama. Kyan's speed had been their biggest problem. But if they could lock down his feet, stop him from moving, they might actually have a chance. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Only You Remain. 910 words. Shadows, huh? Interesting. Kyan looked down at the shadows binding his legs, a calm smile still on his face. He didn't seem the least bit worried. Nice job, Kageyama. Now watch my black belt magic. Rael's hands were wrapped in black bands, which quickly shot out and wrapped tightly around Kyan's arms. Ha ha. You bastard. Your arms and legs are restrained. You're done for now. Kill him. Die. Seeing Kyan immobilized, the others grew excited and rushed to surround him, weapons drawn. Go to hell. If they could take down the Tyrant, they'd become famous across the Ishkar continent. Blinded by ambition, they charged. Kyan's lips curled. Can't move, huh? He suddenly grabbed hold of the black belt, gave it a hard tug, and Rael felt an unstoppable force yank him forward, pulling him straight toward Kyan. In one smooth motion, Kyan spun Rael around like a flailing whip made of flesh and bone. Yuwa. Rael felt like the world was spinning violently. Bam. 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 Ayaha. Ergha. Rael's body slammed into the charging group, sending them flying one after another with screams of pain. Kyan walked calmly toward Kageyama. The shadow arms binding his ankles shattered like tofu under pressure. How is this possible? My magic. Kageyama couldn't believe it, his spell had been torn apart so easily. As Kyan approached, he quickly tried again. 8 shadows. Kageyama slammed both palms into the ground. Shadows surged outward and solidified, transforming into 8 massive shadow serpents lunging at Kyan. Kyan stood motionless. The serpents bit into his body and coiled around him, trying to crush him through sheer constriction. Boom. The serpents exploded into black mist. Kyan stood unharmed before Kageyama. What? He destroyed all of them. Kageyama was in disbelief. His strongest magic hadn't worked at all. Whoosh! Kyan vanished and reappeared instantly in front of him. Before Kageyama could react, pain shot through his stomach. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Kageyama's down too. The remaining Eisenwald members trembled in fear. Kyan gave them a disinterested glance. It was starting to get boring. He gently raised his right foot and stomped. Boom. The entire ground exploded. The earth quaked violently. Yuwawa. Eisenwald's members struggled to stay on their feet as the ground trembled. Chunks of stone were hurled upward by the impact. Kyan's arms moved so fast they seemed to blur into dozens of afterimages. His fingers tapped the airborne stones with lightning precision. Whoosh! 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 The stones shot forward like bullets. Splat! 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 Aarg! Yuwa! The stone shards pierced through their bodies. Screams echoed as everyone dropped into pools of blood. Ugwa! Karaka had never dared charge in, even when Kyan had been restrained. And now, his gut feeling proved right, this tyrant, a man who once faced 10,000 alone, wasn't going to be caught so easily. In the blink of an eye, Eisenwald was wiped out. Panicking, Karaka turned and scrambled away on all fours. So many people had fallen in an instant. That man was no human, he was a monster. Kyan watched Karaka flee, but didn't bother chasing. He simply turned and walked toward Aragorn, giving the handle of a blade on the ground a subtle kick with his heel. Whiz! The blade shot backward like a dart. Thud! Ag! It sank into Karaka's back, dropping him with a scream. Kyan looked up at Aragorn, who had been hiding in the sky the entire time. Now then, looks like you're the only one left. Aragorn's face twisted with frustration. He had been so close to achieving his goal, only to be stopped by this man. Tyrant! Don't think just because you took them out, you can defeat me too. I'm the Grim Reaper Aragorn. I'm nothing like them. Aragorn's voice boomed as he shouted at Kyan. Kyan simply smiled and shook his head. To me, there's not much difference between you and them. Just trash, small trash versus big trash. You bastard. How dare you look down on me? He was the famous Grim Reaper Aragorn. He'd already made a name for himself before this guy ever showed up. Kyan waved a hand lazily. Don't misunderstand. I'm not looking down on you. I'm not looking at you at all. Do you look down on ants on the sidewalk? You arrogant bastard. You smug little fly. Aragorn was fuming. Never in his life had he been insulted this badly. Storm shred. Blades of wind tore through the air, screaming toward Kyan. But Kyan strolled casually, dodging each one as if dancing. Still not enough. Come on, give me more. I can take it. Don't get cocky. Taste this. Storm surge. Aragorn raised his hand and released a violent whirlwind. Oh, such strong wind. I can barely keep my eyes open. Kyan casually grabbed the train track nearby. Bang. 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 The nails holding the rail in place popped loose one by one. Kyan gripped the rail with both hands and swung. Boom. The tornado was scattered in an instant. What? Aragorn stared wide-eyed. His storm surge had been erased with a single swing. Kyan raised the track like a javelin. Aragorn dodged. Whiz. The rail grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody gash. His pupils contracted. One more inch and his skull would have been split open. Before he could recover. Missed. How about this, then? Kyan grabbed the locomotive. In Aragorn's terrified eyes, Kyan lifted the entire train engine over his head. Monster. Chapter 69, that's it. 942 words. Damn. Kyan stomped forward with his left foot, then heaved his body, tossing the entire locomotive straight at Aragorn. Whoosh. The train engine tore through the air like a high-speed bullet train, rocketing toward Aragorn at terrifying velocity. Wind palm. Aragorn's expression twisted. He thrust his palm forward, releasing a violent tornado. Boom. The whirlwind clashed against the locomotive, slowing it down slightly. Using that moment, Aragorn dodged. Whoosh. The train engine grazed right over his head. Just feeling the air pressure left his heart pounding. A direct hit would have either killed or crippled him instantly. Monster. Aragorn stared at Kyan, eyes filled with dread. The man had not only lifted the locomotive, he'd thrown it. What else could he be but a monster? Missed again. Man, your luck really is something. Kyan's mocking tone made Aragorn fume. You damn bastard. Don't get cocky. Now I'm getting serious. Aragorn crossed his arms and shouted. Storm mail. A vortex of violent wind spun rapidly around his body, forming a suit of armor made from gales. Whoa. Now that actually looks kinda cool. Humph. Take this. Aragorn dove toward Kyan like a living drill. Kyan lightly tapped his toes and floated backward. Boom. The spot Kyan had just stood on exploded, leaving a deep crater. Humph. Trying to run. In all my years of assassination, no one who's seen this magic has ever lived. Storm shred. Aragorn raised his hand and unleashed a flurry of wind blades, faster, sharper, and more concentrated than before. Kyan didn't move from his spot, swinging the railway beam he'd ripped off earlier. Clang. 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 Every wind blade was cleanly deflected by the iron rail. Damn it. Frustrated that Storm Shred didn't work, Aragorn launched another barrage of wind blades. Kyan still looked relaxed, blocking every strike while slowly closing the distance. Just as he got close. Storm waltz. Gales burst outward from Aragorn's body, blowing Kyan backward. See that? This is the power of storm mail. The wind blows outward, you can't get close to me. Huh? That's it. I expected more. So this is what all the fuss was about. Kyan's disappointed tone stabbed at Aragorn's pride. Damn it. That expression again. You bastard. If you're so eager to die, then I'll show you my strongest magic. Watch closely. The wind that shreds all, Emerald Gale. Aragorn pressed his index and middle fingers together. Magic energy swirled and concentrated into them. No matter how strong you are, if this hits you, you'll be torn to pieces. Die, you damn monster. Aragorn thrust his spinning fingers forward, unleashing a storm of razor-sharp wind blades. Everything in their path was shredded into splinters. Heh! Cian grinned with a hint of excitement. Instead of dodging, he spun the rail in his hands like a staff. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the area, leveling everything nearby. Humph! So much for the tyrant. In the end, he still fell by the hand of the Grim Reaper. Don't worry, your old man's next. I'll send him to keep you company. Oi, oi. I'm not dead, so stop padding your kill count. A voice echoed from the smoke. What? Aragorn's eyes widened. Inside the dissipating cloud, a figure stood tall, completely unharmed. That same arrogant smirk still hung on his face. No way. There's no way someone could take my Emerald Gale head-on and come out unscathed. That's impossible. Cian sighed. Looks like that's all you've got. Well, I'm tired of playing around. Let's end this boring little fight. Aragorn's face contorted in rage. You bastard. Just because you tanked one attack doesn't mean you've... Whoosh. Cian appeared right in front of him, both hands gripping the rail like a baseball bat. Cian's grin widened. Didn't quite catch that, what were you saying? Before Aragorn could react, pain exploded in his abdomen. His stomach flipped, acid surged up his throat, and his whole body curled like a boiled shrimp. Tears and spit burst from his face. Boom. He was sent flying, smashing through train car after train car. Bam. 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 Until finally, his body blasted a crater into the far end of the railcars, his eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. Home run. Cian looked very pleased with himself. Ah. Crap. I lost track of time again while playing. Hey. They're all down now, you can come out, Lullaby. Now that Cian recalled the plot, he also remembered Lullaby's true identity. That flute wasn't a demon from the Book of Zirith, just one of Zirith's discarded failures, tossed aside the moment it was made. And yet, even a failure like that had brought endless trouble to the continent. The air was still. Cian simply stared at where Aragorn had fallen. Suddenly, a three-eyed skull-shaped flute flew out from Aragorn's body. Gee. So you noticed me, huh? What a bunch of useless trash. I can't take it anymore. I'll handle this personally. Green smoke wafted from the skull flute's mouth, coalescing into the form of a monstrous creature, dozens of meters tall and seemingly made of writhing tree roots. Kageyama, who had just regained consciousness, went pale. What the hell is that? I didn't sign up for that. I'm starving. Let me taste your souls. The monster opened its maw, ready to cast lullaby magic. SHLNK. But before it could, a railroad spike shot straight through its mouth and pierced out the back of its skull. Oops. Sorry to interrupt. But your voice was just awful. I figured your singing would be too. Now, I've got no problem with you singing in general, but crawling out here just to ruin everyone's day. That's where I draw the line. Chapter 70, not playing with you anymore. 1012 words. Damn it. The giant creature swung a massive claw at Cian. Crack. Cian smashed the claw apart with a swing of the iron rail. What? Lullaby was stunned. Cian stomped hard on the ground. Boom. The surrounding rails were shaken loose and flung into the air. Cian launched a flurry of punches and kicks, striking the rails midair, each one shot toward Lullaby like a steel missile. Crack. Crack. The creature's body was riddled with piercing blows, torn apart by the iron rails. Whoosh. Kyan's figure appeared right in front of Lullaby's head. Sorry, I'm on a tight schedule, so I won't be playing with you anymore. Gripping the rail with both hands, Kyan slammed it down onto the monster's skull. Boom. Crack. The monster's head, along with its body, was smashed in two and shattered. Rumble rumble. Lullaby's massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Kageyama stared in disbelief. Only now did he truly understand what kind of monster they'd picked a fight with. There was no way Eisenwald could ever defeat something like him. Thunk. Kyan cancelled his takeover magic, returning to his original form. Ow ow ow. A sharp wave of pain ran through Kyan's muscles. Over the last 6 months, his training and practice with sun breathing had drastically improved his body, but every time he used takeover, Fushiguro Toji, there were still some aftereffects, muscle strain and soreness. He looked cool during the transformation, but afterward, he always ended up a bit of a wreck. Sigh. I should have ended it earlier. He regretted dragging out every fight after using takeover. The sooner he finished, the less pain he had to deal with afterward. It was like playing Honor of Kings with a 20-0 lead. The enemy had nothing left but their base crystal, and even though everyone should end the game, 9 times out of 10 they'd keep goofing off, chasing kills, diving towers, trying to flex. Even on 1 HP, they'd think, I can still turn this around. That's exactly how Kyan felt when using takeover, Fushiguro Toji. The power was so intoxicating, he just couldn't help but show off. Suddenly, a Magitech four-wheeler came speeding up. It braked hard and came to a screeching halt. Kyan. Are you all right? Urza rushed up to him with concern in her eyes. Kyan waved her off. Relax. I'm fine. Thank goodness. Urza smiled and patted his shoulder. Kyan inhaled sharply. Ah. Ow ow ow. Hurt? Are you injured? Urza asked, worried. No. I just overdid it during takeover. Got a bit of muscle strain. I'll be fine after a bit of rest. Thanks to sun breathing, which enhanced natural healing, minor injuries like muscle strain recovered quickly. Urza let out a sigh of relief. Glad to hear it. Just then, Lucy stepped down from the Magitech four-wheeler, completely stunned by the scene before her. What the heck happened here? The train was practically wreckage. Eisenwald members lay scattered across the ground. The rails had been torn apart. And nearby lay the bisected body of a horrifying monster. What's that thing? She was especially shaken by the giant corpse. Its terrifying appearance alone was enough to give anyone nightmares. That's Lullaby. Lullaby? Urza and the others gasped. That thing was Lullaby. Lucy was completely overwhelmed. Kyan had taken down Eisenwald by himself, and even defeated that monster. Just then, the sound of dozens of footsteps echoed from afar. Quick! Surround the area. Don't let a single one escape. Everyone turned to look, soldiers were rapidly approaching. Kyan's expression instantly changed. Shit, military. Run. Without missing a beat, he jumped into the Magitech four-wheeler. Urza took the driver's seat, and popped in the SE spark plug. Running again. Lucy couldn't help but question whether she'd really joined a proper guild. Why did they always run whenever the military showed up? Still, she'd learned her lesson. Words were one thing, but she wasn't about to get caught and interrogated. Not when she hadn't even paid this month's rent. Hang on. Urza slammed the accelerator, spinning the vehicle around and speeding off, leaving the angry soldiers shouting in their dust. Regional Guild Alliance Headquarters. Regular Meeting Assembly Hall. Ah, Makarov, your guild members are lively as ever, huh? I heard someone gave a certain official a real thrashing. The guild master of Blue Pegasus, Bob, smiled with open envy as he spoke to Makarov. The meeting was already more than halfway through. All the local guild masters had gathered for a feast, half official assembly, half old friends reunion. Bob and Makarov had been old acquaintances, even members of Fairy Tale together in their youth, before Bob started his own guild. These regional meetings served both as a cooperative council, and a chance for these old-timers to catch up and drink. Oh ho! That's one of our newbies, Lucy's doing. Especially the boobs. Magnificent. You pervert. The Quattro Cerberus Guild Master, Goldmine, frowned. Energy is one thing, but don't you think your guild's getting a little out of hand? There are folks in the council who think Fairy Tale might destroy a whole city someday. Well, bring it on then. Let Lucy's chest crush me to death. By now, Makarov was clearly tipsy, dancing on the table like a drunken elf. Bob rested his cheek on his hand, eyes dreamy. Really now, hitting on your own guild members? Naughty. At that moment, a small bird flew in, clutching a letter. Makarov. A letter from Mirajane has arrived. Makarov opened the envelope with curiosity. A tiny projection of Mirajane appeared, smiling sweetly. Master, thank you for your hard work. How about that? Isn't our poster girl adorable? Makarov beamed, flaunting her to the room like a prized treasure. The other old men, aged in body but not in spirit, were already leering like schoolboys. While you were away, something interesting happened. Urza teamed up with Kyan again. Pretty great, right? She needed his help with something, though I don't really know the details. Anyway, I thought I should report it. That's all. With that, Mirajane's image vanished. Chapter 71, We're Doomed. 1032 words. As Mirajane spoke, the smug grin on Makarov's face vanished. In its place was a trembling old man drenched in cold sweat by the time she finished. Bang! Makarov collapsed straight off the table onto the floor, shocking all the other guild masters nearby. They rushed over in a panic. After all, the man was nearly 90. If something happened to him here, it wouldn't end well. Makarov. What's wrong? Are you okay? Lying on the ground, Makarov was internally freaking out. We're doomed. What the hell is this? Why are those two together again? They really could destroy an entire city. The meeting ends today. I'm going home tomorrow. Please, just don't let anything go wrong before then. I'm begging you. Bob from Blue Pegasus blinked. Makarov, Kyan Blaze, that's the legendary kid, isn't it? Goldmine, the guild master of Quattro Cerberus, froze for a moment, then his eyes widened. It's him. Makarov nodded grimly. That little brat. Goldmine and Bob were close friends of Makarov's. These regional conferences were half meeting, half old men bragging contests about their guild members. And with Makarov's big mouth, Kyan Blaze's exploits were no secret. Or rather, they didn't need to be bragged about. Kyan had pulled off several feats that shook the entire continent. It's just that not many knew his name, or that he was part of Fairy Tale. Must be nice. I wish my guild had someone that capable. Seriously, what kind of dumb luck did Makarov have to find such a little monster? Bob and Goldmine were both green with envy. Makarov's kids were wild troublemakers, sure, but there were so many talented ones among them. Fairy Tale had 6 S-class mages, each incredibly capable. And Kyan in particular, what he'd done could make even these old-timers break out in a cold sweat. Just then, someone burst into the room. Everyone. We've got news. Big news. What news? All the guild masters, ever the gossipers, swarmed forward to ask. A train headed this way was hijacked by the Dark Guild Eisenwald. Eisenwald? Those guys are still around. They hijacked a train. What the hell are they up to? Eisenwald had once been part of the Regional Guild Alliance. But they'd started taking assassination requests, strictly forbidden for legal guilds, so they were expelled. What happened next? What's the situation now? Were they captured? The messenger nodded. Yep. They were caught. Was it the Rune Knights who did it? You couldn't really expect the military to handle it. Eisenwald may have been small fry, but it was still a guild of mages. Ordinary troops wouldn't cut it. Especially now, with their guild master, Aragorn the Reaper, whose strength surpassed even many of the guild masters present. The messenger shook his head. Nope. One person took them out. One person. A single person took down an entire guild. Who the hell is that strong? The crowd of guild masters gasped in disbelief. Makarov, meanwhile, let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, Urza and Kyan were two people. They say the scene was brutal. Most of Eisenwald was either seriously injured or crippled. The entire train was smashed to pieces. The engine was found hundreds of meters from the site, looked like someone threw it. Just tell us already. Who did it? Don't leave us hanging. They couldn't capture the culprit, but according to the Eisenwald members who were caught, it was the tyrant. The tyrant. The tyrant had recently become one of the most feared names in all of Ishgard. The battle where he single-handedly defeated the entire Locust bandit gang was still making waves. Thud. Just as he'd managed to get back up, Makarov collapsed to the floor again at the sound of that name. Makarov. What now? Quick, call a doctor. Lying there lifelessly, Makarov stared up at the ceiling. It's over. We're so done. ERA, Magic Council Headquarters. Bang. Fairy tale again. Wasn't destroying half of Harjan's port enough last time? It hasn't even been that long, and now they've destroyed a whole train. This is lawless. Completely lawless. Counselor Org slammed the intelligence report down in a fury. Fairy tale just wouldn't behave. They were constantly giving the Magic Council new headaches. The council was beyond sick of cleaning up after them. Counselor Yakima, a friend of Makarov's, tried to defend them, but they were eliminating Eisenwald. He hadn't even finished the sentence when Michello cut in. Even if they took out Eisenwald, it doesn't solve the root problem. There are countless dark guilds out there. Are they going to cause this much destruction every time they get rid of one? Trains were critical infrastructure, costly and essential to travel. Isn't it all because of Lullaby? Eisenwald was a small issue in the grand scheme. The continent was teeming with dark guilds, and taking down one or two changed nothing. The council had tried cracking down in the past. But the retaliation had been brutal, with dark guilds even targeting innocents. That's why the council often chose to turn a blind eye. Not that they didn't know where these dark guilds operated, Eisenwald's location was no secret to them. Yeah, if anyone uses Zeref's magic again, we're in big trouble. At that moment, Lullaby was resealed back into flute form. What's strange is how a magic this powerful got into someone's hands so easily. Sounds like the management is to blame. Lullaby was under the council's supervision. If something like that got out, it was their responsibility. Seagrain spoke up, we should be grateful that Fairy Tale, that guild everyone tries to avoid, stepped in this time. Altair hid a smile behind her sleeve. To take down an entire guild alone, no wonder they call him the legendary tyrant. Truly impressive. MHM. As the highest authorities in Ishgar's magical world, they naturally knew the tyrant's true identity. You may not want to admit it, but those are the facts. If Lullaby had succeeded, and the guild masters were killed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We should really put aside our biases and give them some praise. No one said a word. The idea of praising Fairy Tale, the guild that constantly caused them problems, was about as pleasant as swallowing a fly. Chapter 72, Kyan vs. Urza. 1,131 words. The terror attack during the Guild Masters Conference by Iron Forest spread across the entire kingdom of Fiori overnight. It was the first time anyone had dared target local guild masters in such a brazen assault. The name Tyrant resurfaced once more, and only now did people realize that the infamous Tyrant of the Ishgar continent was actually a member of Fairy Tail. This revelation shocked many across the nation. In an unprecedented move, the Magic Council publicly commended Fairy Tail, letting Kian off the hook for the destruction he caused. The damages from the battle would even be covered by the council itself. Truth be told, Kian felt a bit embarrassed. With his abilities, he could have easily just slipped onto the train and pulled off a Hong Kong-style stealth mission, catching all the Iron Forest guys and handing them over to the military at the next stop. But once he activated takeover magic and took in Toji Fushiguro, it was like another personality had awakened inside him. He lost control a bit, and even he couldn't predict what he'd do in that state. It wasn't just with Toji. Every time he used takeover magic to receive another character, their personality left a subtle impact on him. At that moment, Lucy was in her bedroom writing a letter. In it, she detailed all the experiences, big and small, she'd had since joining Fairy Tail. Overall, Lucy was extremely satisfied with becoming a part of Fairy Tail. She'd already made many close friends. Suddenly, a small blue cat burst through her window, flailing frantically. It's bad. Lucy. Natsu's in serious trouble. What? Lucy's face changed dramatically when she heard Happy's words. What happened? He was totally fine earlier. His body's tougher than a monster's, how could something suddenly go wrong? Looks like it's motion sickness. He got hit with it so many times yesterday, now he can't recover. He's on the verge of collapsing. Come on, you've gotta see this. Motion sickness did him in. Lucy had never heard of anyone dying from motion sickness, though to be fair, it does feel like death when you're in the middle of it. Yesterday, Natsu had taken a train, then a wildly speeding magic four-wheeler multiple times, and finally a carriage. Come to think of it, he hadn't left any vehicle all day. Okay. Let's go. Lucy quickly followed Happy, and before long they arrived in front of a house. Natsu. Are you okay? Lucy pushed open the door and rushed inside. Pop. 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 Tiny party fireworks exploded in her face. Lucy froze. Inside the house, a crowd had gathered, familiar faces from the guild, all people she knew well. What was going on? Levi smiled brightly at her. Hey, Lucy. Welcome to Fairy Tail. This is your official welcome party. Welcome party? Lucy blinked in confusion. Yep. It's our tradition here at Fairy Tail. When you first arrived, everyone was still getting to know you. Now that we've all warmed up to each other, of course we had to throw a party for you. Lucy's face lit up with surprise and gratitude. Everyone. Humph. You call this a welcome party? If it really were one, why didn't you throw it somewhere else? You're all just using this as an excuse to freeload. Kian called them out without hesitation. That's right, this was Kian's house. These people had used Lucy's welcome party as an excuse to crash at his place and stuff their faces. Kana laughed, hugging a barrel of booze. Everyone's just used to coming here. Besides, not many homes are as secluded, spacious, and well-decorated as yours. Mira Jane chuckled. Now. Let's not nitpick. As long as everyone's having fun, it's fine. Party. Everyone raised their hands and cheered. Soon, the whole place was buzzing with activity. Kian's earlier comment didn't faze them, thick-skinned as they were, and they knew full well that despite his words, Kian wasn't really upset. In fact, he was often the one to initiate group gatherings. The party atmosphere heated up quickly. Anyone with a hidden talent was showing it off to liven the scene. The crowd kept cheering. Lucy, for the first time in her life, was experiencing such a joyful environment. She was falling more and more in love with this guild. At the peak of the celebration, Urza suddenly stood up. Swish! She pulled a long sword from her storage space, spun it through the air, and drove it straight into the floor in front of Kyan. Her gaze locked onto him. Kyan, fight me. Let's settle this once and for all. The room went quiet. Kyan calmly pulled the sword from the floor. If that's what you want, then let's do it. He didn't hesitate. Truthfully, he also wanted to test how his swordsmanship measured up to Urza's now. And then... boom. Oh. Kyan versus Urza. It's been so long since we've seen this. This is amazing. I'm fired up now. Everyone erupted in excitement. A duel between two S-class mages, the thrill was off the charts. And no way. Those two. Are they serious? Lucy's eyes widened. Kyan and Urza, those were the strongest people she'd met in fairy tale. If they fought, wouldn't the entire world shake? Elfman crossed his arms and said, "Of course it's serious. A man doesn't hold back in a real fight." Mirajane smiled gently. "Urza's a woman, you know." Marcus deadpanned. "A monster of a woman." Gray chimed in. "If we're talking monsters, Kyan is the real one." He remembered how Kyan had already shown S-class power when he first joined the guild, and after that, his rise had been nothing short of terrifying. Elfman added eagerly. "A clash of monsters. This is gonna be epic. I don't want this. I don't wanna see either of them lose." Lucy shut her eyes and waved her arms, unwilling to witness the clash. Gray quipped. "Wow, she's surprisingly pure-hearted." But Lucy's sentiment couldn't stop the duel. The crowd quickly made space for the two of them to battle freely. Kyan looked at Urza. "When was the last time we fought?" Urza replied. "Half a year ago. You beat me with a single strike. It was perfect, one sword. That fight taught me a lot." It had been just after they completed an SS rank mission together. Urza had challenged Kyan, and he had instantly defeated her using take-over magic, Yorichi Tsujikuni. That battle had shaken the entire guild. They already knew Kyan was strong, but no one expected that level of strength, especially not against Urza. Since then, Urza had devoted herself to rigorous sword training outside of her regular missions. Her skills had improved drastically. "You think you can beat me now?" "No, but I want to see just how wide the gap still is between us." Chapter 73, Time to Get Serious. 875 words. Begin. Happy flew between them, shouted the start of the duel, then darted away. The moment he did, Urza charged at Kyan with her sword raised. Kyan matched her with his blade. Clang! 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 Their weapons clashed fiercely, evenly matched for the moment. Kyan had spent the past 6 months sharpening his swordsmanship. After all, in his normal state, he couldn't use magic. Using take-over magic to deal with minor thugs felt like overkill. No need to use a rocket launcher to swat a fly. With his body refined through sun-breathing, Kyan was now in peak physical condition. Combine that with his 5.5-star magic power, and even without channeling any anime character, his base combat strength was just a step below that of an S-class mage. Whoa! Lucy was awestruck, she couldn't even track their swings. Elfman crossed his arms, proud. "Told you it'd be amazing." Natsu shouted, practically breathing fire, "I wanna fight too." Clang! The two clashed again and stepped back. As expected of Urza, Kyan let out a breath. She really was a natural. He could train for 6 more months and still not match her instincts. But Kyan didn't feel discouraged. He had long accepted a simple truth. Not everyone starts from the same line. Some people breeze through elite schools, others struggle to graduate. Some players hit Grandmaster and ranked, others can't even break Platinum. That's just how it is. He wasn't born a genius. He was just average. The only reason he'd managed to learn sun breathing was because he had received Yurichitsujikuni. But even if he wasn't a genius, the characters he took on through takeover magic were nothing but geniuses, legends, prodigies, freaks of nature. You're the real surprise. To get this far with the sword in just 6 months. It's honestly impressive. Urza was more than surprised, she was stunned. She was one of the few who knew Kyan's power came from takeover magic, not personal technique. But now, even without relying on that, he was already on par with the top mages in the guild. His growth was just unreal. Her own skills had taken years of hard-fought battles to earn. It's time to stop holding back. Urza's eyes sharpened. Agreed. Let's go all out. Full takeover, Yurichitsujikuni. Kyan's hair grew long and dark red, tied into a high ponytail. His outfit morphed into a samurai uniform, flowing red hayori, traditional garb, and a katana at his side. His eyes turned crimson. His features shifted slightly. Sun emblems dangled from his ears, and a strange red mark etched itself across his forehead. Just standing there, he radiated terrifying pressure. Gulp. All around, people swallowed nervously. Most of them had only seen Kyan transform once, during his last fight with Urza. A single blow had taken down an S-class mage. It left a deep impression. Kyan's other forms were strong too, but Yorichi. That one gave off the kind of pressure that made people feel exposed, like he could see straight through them. And Urza felt it most of all. Even after all this time, that presence hasn't changed at all. Requip, Flame Empress Armor. Urza donned a red fire-resistant armor and drew a blazing sword. The Flame Empress Armor. It's made to resist fire. The crowd instantly recognized it. Kyan smirked. You think that'll block me? Of course not. But it makes me feel just a bit better. She knew it couldn't stop Kyan's attacks. His strikes could pierce the hide of dragons. Is that so? Then here I come. Sun breathing, first form, dance. Kyan shot forward and slashed a flaming arc toward Urza. She quickly brought up her sword to block. Clang. Second form, clear blue sky. Kyan leapt, blade spinning in a wide overhead arc like a blazing sun descending from the sky. Urza gritted her teeth, and blocked again. Third form, raging sun. His blade traced a looping infinity symbol, attacks coming from unpredictable angles. Fourth form, burning bones, summer sun. Urza saw her chance and lunged to counter, only to slice through an afterimage. The real Kyan had already moved. Fifth form, setting sun transformation. Kyan flipped midair, circled behind Urza, and slashed at her back. She barely dodged. Sixth form, solar heat haze. He unleashed a spiraling burst of flame from his blade. Kyan flowed from form to form, each one striking with deadly precision. The pace was overwhelming, Urza could only defend. 12th form, flame dance. Two swift, sweeping arcs slashed toward her. Urza blocked with everything she had, and finally stopped them. She exhaled deeply, relieved. Her hard training was paying off. Last time, she couldn't even defend against one strike. Now, she'd finally held her ground. Finally, progress. Crack. Boom. Her sword and armor shattered simultaneously, crashing to the floor. When did? Urza's eyes widened in shock. When had he struck? At what point had she been hit? She thought she'd blocked his attacks. But in reality, Kyan had landed his blows long ago, multiple times. She hadn't noticed at all. And what's more, he'd hit her precisely enough to break her armor without her even sensing it. That level of swordsmanship. Urza shivered. If she were truly his enemy, she might never even know she'd been killed. Chapter 74, Laxus. 1020 words. At this moment, Urza finally understood that Kayan hadn't been exaggerating. To someone who knows nothing of the sword, he looks like the moon reflected in a well, distant, beautiful, and unreachable. To someone who knows the sword, he's the endless sky, and you're just an ant staring up in awe. She thought her 6 months of intense training had narrowed the gap between them. But now she realized she had overestimated herself. Kayan was still as unfathomable as ever. I lost. Thank you. Urza had seen through it. Kayan could have defeated her in a single strike again. But instead, he deliberately displayed all his sword forms, beginning to end, just to let her study and learn from them. I want to know, how many times did you actually hit me? 81. 81. Urza was stunned. She had been struck 81 times, and she hadn't noticed a single one. What she didn't know was that Kayan had deliberately underreported. In truth, he had hit her 810 times. There's a saying in swordsmanship. No technique is unbreakable, except speed. Yorichi's swordplay wasn't just elegant, it was fast. Blindingly fast. In the anime, when Muzan Kibutsuji faced Yorichi, he had no choice but to self-destruct to survive. His body exploded into over 1,800 fragments. Yorichi slashed over 1,500 of them in an instant. Muzan survived only because 300 pieces slipped through. My sword style has 13 forms. The 13th is created by unleashing the first 12 continuously in a seamless loop. It's a closed combat cycle. If you can master the first 12, you can craft a 13th form of your own, tailored to your style. Urza's pupils trembled. She murmured. Unleashing continuously, a closed cycle of attacks. What kind of genius came up with something like that? What kind of swordsmanship turned every individual form into a flowing, unified rhythm? Maybe true swordplay was never meant to be disjointed techniques. Maybe it was always meant to be one continuous dance. She looked at Kayan with deep admiration in her eyes. Oh, that was incredible. Absolutely insane. So cool. A real man's man. Kayan's dazzling sword work left everyone speechless. Urza was already insanely strong, but the gap between them was still plain to see when Kayan went all out. He's a total monster. Natsu and Gray muttered under their breath. What they didn't realize was that Kayan had only shown a fraction of his true strength. His strongest attacks were actually the ones that used magic power, slashes powerful enough to break through the scales of dragons. Soon, the party resumed, louder and livelier than before. It lasted all the way until 1 a.m. Before the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Of course, they cleaned up before leaving. Kayan showered, collapsed into bed, and didn't wake up until the sun was blazing through his window. Still groggy, he habitually opened his system panel. No changes. He shut it off and lay in bed a while longer. Eventually his stomach started growling, and he dragged himself to the guild. The guild hall was buzzing, with everyone still talking about last night's duel between Kayan and Urza. As soon as he walked in, people greeted him enthusiastically, and he responded to each one. Mira. I'm starving, bring me something to eat. On it. Mira brought him a full tray, already knowing his favorites by heart. Urza. Fight me. Suddenly, Natsu jumped onto a table and challenged Urza. He'd wanted to fight since watching her battle Kayan last night, but she'd been exhausted. Now that she was rested, he couldn't hold back anymore. Gray nearly choked. Hey. Don't be stupid. Do you have a death wish? Elfman added, yeah, cool it. That's Urza. She might have lost to Kayan, but that doesn't mean we can take her lightly. Urza shook her head. Not happening. I'm tired. I'm coming for you anyway. Natsu's fists ignited with flame as he charged her without warning. Urza sighed. Honestly. She summoned a massive hammer and swung it. Boom. Natsu was sent flying across the room, smashing into the wall and passing out cold. Guess I've got no choice, huh? Happy announced, it's over already. Ha ha ha. Natsu, that was pathetic. Urza still reigns supreme. You've got a long way to go, Natsu. Everyone laughed as Natsu got one-shot KO'd. Just then, Makarov furrowed his brows. What's wrong, master? Nothing. Just a bit drowsy. It's him. Suddenly. What the heck? So sleepy. One by one, people in the guild began to collapse, dozing off on the spot. Kyan felt a heavy drowsiness sweep over him. He resisted for a bit, but in the end, he fell asleep too. At that moment, a figure walked in, completely covered in black cloth. Without a word, he walked to the request board, took down a mission worth 1 million J, and approached Makarov to show him. I'm heading out. Undo the sleep spell. The man turned back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As he counted down, his body faded away. Swish. The entire guild woke up in an instant. That feeling, was it Mistigan? That bastard. His sleep magic is still just as ridiculous. Mistigan. Lucy looked confused. Another name she hadn't heard. Gray explained, he's one of Fairy Tale's strongest. A candidate for the next top mage. For some reason, he never shows his face. Every time he comes to pick up a mission, he puts us all to sleep. Only Master has seen what he really looks like. What? That's so weird. Suddenly, a cocky voice rang out from the second floor. Humph. I know what he looks like. Everyone turned their heads. Standing above them was a young man with spiky blonde hair, a leopard print jacket, and headphones around his neck. He radiated defiance. Laxus. You're here. Didn't expect to see you. Gray looked annoyed and turned to Lucy. That's the other top contender for strongest. Laxus leaned on the railing, cigar in his mouth, eyes scanning the guild below. Mistigan's just a shy guy, you know. Don't go digging into his secrets. Natsu's ears twitched at the sound of his voice. He jumped onto a table and yelled. Laxus. Fight me. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, He'll definitely kill us. 1108 words. Laxus looked down at Natsu with disdain and said. You can't even beat Urza, and you think you can take me on. Urza's face darkened as she heard that, her sharp gaze locking onto Laxus. What's that supposed to mean? She admitted that her strength might not match Laxus's, but his words were clearly belittling her. Hey, Urza, calm down. Marcus quickly stepped in to de-escalate. If Urza and Laxus fought inside the guild, it really might get destroyed. Laxus spread his arms wide and arrogantly shouted. It means I'm the strongest, obviously. You bastard, get down here. Seeing Laxus act so cocky and disrespectful, Natsu was fuming. Come up here then. Laxus smirked and provoked him even more. And sure enough, the impulsive Natsu took the bait. He stormed toward the second floor stairs, furious. You just wait. Whoosh. Makarov's arm suddenly extended, growing large and long in an instant. Bam. Ya. Just as Natsu reached the staircase, he was slammed into the ground by Makarov's punch. You're not ready to go up there yet, Makarov said flatly. Laxus leaned over the railing to look down at Natsu, and said gleefully. Ooh, looks like you pissed off the old man. Humph. Natsu growled in frustration. Makarov shot a glance at Laxus. You need to cool it too, Laxus. Laxus stood up, then looked around at everyone in the guild. His gaze finally landed on Kyan. The title of strongest in fairy tale. I'm not giving it up to any of you. Not Urza, not Mistigan, not that old man, and definitely not Kyan. I'm the strongest. Ha 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 ha. Laxus spread his arms wide, cackled wildly, and turned into his room. His arrogant and overbearing attitude left many people annoyed. Kyan, however, didn't feel much of anything. Truth be told, after seeing how Laxus was redeemed later in the fairy tale story, he had a pretty favorable impression of him. A strongman, soft-hearted deep down, the type to step forward when you really needed him. Still, he could understand why people didn't like this version of Laxus. He had only joined the guild for about half a year, and Kyan had only seen him a few times. They didn't really have any connection, just like he didn't have any connection with Mistigan either. Elfman looked at Kyan and said, "Kyan, are you really just gonna let Laxus act like that?" He admitted Laxus was a powerful monster. Even his sister and Urza were probably no match for him. But he believed Kyan's strength was surely above Laxus. Kyan blinked. What? Let him act however he wants. What, am I supposed to beat him up just because he's cocky? Gray said. You could challenge him, beat him, and shut him up. That would put him in his place. Not interested. Laxus was still Makarov's grandson. If this were his past life, Kyan would have been desperate to curry favor with someone like that, let alone beat him up. You scared of losing? Winning or losing doesn't matter. It's just not worth it. If I have free time, I'd rather spend it doing more missions. Before he realized it, he hadn't taken any jobs for nearly half a month. That made him a little anxious. How to suit the soul? Only a 10x draw will do. Kyan made up his mind. Tomorrow he'd take on an S-class mission. His hand was practically itching for it. By evening, the guild had closed up, and everyone returned to their homes. Lucy was humming along the riverside as she walked back to her rented place. Mistigan and Laxus are both super famous, add Urza and Kyan in there, and no wonder fairy tale is so strong. I think I've got a rough idea of the guild's power levels now. At the top is the guild master, then that mysterious old guy, then Kyan, Urza, Laxus, and Mistigan. After that tier comes me and Natsu. Joining fairy tale really was the right choice. Starting tomorrow, I'll work hard. Click. Lucy opened the door to her house. You're back. You're BA. Eek. The moment she opened the door, she found Natsu, and happy shirtless and drenched in sweat, working out in her living room. Ugh, disgusting. If you wanna bulk up, go do it at your own place, she scolded. Natsu grinned and held out a pink dumbbell. What are you talking about? We're teammates now. Here, this is for you. You like pink, right? I don't care about dumbbells at all. Lucy snarled. Natsu immediately dropped to do push-ups. If I want to beat Urza, Laxus, and Kyan, I've gotta get way stronger. Seeing Natsu start again, Lucy cried. This has nothing to do with me. Go home already. Help. Somebody. Suddenly. Natsu froze. I've decided. I'm gonna take on an S-class mission. Happy pulled out an S-class request form, and opened it for Lucy to see. When Lucy saw the big red S symbol on the form, she was instantly stunned. This is an S-class mission. But aren't we not even allowed to go upstairs? Mirajane had told her, only S-class mages could go up to the second floor. Even earlier today, Natsu tried to go up and got blocked by the guild master. I just grabbed it while I was there, Happy said casually. Thief! Lucy shouted, eyes wide. Natsu, now dressed, beamed. This is our first S-class mission, so we picked the cheapest one. Even so, the reward is 7 million J. If we pull this off, the old man might finally acknowledge my strength. Wait, isn't this the same mission Kyan was planning to take? Lucy suddenly remembered the other day, when Urza invited Kyan to join them. He'd gone up to the second floor to pick a job, and Lucy had snuck a peek. She was pretty sure it was this exact one. Yup. It's the only S-class request on the second floor. Happy confirmed. When he snuck upstairs to grab the job, there was only one S-class mission posted. It had to be the one Kyan was planning to take. No. If you two go and complete this mission, and Kyan finds out you took it before he could. Natsu nodded and grinned. He'll definitely kill me. Happy nodded solemnly. Having spent the last half year with Kyan, they both knew just how obsessed he was with S-class missions. Kyan absolutely refused to do regular jobs when there was an S-class one available. He treated S-class missions like his personal treasure. If Kyan found out they took it from under his nose, even if he didn't kill them, he'd definitely beat them half to death. Chapter 76, I'll go kill them. 962 words. Lucy was horrified. And you two still plan to go? If I don't, I'll never get to do an S-class mission. Fine, then you two go, but I'm definitely not going with you. Lucy refused outright. One reason was the guild rules. Non-S-class mages weren't allowed to take S-class missions. The other reason? She remembered all too well how terrifying Kyan could be, especially when he entered that tyrant mode. Just standing near him had nearly scared her half to death. If Kyan found out she'd secretly taken his mission, she didn't even want to imagine the consequences. TCH, fine. I was gonna invite you to come along too. Let's go, Happy. Natsu and Happy jumped straight out the window. Ugh. Lucy sighed helplessly. Natsu was way too reckless, sneaking off to do an S-class mission of all things. Whatever. Forget it. Sleep. I just need sleep. Just as she turned to head back to her bedroom, she noticed something lying on the floor, a sheet of paper. It was the S-class request Happy had stolen. She froze. What the? Why didn't they take it with them? Now it looks like I stole it. What am I gonna do? Then Lucy's eyes caught something on the paper, the reward. Not only was there 7 million J, but also a golden key. She snatched it up and read closely. Seriously? There's actually a zodiac key as part of the reward. For most mages, zodiac keys meant nothing. But for a celestial spirit mage, they were priceless treasures. There were only 12 zodiac keys in the entire world. To think one of them was part of this quest's reward. Lucy immediately ran to the window and shouted, Natsu. Happy. Wait for me. Crap. Master. The request from the second floor is gone. Mirajane did her usual morning inspection to make sure all job requests were accounted for, preventing any trouble with clients. But when she got to the second floor today, she found the board completely empty. The S-class mission she'd set aside for Kyan had vanished. Her heart skipped a beat. Losing an S-class request was no small matter. She hurried down the stairs to report to Makarov. Pfft. Makarov spat out his drink in shock. The previously noisy guild suddenly went silent. Then came Laxus's lazy drawl. Last night, I saw a cat sneakily tear something off the board. Oh, and that cat had wings. Happy. In fairy tale, there was only one winged cat anyone knew. So that means Natsu and Lucy were involved too. What the hell were they thinking? They're screwed this time. They actually went to take on an S-class mission. Everyone in the guild was shocked. S-class missions weren't just difficult, they were deadly. A single mistake could cost even an S-class mage their life. Only those approved by the guild master could attempt one. Laxus turned to Makarov with a smirk. That's a serious violation of guild rules, isn't it, old man? When they get back, they'll be kicked out, right? Not that it matters, they probably won't survive anyway, haha. Mirajane stormed over to Laxus and demanded, "You knew what would happen. Why didn't you stop them?" Laxus shrugged, feigning innocence. "All I saw was a breeze and a cat ripping down a paper before running off. How was I supposed to know it was happy, or that Natsu planned to take an S-class job?" Mirajane glared daggers at him. He smirked. Haven't seen that expression from you in a while." Makarov asked her, which request was it? He hadn't seen the mission yet, it had arrived while he was at a council meeting, and he'd been busy cleaning up after Kayan's last mess since returning. "The cursed island, Galuna Island." Makarov's face turned ashen. "The demon island," he shouted. Everyone in the guild gasped. Galuna Island was infamous, a place said to be home to real demons. "Laxus. Go bring them back." "You've gotta be kidding. I've got my own work to do. Mages who can't clean up their own messes don't deserve to stay in this guild. Isn't that what you always say?" "Ugh." Makarov grimaced. He hadn't expected Laxus to throw his own words back at him. Then Mirajane suddenly remembered. "Master. Kayan. That mission was originally for Kayan. You weren't around at the time, so he held off on it." Makarov's eyes lit up. That brat Kayan was obsessed with S-class missions. With his strength, tracking down Natsu and the others would be a breeze. "Sarasuk. Go find Kayan immediately." "Yes, sir." Sarasuk activated his Godspeed magic, sprinting at incredible speed toward Kayan's home. Morning sunlight filtered through the window as Kayan woke up, stretching lazily. The fatigue from the night of heavy drinking had completely faded, he felt refreshed and ready. Nice weather today. Perfect for a mission. He packed his things, planning to head to the guild and pick up his next job. Just then, knock knock knock. Someone was banging urgently on his door. "Who is it?" "Coming." Kayan opened the door, curious who'd be visiting this early. Sarasuk stood outside, panting slightly. "Sarasuk. What brings you here?" "Kayan. The guild master needs you right away." "The master?" Kayan frowned, puzzled, but followed him back to the guild. The moment he arrived, Mirajane rushed to him. "Kayan. It's bad, Natsu and the others secretly went to do an S-class mission." "So what?" "It's just an S-class mission. No big deal." He hadn't realized the problem yet. "They took your S-class mission." "What?" Kayan's voice shot up instantly. His expression twisted into a snarl. "Those idiots, are they trying to die? How dare they touch my mission?" His S-class missions were directly tied to how fast he got stronger. They could touch anything else but not those. "I'm going to kill them." Chapter 77, Another S. 1076 words. Gray and Elfman quickly held Kayan back, one wrapping his arms around Kayan's waist, the other blocking his path. "Kayan, don't be reckless. Don't be reckless." "Yeah. Calm down. They don't deserve to die." Makarov wiped his brow as he heard Kayan's declaration. He knew how obsessed Kayan was with S-class missions, but the point of this task was to rescue people, not kill them. Mirajane quickly interjected, "Wait." Natsu and the others left without formal approval. Their request wasn't officially accepted, so technically, the S-class commission is still up for grabs. Kayan halted at her words. "Really? Of course it's true." "Good. Master, I'm taking that S-class mission." "All right. I officially approve it." Ding. S-class mission accepted, save our little island. Only when he saw the system prompt did Kayan finally exhale in relief. If he'd lost the chance at an S-class mission because of this, he might not have killed Natsu, but he would have taught him a lesson he'd never forget. "Kayan, I'm putting you in charge of this mission." Just make sure you bring Natsu and the others back. Don't worry, Master. I'll bring them back alive. As for whether all their body parts are still attached, that I can't promise. Now then, I'm heading out. Kyan bared his teeth in a vicious grin as he left. Sure, the mission was saved, but there was no way Natsu was getting off the hook for stealing it. His tone made everyone in the guild break out in a cold sweat. Kyan was usually a good-natured guy, easy to talk to, pleasant to be around. Who would have thought messing with an S-class mission would make him snap like that? Gray, go with him. Keep an eye on Kyan. Make sure he doesn't actually cripple Natsu. Makarov still wasn't at ease. With Kyan on the job, there was no doubt Natsu would come back, but if he returned as a vegetable, that would be a problem. Got it. Gray answered with eagerness. He'd always wanted to see what an S-class mission was like. Even if he wasn't the main force, just tagging along was exciting enough. He'd been jealous for ages that Elfman got to go on one. Hargenport. Wow. What a blast from the past. This is where we first met. Looking around at the familiar scenery, Lucy couldn't help but sigh emotionally. I remember you trashed this place so badly back then. It's all been rebuilt now, well, except for that fist mark you left on the cliff. Natsu blinked. Wasn't that just recently? You're getting way too sentimental over this. Let's just find a boat to Galuna Island already. The moment Lucy mentioned a boat, Natsu recoiled like she'd struck him. A boat? No way, no way. We're swimming there, right? The Iron Forest incident from a few days ago had left him traumatized. He'd never ridden any vehicle for that long before. The train was barely tolerable, but Urza's magically driven tank almost killed him. Lucy deadpanned, that's seriously your plan? They headed into the port to find a boatman, but the moment any of them heard they were headed for Galuna Island, they all refused without hesitation. Even pirates avoided the place known as the Demon Island. One of the boatmen finally spoke up. I don't know why you want to go there, but no one in their right mind will take you. That place scares off even seasoned pirates. Sigh, what do we do now? With no boat willing to go, Lucy was stumped. Without a way across, there was no reaching Galuna Island, and no completing the mission. That meant she wouldn't get her golden key. Natsu, on the other hand, perked up upon hearing that. Then we'll just swim over. One of the boatmen raised an eyebrow at Natsu's bold words. Swim? Are you two trying to die? There are great sharks in those waters. I'm not afraid. I'll roast M into jerky and eat M. Natsu roared, flames bursting from his hands. The boatman flinched at the fire, his expression changing. Fire? You're mages. Are you here to break the island's curse? Yes. Then get on. For real. Awesome. Both of them cheered and rushed aboard. The boat headed straight for Galuna Island. Blow. Natsu started getting seasick the moment he stepped on deck, groaning and nauseous. Why do I suddenly feel nervous? Lucy had been all hyped at first, but now the reality sank in. They were on an S-class mission. The kind where even full-fledged S-class mages might not come back alive. Hey, mister. Weren't you against taking us earlier? Why change your mind once you knew we were mages? The boatman replied, name's Bobo. I used to live on that island until I escaped. That place, it's cursed. Happy tilted his head. If you lived there, then you must know what the curse is, right? This is the curse. Bobo lifted his cloak and revealed his arm. All three of them recoiled. His entire arm was covered in black, crusted shell, complete with sharp, clawed fingers. It looked just like a demon's limb. If you go to that island, the calamity will come for you too. Are you really ready to break the demon's curse? They've already been gone for over 30 hours. Idiots. They sure ran off fast. Kyan and Gray arrived at Harjan Port, and it didn't take long to find traces of Natsu and the others. After all, people heading to the Demon Island were practically unheard of. With Natsu's salmon-pink hair, Lucy's blonde hair, and a flying blue cat, their group was impossible to miss. What do we do? All the boatmen said no to Galuna Island. While gathering intel, Gray had also asked the boatmen about passage to the island, and was refused across the board. No problem. If they won't take us, we'll just go ourselves. Kyan raised his hand and activated his takeover magic. Full takeover, Ace. Freckles appeared on Kyan's face. An orange cowboy hat materialized on his head, a pair of black shorts clung to his waist, and the mark of the Whitebeard pirates flared across his back. This was Kyan in his ace form. Using his magic power, Kyan summoned a small boat. Though calling it a boat was generous, it looked more like a one-man speed craft. It had 3 flame jets at the back, 1 for propulsion, 2 on the sides for steering. Get on. We're going after them. Chapter 78, say that again. 1072 words. What is that? Gray stared in shock as Kyan summoned a boat out of thin air. He was no stranger to Kyan's current form. He'd seen the terrifying firepower Kyan could unleash, sometimes even stronger than Natsu's. But he had never heard of Kyan using spatial magic. A boat. Never seen one before. Kyan replied casually. No, I know what a boat is. I'm asking how it suddenly appeared. The boat. I manifested it. Kyan had known ever since he began using takeover magic that he could manifest the original equipment of characters he embodied, like Yurichi's Nichiren Blade or Whitebeard's Naginata. Manifest. But you use takeover magic. How are you also using manifestation magic? Gray looked at Kyan in disbelief as he stepped onto the boat. Since there was only one seat at the front, he stood behind it, gripping the mast just ahead of the propulsion outlet. I am using takeover magic. This boat is part of the gear belonging to the character I've taken over, Ace. He is a pirate, after all. Ace's single-seater speedboat was one of his signature rides. A few months ago, Kyan completed an S-class mission to take down one of the top 10 pirate crews by riding this very boat. That mission earned him the title, Flame Emperor. Hold on tight. We're heading out. Gray still didn't fully understand what Kyan meant, but he figured it out very quickly. Fwoosh! Kyan shoved both hands in his pockets as flames erupted beneath his feet. Jets of fire burst from the rear and side propulsion vents of the boat. With an ear-splitting roar, the boat made a hard 90-degree drift and rocketed forward at insane speed. Wah. Too fast. Gray clung to the mast with both hands, his entire body flapping like a flag as he screamed in terror. In about 20 minutes, they reached Galuna Island. Gray stepped onto land pale-faced. He'd never been on such a wild ride in his life. The speed was absurd. What should have taken 5 hours had taken them less than 20 minutes. Once ashore, Kyan deactivated his takeover state, and the boat vanished. According to the mission briefing, the client should be in a village on this island. The village chief is the one who made the request. Let's go find it. Kyan and Gray followed a dirt path through the forest that led straight to the village. Soon, they arrived at the gates. The place looked like a primitive tribal settlement. Tall wooden stakes surrounded it as makeshift walls to guard against wild beasts. At the moment, the main gate was shut tight. A large sign was nailed across the front, "No entry allowed." No entry. What's going on here? Anyone there? Can we come in? Gray called out loudly. Inside the village, Natsu and the others jumped in shock when they heard his voice. Gray? Everyone started to panic. What's going on? What's Gray doing here? I have no idea. You think he's here to drag us back? That was fast. We only left last night. They had barely stepped onto the island, and already someone had come after them. The village guard leaned over the wall and called down, "Who are you people?" "We're mages from Fairy Tale. Have you seen a blue cat, a blonde girl, and a certain spiky-haired pink guy with a nasty attitude and a very punchable face?" Natsu clenched his teeth when he heard Gray describe him like that. That bastard Gray. Underwear thief. He quickly turned to the village chief. "Sho, don't say you've seen us. He's here to take us back. And if we get dragged back now, no one will be able to lift your curse." The village chief caught on and quickly shook his head at the guards. "Nope. Haven't seen anyone like that." "Then can we at least spend the night in your village?" "It's getting late." "No, you can't. Outsiders aren't welcome here." "I see. Then we'll be on our way." Hearing that, Natsu and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, boom! The village gate exploded into splinters. Wah! Everyone inside was startled. Through the smoke, a calm, deep voice rang out. "You thought we'd just leave like that?" That voice. No, no way. Natsu and the others froze as the dust cleared, and they saw the figure standing in the broken gateway. Black hair. Black eyes. A plain black t-shirt. Gray pants. Worn black shoes. He looked completely unremarkable. And yet, the moment they saw him, everyone screamed like they'd seen a ghost, or worse, something far more terrifying than a ghost. Kyan. Even the village chief and the other villagers panicked, scrambling to hide while sneaking frightened glances toward the gate. Creak. Creak. Kyan stepped over the shattered wood and into the village. "Yo, mission thieves. Good evening." He said it with a smile. Eek. But to Natsu and the others, that smile was more horrifying than a demon's. Gray wasn't so bad. He and Natsu usually ended their fights in a draw. But Kyan was different. He was a monster. And this particular form, his so-called tyrant form, was the most brutal of them all. There were rumors that Kyan, while in this form, once beat up everyone in the guild. Natsu and Gray supposedly couldn't even walk straight for 3 days. Lucy hadn't seen him do that. Now, Lucy and Happy clung to each other, trembling violently. Natsu wasn't much better, his legs started to inch backward on their own, and his whole body shook. "KK Kyan. It wasn't my fault." Happy cracked under the pressure first and threw his friends under the bus. "It was Natsu and Lucy. They forced me to come." Lucy glared. "Traitor cat." Gray crossed his arms and said, "You guys really have guts, huh? Running off to do an S-class mission in secret. Master told me to bring you back. If you leave now, it might still be forgivable. Otherwise, you'll be expelled. Go back." Natsu clenched his fists and resisted the fear. "No. Kyan. I have to do this S-class mission." Wham! Ugh! Before Natsu could finish, he was sent flying across the village. Crash! 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 He smashed through several houses like a cannonball. Kyan was already standing in the spot Natsu had just been in, casually picking at his ear with his pinky. What was that? I didn't catch it. Say it again. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, is that all you've got? 964 words. Eek! Lucy and Happy screamed in terror, their bodies trembling from head to toe. Gray slapped his forehead. This idiot. When Kyan enters his tyrant form, his personality becomes completely violent, just like when Mirajane uses her Satan soul. The transformation doesn't just change his power, it changes him. When dealing with Kyan in this state, the best strategy is to go along with him. If not, there's no court on earth that'll protect you from being beaten half to death. Gray had been trying to give Natsu and the others a way out. If they just apologized, Kyan might have cancelled the transformation, and everything else would have been negotiable. Natsu slowly stood up, eyes burning with determination. I said no. I'm going to finish this S-class mission. Iya. Lucy was on the verge of tears. Why was he still being stubborn now of all times? Natsu. How can you talk to Lord Kyan like that? Apologize. Happy shouted in a panic. Any more of this and someone was going to die. Lucy couldn't help blurting out, Lord. I won't apologize. Kyan completed an S-class mission before he was even an S-class mage. He even did an SS-rank mission afterward. I want to prove I can do what he did. Happy screamed, but that's Kyan. Kyan, the monster who could even take down Urza in a single blow. A super monster. No. Natsu growled stubbornly. Kyan's lips curled into a calm smile as he tilted his head and said gently. You're not wrong. I broke guild rules myself once, so I don't really have the right to stop you. But there's one difference between us, power. Natsu, it's been a while since we fought, huh? Last time was what, half a year ago? Back then, I'd just joined the guild. Honestly, if you'd lasted another minute, I would have lost. So how about this? You want to take on an S-class mission? I'll give you a fair shot. Beat me, and the mission's yours. What? Everyone went pale. Beat Kyan? Was he serious? This was Kyan they were talking about. Forget defeating him, surviving him was already a miracle. And that's only if he held back. All right. If I win, the S-class mission is mine. Natsu's eyes lit up with excitement. Hey. Natsu. Don't be reckless. Lucy shouted. Kyan just wants an excuse to beat the hell out of you. Gray added, yeah. Defeating that monster is impossible. He could even one-shot Urza. I'm fired up now. But Natsu wasn't listening. His mind was set, beat Kyan, complete the mission. So you agree? Then let's take this outside. Kyan's words weren't even finished before he suddenly appeared right in front of Natsu, grabbed his face, spun, and hurled him toward the village gate. Swoosh! By the time Natsu processed what happened, he was already outside the village. The villagers peeked out from hiding to watch. Natsu stared at Kyan in shock. He hadn't even seen him move. Fast. Too fast. Kyan's tyrant form was deadly because of two things, speed and strength. If Natsu wanted to keep up, he had to push both to the max FWOOM. Flames erupted across Natsu's body. His eyes burned with fire. Boom. The ground under Kyan's feet shattered as he launched forward. Natsu's feet flared with fire as he shot toward Kyan. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Flames coiled around Natsu's fist as he threw a punch. Kyan didn't hesitate, he met it with a fist of his own. Boom. Ugh. Natsu felt like he'd just punched steel. Pain shot through his arm, and he cried out as he was blasted backward. He flipped midair and landed, feet sliding across the ground until he stopped himself. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling. Magic gathered in his throat. Fire Dragon's roar. A torrent of flame surged straight toward Kyan. Crack. Kyan calmly thrust his hand into a massive pillar next to him. Rumble. With ease, he lifted the towering column, over 10 meters tall and 2 meters thick, and hurled it toward Natsu. Boom. The burning blast tore the pillar apart, splinters raining down. But just as Natsu thought he'd landed a hit, Kyan appeared right in front of him again. Too late to react. Too slow. Pow. Kyan's punch slammed into Natsu's gut. Gwa. Natsu's body flew like a rocket. Crash, 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 crash. Tree after tree shattered as he plowed through them. Groaning, Natsu staggered back up, clutching his stomach. Thank God I wrapped myself in flames. Otherwise that one punch might have ended me. Kion was still Kion. His strength was bottomless. Even if Natsu tried to wear him down, someone like Kion would defeat him before his magic ever ran out. And besides, Natsu wasn't sure whose magic would give out first. He's not the same as half a year ago. There was only one thing to do. Full magic release. Whoosh! Magic exploded from Natsu's body. He was engulfed in roaring flames, gathering it all into himself. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Crimson Lotus, Phoenix Blade. Natsu roared and charged, his body streaking forward like a flaming sword. Kion didn't budge. He simply raised both hands to block. Boom! Natsu's forehead slammed into Kion's palms. The shockwave split the earth and sent cracks rippling outward. Kion's feet skidded back. Eventually, Natsu's charge lost steam and stopped. He panted heavily. The secret art had drained almost all his remaining magic. That move always left him nearly empty, he avoided using it unless he had to. How? How is this possible? Natsu's eyes went wide with disbelief. Kion had only slid back 5 meters. That attack was Ignil's ultimate technique, his Dragon Slayer secret art. And Kion blocked it with his bare hands. Clap. Clap. Kion dusted off his palms and looked down at Natsu, eyes calm. Is that all you've got? Chapter 80, Curse of the Moon. 1120 words. Seeing how relaxed Kion looked, Natsu clenched his teeth. He had to complete this S-class mission. There was no way he'd go down like this, not yet. It's not over. With a roar, Natsu slammed his palm into the ground and leapt back to his feet. Flames swirled around both his arms, forming twin blades of fire as he began to spin rapidly. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Crimson Lotus. Before he could finish shouting the move. Slap! A large hand grabbed him by the ankle mid-spin. He didn't even have time to react before he was violently whipped downward. Boom! Yuwa! Boom! 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 Kion slammed Natsu into the ground over and over, the sheer force making the earth quake with each impact. Natsu! Lucy couldn't bear to watch. Her heart filled with terror, afraid she'd be next. Happy was trembling even worse. Sure, Natsu was the one who dragged them into this, but he was technically the main culprit behind stealing the S-class request. And this version of Kion didn't recognize friend or foe. After a while, Kion finally stopped. Natsu was bruised and swollen, his face resembling a pig's head. Kion let go and Natsu collapsed to the ground, motionless. No one could tell if he was still conscious. I gave you a chance and you wasted it. Looks like this mission is still mine after all. Kion, why you didn't kill Natsu, right? Gray asked cautiously. He might argue with Natsu all the time, but he never wanted to see the guy die. Relax. I held back. It just looks bad, mostly surface wounds. Hurts like hell, but give him 2 or 3 days, and he'll be bouncing around again. Kion had absorbed the knowledge of Toji Fushiguro, and understood the human body perfectly, where to hit for pain, injury, or death. Just a little pain. It looked far worse than that, but Gray still replied, that's good. Good to hear. Kion turned his gaze toward Lucy and Happy. Eep. The girl and the cat instantly dropped to the ground, shivering with fear. You too. He hadn't even finished speaking when. We're sorry. We're sorry. We'll never do it again. Never ever again. They shouted as they bowed over and over. Humph. I'll let you off this time. But expect punishment from Master when we get back. Kion snorted coldly, then cancelled his Toji Fushiguro takeover state, and returned to normal. Lucy and Happy collapsed in relief. Finally. I thought I was gonna die. Kyan stepped back into the village. The villagers were still hiding, peeking at him from behind their homes. Now that he had exited the takeover form, Kyan immediately felt the aches across his body, every muscle sore. That was the usual side effect of channeling Toji, forcibly boosting his physical stats to such absurd levels took a toll. Good thing his body had gotten stronger lately, otherwise, each use would leave him bedridden. He picked up a chair, sat down, and crossed one leg over the other. All right. Come out. No one moved. They'd just seen him savage Natsu. If that happened to them, they'd be dead. Kyan's tone dropped. Or do I need to come get you myself? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone came running out in a panic. The village chief approached nervously. You honored mage, sir. My name's Kyan. I'm the one officially assigned to this S-class mission. Those 3 idiots stole the commission from the guild and ran off to do it on their own. So I taught them a lesson. So that's what happened. Now it made sense why Kyan beat Natsu so brutally, they'd stolen his job. Apologies for earlier. If there was any property damage, take it out of the reward money after the mission's complete. The chief waved his hands frantically. No. It's fine. It was just some wood. We've got plenty in the forest, we'll patch it up quickly. All right then. Let's talk about the mission. Even though Kyan already knew how to lift the curse, he had to follow protocol. Of course. The chief turned and shouted, everyone, remove the cloth. Swoosh. All the villagers pulled off the cloaks they'd been wearing. What was revealed shocked them all. Many had mutated bodies, scales on their arms, horns sprouting from their heads, limbs wrapped in chitinous armor. They looked like walking fragments of demons. What the? Gray's eyes widened in disbelief. Gulp. Lucy swallowed hard. She'd seen the boatman's cursed arm earlier, but seeing an entire village like this was something else. Surprised? Every living thing on this island, even dogs and birds, has been affected by the curse. Gray voiced the question on everyone's mind. You keep calling it a curse, but what makes you sure? Couldn't it be some disease? We've had over a dozen doctors look into it. They all say it's not any known illness. Besides, our transformations are tied to the magic of the moon. Magic of the moon. What's that? Lucy asked curiously. Since ancient times, this island absorbed moonlight. It used to glow like a jewel, radiant and pure. But a few years ago, the moonlight suddenly turned purple. Purple? That caught everyone off guard. Wasn't moonlight supposed to be white? The moon is rising. Happy pointed up. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting eerie purple light across the island. It is purple. This is the curse of the moon's magic. And now ugh. Ah. Grah. The villagers began groaning in pain. Hey. What's happening to you? Gray and Lucy ran toward them, panicked. In the blink of an eye, the villagers began to transform, fully. They morphed into terrifying demonic creatures, their bodies twisted into monstrous shapes. Gaia. Lucy and Gray were frozen in fear. Even Kyan was startled. To be honest, even he had to admit, if one of these monsters jumped out at him in the dark, he'd scream. And this was all of them at once. Sorry you had to see this. Whenever the purple moon appears, we turn into these hideous forms. If this isn't a curse, what else could it be? At dawn, we'll turn back. But there are some who've lost themselves completely. Their minds devoured by the curse. If we leave it like this, those people will kill the rest of us. I had no choice. I even had to kill. My own son. The chief wept, lifting a photo. That man, wait. Lucy and Happy's expressions changed instantly. It was the boatman who had ferried them here. Because of the purple moon's power, we've become monsters. And our hearts are slowly being consumed too. Soon, we'll all become true demons. There's only one way to break the curse. Destroy the moon. Chapter 81, One More Chance. 1062 words. Hearing the village chief's request, Lucy and the others were shocked. Destroy the moon. What kind of joke was that? Who could destroy the moon? Not even the strongest mages could pull that off. I've already learned everything about your situation. As for how to break the curse exactly, I'll still need to investigate a bit. Then, Sir Mage, when do you think the curse can be lifted? Tomorrow night, Kyan said calmly. Tomorrow night? That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. The curse will be lifted tomorrow night. Hearing such a firm answer from Kyan, the village chief and the villagers were overjoyed. They couldn't stop cheering with excitement. They had been tormented by this curse for so long they were about to lose their minds, and now, finally, they could be free. Gray leaned in and whispered to Kyan, Hey. Kyan, we haven't even figured out the curse yet. Isn't it too reckless to give an exact time so soon? Kyan replied with a confident smile, Don't worry. I've got it handled. With the news that the curse would be lifted the next night, the chief became enthusiastic. Someone. Escort these mages to the guest rooms at once. Prepare fruit and food for them to enjoy. Yes, sir. Soon, the group was led by the villagers to their rooms. Even Natsu had been carried in, completely wrapped up like a rice dumpling, and covered head to toe in herbal ointments for bruises. But even like that, he didn't stop eating. Seeing Natsu's energetic appetite, Lucy and the others finally sighed in relief. It looked like Kyan had been right, Natsu had only suffered some surface wounds. Ugh. Kyan, you're too cruel. You really went all out. Natsu groaned, complaining to Kyan. It hurt to even move. Kyan replied bluntly, If I hadn't, would you have learned your lesson? Sneaking off to take an S-class mission, and dragging Lucy with you too. Seriously? Natsu muttered under his breath, Didn't you do the same back then? Tricked Elfman into doing an S-class mission with you. And most importantly, you didn't just sneak off to do an S-class mission, you stole my S-class mission. You're lucky I went easy on you. If there's a next time, I'll break your legs so you can't sneak off again. S-class missions were critical to his strength progression. Sometimes Kyan would stake out the second-floor request board for days just to grab one. That mission being stolen almost delayed him. How could he not be mad? Natsu flinched at the threat. While Kyan probably wouldn't really break his legs in other forms, once he used Tyrant's takeover, yeah, he totally would. But what could he do? There was only one S-class request posted on the second floor. The more I look at that moon, the creepier it gets, Happy said, glancing at the eerie purple moon outside the window. Lucy quickly warned, Happy, close the window. Did you forget what the village chief said? What did he say? He said if we stay under the moonlight too long, we'll turn into demons too. Happy replied nonchalantly, What's the big deal? Kyan's lifting the curse tomorrow night anyway. And hey, if I become a demon, I might look really cool. Right, the curse. Kyan, are you really going to destroy the moon tomorrow night? Natsu asked with eager eyes. Gray interrupted, Come on, how's that possible? No human can destroy the moon. Not even Kyan could do that. But the request was to destroy the moon, wasn't it? If we can't complete it, wouldn't that hurt Fairy Tale's reputation? Doesn't matter if that's what they asked. We can't actually destroy the moon. If we do, we won't be able to moongaze anymore. Exactly. That means no more fairy tale limited edition moon viewing steak. Lucy added. And no more moonlight season dried fish. Happy chimed in. Lucy sighed. Why are we suddenly talking about food again? We were discussing the curse. Kyan, since you said you'll lift it tomorrow night, you must have figured something out already, right? Kyan bit into an apple and nodded. Yup. That fast. You already figured out how to break it. What even is this curse? Everyone turned to him curiously. The curse seemed terrifying, it could turn people into demons. Naturally, they were dying to know how Kyan planned to break it. You guys want to do an S-class mission, don't you? Then I'll give you another chance. I'll be lifting the curse tomorrow night. Until then, you can try figuring it out yourselves. If you succeed, I'll count it as your completed S-class mission. Seriously? The group lit up at once. Awesome. If we complete an S-class mission, we'll get access to the second floor. Lucy beamed. If she made it to the second floor, her standing in the guild would be on par with Kyan's. Gray shook his head. Nope. You can't go up just like that. Even when Kyan completed his S-class mission, Master didn't let him up there. It wasn't until he became an S-class mage that he got permission. Still, that's fine. If we become S-class mages, our status in the guild will shoot up. You guys keep discussing. I'm going to bed. Kyan yawned, lay down, pulled up the covers and soon drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sun rose high, its warm rays driving away the night's shadows and revitalizing the world. Kyan stretched with a big yawn. That's the stuff. Thanks to the healing effects of sun breathing, his body had fully recovered overnight, and his spent magic power had completely recharged. He was brimming with energy. Good morning. A weak voice called out behind him. Turning around, Kyan blinked. Morning, huh? What happened to you guys? The 3 humans and 1 cat looked completely exhausted, like they'd been drained of life. Gray yawned and replied, What do you think? We spent all night discussing how to break the curse, we didn't sleep at all. And did you come up with anything? Lucy shook her head. Not a clue. Everyone looked baffled. They had all come here with Kyan, so why was he able to figure out the curse so quickly? They tried recalling every detail from the trip but nothing stood out. Still, Kyan looked completely certain. He wasn't bluffing, he obviously knew how to lift the curse. Chapter 82, I'm not okay. 1103 words. Knock knock knock. Esteemed mages, breakfast is ready. The village chief invites you all to join him. We're coming. Creak. The door opened to reveal an incredibly cute girl standing outside, so adorable that no one could imagine she had transformed into a terrifying demon the night before. The group followed the girl to the dining hall, where the village chief was already waiting. Good morning, honored mages. You all don't look too well, couldn't sleep because of all the demons around. Lucy quickly waved her hands. No, it's not that. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Even we villagers get scared when we see our own demon reflections in the mirror. Now then, what are your plans for the day? I can send some villagers to assist. Lucy replied, We plan to investigate the island. Since things were normal here 3 years ago, something must have happened during that time, something that turned the moon purple. Village chief, is there anywhere suspicious on this island? Kyan's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than 1, counting happy, that made 5 brains thinking all night, and they'd clearly come up with something. Well, if I had to say, there is one suspicious place, but... Natsu and the others instantly perked up. There is? Where? This could be the key to completing their S-class mission, they couldn't let any lead slip past. There's a ruin up on the mountain. 3 years ago, every night, a purple light would shine from that place. A purple light? That's definitely suspicious. The group couldn't contain their excitement. You didn't go check it out? Gray asked. If they'd seen something that's strange, shouldn't they have investigated? Well, to be honest, we tried several times. We armed ourselves with whatever weapons we had and set out, but no matter how many times we tried, we just couldn't get near it. We'd start walking toward the ruins, but somehow we'd always end up back at the village gate. It was like we couldn't approach at all. Couldn't get close. What the heck? I know it sounds unbelievable, but it really happened more than once. No one's ever been able to reach it. A barrier, maybe. Kyan murmured. If the villagers couldn't get near, it was probably due to some sort of magical barrier. A barrier spell on such a remote island. That was definitely suspicious. Natsu and the others exchanged looks, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The problem was obviously at the ruins. After finishing their meal, the group set off toward the ruins the villagers had mentioned. No wonder it's an S-class mission, I'm fired up already. Natsu shouted. Gray added excitedly, if there's a barrier, I'll just freeze it solid. Although Lucy was also eager to complete the S-class mission and improve her status, her cautious personality kicked in. Let's not get reckless. If someone went through the trouble of setting up a barrier, they're definitely hiding something shady. By the way, Kyan, didn't you say you could lift the curse without knowing about the ruins? The curse is one thing. Lifting it doesn't necessarily mean taking down the caster. That makes sense. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed through the forest. Whatever it was, it sounded big. What's that? Russell. A giant rat, several dozen meters tall, burst out of the forest. Bizarrely, someone had dressed it in a frilly-made outfit as some kind of twisted joke. A rat. It's huge. Everyone froze at the sight of the enormous rodent, cheeks puffing up like it was about to do something nasty. I think it's about to spit something out. You damn rodent, ice shield. Gray shouted, forming a wall of ice in front of the group. Pfft. A blast of horrible stench erupted from the rat's mouth. Ugh. It stinks. Squee. The giant rat screeched in delight, clearly proud of its disgusting prank. Why is it so stinky? Kyan covered his nose, feeling like he might pass out. He hadn't smelled anything this bad in his past or current life. Next to him, Natsu had already fainted from the stench. Natsu, come on. That's so embarrassing. Ah, right, your nose is sensitive. Run for it. The group bolted through the woods with the massive rat chasing after them. While fleeing, Lucy yelled to Happy, aren't you a cat? Go catch that mouse. As if. Sure, he was a cat, but that didn't mean he liked catching mice. He preferred fish, and even if he did like catching rats, that thing was huge. It wasn't clear who would catch who. Kyan. You're an S-class mage, why are you running to? Where's that badass aura from last night? I'm weak when I don't use takeover magic, okay. He was decent in a fight, when he had a weapon in hand. But with no sword and no magic active, his combat ability was average at best. The only reason he could go toe-to-toe with Urza was because she was holding back. TCH, ice bed. Gray slammed his palm to the ground, freezing the surface into a slick, icy sheet. Thud. The giant rat slipped and crashed to the ground. Nice one. Great. Let's run while we. Let's beat it up. Kyan, Natsu, and Gray shouted in unison, then rushed the fallen rat, pummeling it with fists and kicks. Once they'd thoroughly thrashed the rat, the group continued on. The ruins, someone called as they spotted their destination. They approached and entered the ruins, noticing no resistance at all. Lucy frowned. Huh? Didn't the villagers say they couldn't get in? Why can we? No idea. But this place looks like a wreck. Is this ground even safe? Natsu stomped on the floor a couple of times to test it. Wait. Kyan warned. Don't stomp like that. It already looks unstable. If you crack it. Crack. The floor suddenly gave way beneath them, sending them plummeting. You idiot. Kyan, you jinxed us. How is this my fault? Who knew there was a giant hole under the floor? Happy. Happy instantly spread his wings. Lucy grabbed onto Happy's paw. Kyan grabbed Lucy's leg, Gray grabbed Kyan, and Natsu grabbed Gray. With all five of them hanging on him, Happy's tiny face turned red as he flapped his wings furiously. I can't. Hold on. Thud thud thud. One after another, they all crashed to the ground below. Natsu sat up quickly. Hey, everyone okay? Gray snapped, you moron. Why do you always act before thinking? I'm fine, Lucy said. Just as the words left her mouth, a muffled grunt came from beneath her. I'm not okay. Chapter 83, I really don't want to smell that. 958 words. Lucy looked down, only to realize she was once again sitting on Kyan's face. No wonder the fall didn't hurt, she had a very unfortunate cushion. Yeah. Her face flushed bright red as she jumped up, covering her butt in embarrassment. Kyan rubbed his face, and looked at her seriously. I really don't want to smell that. He didn't understand why this kept happening. Every time they fell, Lucy somehow ended up faceplanting him. And he truly didn't want to smell it, it was suffocating. You perv. Lucy shrieked, her face still red. She socked him in the face with a punch. That's sexual harassment. Meanwhile, Gray looked upward. This seems to be right beneath the ruins. Weird that there's such a big hollow space down here. A secret cave. Natsu shouted, eyes gleaming. If we're down here anyway, let's explore. There's gotta be something awesome hidden inside. Hey, don't go charging off again, we're here to break the curse. Whoa. Gray's warning was cut off by Natsu's sudden cry. Kyan and Lucy halted at once. What is it? What is that? They all stared ahead, eyes wide. A massive monster was sealed in a block of ice. Gray's pupils shrank the moment he saw it. His expression twisted into panic, eyes flooded with unspeakable fear. Deliora. Ha! Lucy, Natsu, and Happy blinked in confusion. Kyan, staring at the frozen beast, was also surprised but only by its size. Delio. You know this thing? No way. It can't be here. That's. Gray was completely shaken. Kyan glanced at him and said calmly, Gray. Breathe. The sound of Kyan's voice helped him regain a sliver of composure. Though Kyan often seemed unreliable, nearly everyone in the guild saw him as an anchor, a stabilizing presence. His words carried weight. Lucy stepped forward, concerned. Gray, are you okay? What is this thing? Deliora. A demon of disaster. It's exactly like back then. How did it end up here? Gray was shaken to his core. Deliora couldn't be here. Just then, footsteps echoed from deeper inside. Kyan twitched an ear. Someone's coming. The group quickly hid behind some boulders to observe. Soon, two figures appeared. One tall, one short. The tall one had a dog-like face, shirtless, wearing jeans. The short one had thick eyebrows and wore a blue and white coat. Sounds like someone was talking around here. Aha. It's daytime. I'm sleepy. Aha. Are you a dog or something? You've got dog ears. What? These are accessories, okay. understand fashion much. I was just joking, geez. No need to get mad. Humph. Just then, a gothic Lolita-styled girl walked over, wearing thick makeup and a melancholic expression. Yuka, Toby, I bring you sorrowful news, Angelica was attacked. That was just a rat. She is not a rat. Angelica is a hunter who runs through the shadows. That's what love is. Lucy couldn't help but mutter, what a weirdo. Natsu stared at the trio. They're not from the village. They smell different. Natsu's nose was extremely sensitive, he could easily tell people's scents apart. Yuka frowned. Intruders. Though he found it absurd that Sherry named the giant rat Angelica, the rat was stationed there as a guardian. If Angelica had been attacked, and someone was talking nearby, then it likely meant the intruders had entered the ruins. We're nearly done gathering Master Moon's light. This is truly sorrowful. Before Sub-Zero Emperor finds out, let's drive them out before Lord Moon awakens. Indeed. Aha. If they've seen Deliora, we can't let them leave alive. Let the intruders sleep forever, that's what love is. That means kill them. As the trio bantered, their footsteps faded away. Kyan and the others emerged from their hiding spot. Why did we even hide? Should have just grabbed them and made them talk, right, Kyan? Kyan waved his hand lazily. Don't ask me. I said it already, you guys are doing this S-class mission, so the decisions are yours. If I step in, it counts as my mission. Then never mind. No way he was letting this chance at an S-class mission slip by. Damn it, why'd they bring Deliora here? And how did they find the original seal site? That reminded Natsu of something. Wait, Gray, you know this monster. This thing used to be sealed in the northern Gulthina ice mountains. 10 years ago, it was wreaking havoc in Eastbourne. It's immortal. My teacher, UR, gave her life to seal it in ice. He clenched his fists. I don't know what Deliora has to do with this island's curse, but it should not be here. Sub-Zero Emperor, whoever that is, if they dare disrespect UR's name, I won't forgive them. His eyes sharpened with fury. Do you think this curse has something to do with that demon? Lucy guessed. After all the villagers had transformed into demons, it felt like they might be Deliora's spawn. Very possible. And this demon, it's still alive. Then let's beat it. Natsu shouted, slamming his fists together. Maybe that'll lift the curse too. Wham! Yoa! Just as he finished talking, a fist smashed into his face. Gray, you jerk. What the hell? Fire mage. Get away from it. What if your heat melts the ice and wakes Deliora up? Is the seal really that fragile? Gray froze, then blinked in realization. Yeah, that was a bit of an overreaction. The seal had been cast with UR's ice shell. Even the fiercest flames wouldn't melt it. Kyan patted Gray's shoulder. All right, calm down. I get it, this thing probably gave you a pretty bad trauma as a kid. But as long as I'm here, even if it wakes up, I'll just kill it again. It was just another demon from Zeref's book. For him, this would be easy work. Chapter 84, Deliora. 978 words. Gray didn't say much. He knew Kyan was powerful, he'd even slaughtered a dragon. But Gray had never seen a dragon firsthand, so he couldn't be sure just how terrifying they really were. But Deliora, he had seen what Deliora could do. And he wasn't certain Kyan could outmatch that. What bothered him the most was why someone had brought Deliora here of all places. Damn it. I don't get it at all. Who brought Deliora here, and why? Natsu pointed to a staircase leading to a corridor in the distance. Simple. Let's just chase down those guys from earlier. If they could catch those people, they could force them to explain everything. No. We wait. Until the moon rises. Natsu looked stunned. The moon. But it's still daytime. No way, no way. I'll die of boredom. And Kyan said the mission deadline is tonight. If we don't finish by then, we won't get to finish. Whether it's the island's curse or Deliora, both seem connected to the moon. The villagers said a beam of purple light appears at night. And those people earlier said they're almost done collecting the moonlight's energy. This place is clearly the key. Once night falls, we'll understand the true cause of all this. Gray glanced at Kyan, as if asking for confirmation. Kyan just spread his hands. Told you. You're the ones handling this mission. It's up to you. Lucy nodded in agreement. Gray's got a point. I want to know what's going on too, and what those people are planning. Then it's settled. No way. I'm still going after them. Natsu protested. 2-1. Overruled. What about Happy? Happy shyly stood next to Lucy and raised his little paw. I vote with them. Traitor cat. Natsu couldn't believe it. His partner, who he'd raised since forever, had betrayed him. But at this point, all he could do was wait. Kyan sat down cross-legged and began practicing sun breathing. He'd only been learning it for 6 months, and had just barely achieved total concentration, constant. He still needed more refinement. Lucy watched him curiously. Kyan, what are you doing? Training my breathing technique. Breathing technique. It's a method that boosts your physical abilities through controlled breathing. Really? Can you teach me? Nope. You won't get it. Stingy. Happy chimed in from the side. No, he's right. Kyan tried teaching everyone before, but no one could learn it. Well, maybe I'm the one in a million who can. Happy muttered, Lucy, sometimes you're really shameless. You stupid cat, what did you just say? Lucy grabbed Happy and squished his face. The two of them bickered playfully for a bit, but soon, drowsiness crept in, and the group dozed off. Time passed quietly. The sun dipped into the sea, and night fell. The moon slowly rose from the horizon. Rumble, rumble. A heavy shifting noise echoed through the ruins, waking everyone with a start. What's that sound? Is it night already? Look at the ceiling. They all looked up just as a massive hole opened overhead. A beam of purple light shone directly down from above, right onto Deliora. Purple light? That's moonlight. This must be the beam the villagers were talking about. But why is it shining right on Deliora? That can't be a coincidence. Let's find the source of the light. Yeah. Kyan opened his eyes slowly, glanced at Deliora, then stood up and began climbing the stairs. He had accepted the mission, might as well complete it thoroughly. Natsu and the others rushed up ahead. At the next level, they saw the light coming from even higher. They continued climbing until they reached the topmost floor of the ruins. What is that? They looked ahead to see a group of robed figures chanting unknown incantations. As the ritual progressed, the moonlight above was being drawn downward, forming a column of purple light that passed through each level, ultimately striking Deliora's body at the bottom of the ruins. They're directing the light onto Deliora, or are they trying to revive that demon? Lucy guessed. Impossible. Ice shell can't be melted. Gray snapped. He'd confirmed it with the guild master himself, ice shell was unmelting. Then what are they doing? Wait, someone's coming. They quickly ducked down. The 3 people from earlier approached, and this time, they were joined by a 4th man wearing a horned helmet. Damn, we didn't even nap during the day. I am exhausted. And we still didn't find the intruders, one of them grumbled. Yuka, Toby, and Sherry had scoured the ruins and the surrounding area but found nothing. Are there even intruders? One of them muttered. Sherry turned to the man with the horned helmet. This is truly tragic, Sub-Zero Emperor. We spotted intruders during the day, but they seemed to have escaped. I couldn't even show them my love. Intruders. Ha! Sub-Zero Emperor, a short man wearing a mask greeted him. Zalut. You showed up too. Of course. This is a historic moment. I wouldn't miss it. Humph. How's the revival process going? Zalut, the strange man who had approached him 3 years ago claiming that Moon Drip could revive Deliora, replied with a smirk. At this rate, tonight or tomorrow, Deliora will be fully revived. Finally, it's almost done. I don't like bloodshed, but I won't allow any intruders to ruin this. Outside of the village, no one should be on this island. Destroy the village. Yes, sir. Sherry and her group nodded and immediately headed out. What? Lucy gasped. The villagers have nothing to do with this. Exactly. Natsu growled. Why are they targeting them? Gray's face turned pale. That voice. No, no way. I'm done hiding. Natsu couldn't take it anymore. He leapt out from cover and shouted. The intruders you're looking for, we're right here. As he yelled, he exhaled a massive blast of flame into the sky, drawing everyone's attention to them. Chapter 85, Whitebeard appears. 986 words. That crest, they're from Fairy Tale. Sherry immediately recognized the emblem on Natsu's shoulder as the symbol of the Fairy Tale Guild. So that's it, the villagers must have asked the guild for help. Yuka also understood. The villagers had apparently been cursed and turned into demons, which was why this island was feared and called the Demon Island. Sub-Zero Emperor said coldly, what are you all standing around for? Go wipe out that village. Huh? Why? Natsu and the others were completely stunned. They were already here, why go after the villagers now? Clenching his fist, Sub-Zero Emperor explained, anyone who gets in our way, or intends to, is the enemy. What? Natsu was dumbfounded by that reasoning. You bastard. Suddenly, Gray dashed forward, slamming both hands onto the ground. Stop this ridiculous ritual right now. Crack, crack. A massive surge of ice shot out from the ground toward Sub-Zero Emperor. But Sub-Zero Emperor calmly placed one hand on the ground and released a spell identical to Gray's. The two waves of ice collided head-on. Crack. The magic cancelled each other out, both sets of ice shattering and vanishing into mist. Ice? Both sides were surprised, they were both ice magic users. While not unheard of, it was still fairly rare. Leon, do you even know what you're doing? Gray glared at Sub-Zero Emperor with a bitter expression. Been a while, Gray. Sub-Zero Emperor had no trouble calling Gray by name. They know each other. Lucy and Happy stared in shock. So the mage the villagers called for was you, huh? Did you come because you knew, or was it a coincidence? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Go on, the rest of you. I'll handle this myself. Yes, sir. You're not getting away. Seeing the three of them about to leave, Natsu panicked and gave chase, completely unaware of the nearly imperceptible frost forming in the air around him. But Gray noticed it and shouted, wait. Natsu, don't move. Too late. Shhhhh. The icy mist enveloped Natsu's body in an instant, rapidly crystallizing around him. In the blink of an eye, only his head and limbs remained exposed, his entire body was encased in solid ice. Damn it, I can't move. Natsu tried to melt the ice with flames. What's with this ice? Why isn't it melting? Seeing Natsu frozen in place, Sherry and the others relaxed and prepared to go after the villagers. Just then, a figure stepped in front of them. You'd better stop. I can't let you harm my client. Kyan. Lucy and Happy were overjoyed at the sight of Kyan Blaze. They had completely forgotten he was even here. Kyan. Zalut's face twitched slightly at the name. Damn, why is he here? Great. Kyan. They're heading to destroy the village, use Tyrant, and wipe them out. With Kyan on the scene, Lucy's confidence skyrocketed. Tyrant. Yuka and Sherry flinched slightly at the title. What's wrong? Why are you still here? I told you, I'll handle them. Leon frowned at their hesitation. Sherry responded gravely, Lord Sub-Zero Emperor, he's most likely the Tyrant. Tyrant? Who's that? Leon clearly didn't follow news from the wider magic world. But Yuka and the others did. Even though they had long lived on Galuna Island, they still occasionally visited Harjan to restock supplies and keep up with the latest information. Tyrant is a mage who recently became famous on the Ishkar continent. His name spread after he single-handedly annihilated the Locust Bandit group. Who would have thought the Tyrant is a member of Fairy Tail? 1 against 10,000. Even Leon's expression changed slightly. Tyrant, huh? Honestly, using the Tyrant form was exhilarating. But this time, Kyan wanted to try something new. It was time to let the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, make his appearance. Full take over Edward Newgate. Kyan's body rapidly expanded, growing taller and bulkier. His clothes transformed into a long white coat. In his hand appeared Whitebeard's signature weapon, the supreme-grade blade Murakamajiri. The most eye-catching feature was the crescent-shaped white mustache that curled upward beneath his nose. His face was a composite of Kyan's and Whitebeard's, exuding overwhelming presence. Whoa, he's huge. Everyone was stunned by Kyan's towering height of 6.66 meters. Even Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy, who were all familiar with Kyan, were left speechless. None of them had ever seen this transformation before. Lucy couldn't help but exclaim, Kyan turned into a grandpa. Kyan could feel the raw power coursing through his body. As expected of the man hailed as the strongest in the world in one piece, this strength was exhilarating. Angelica! Sherry shouted. They had a giant of their own, Angelica, who stood over 10 meters tall. Boom! From within the ruins, the massive mouse Kyan had encountered earlier burst out. Squee! It shrieked and lunged at Kyan. Kyan clenched his fist. VMMMM. A translucent white sphere formed around his fist, the power of the Gora Gora no Mi, compressing a massive quake shockwave inside. Then Kyan casually punched the air. Crack, crack. The air itself shattered like glass, riddled with cracks. Boom. The entire ruin trembled violently, like a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake had struck. Crack. Crack. Large chunks of the ruins collapsed and crumbled apart. Squee. The giant mouse coughed up blood and was sent flying from the top of the ruins. An earthquake. Yuwa. Aha. Everyone struggled to stay on their feet, crying out in panic. It took a while for the shaking to stop. When it did, the crowd was silent, terror was etched on their faces. No one could remain calm in the face of a natural disaster like that. Even Leon now wore a grave expression. To cause such a massive quake with magic, this opponent's power was terrifying. Still, he thought, no matter how strong he is, he can't defeat me. I've already surpassed you are. Leon locked eyes on Kyan and asked, who are you? Fairy Tale. Kyan. Chapter 86, Splitting Mountains, Parting Seas. 1082 words. Kyan, are you trying to get in my way too? In your way? If anything, you're the one getting in my way. You've targeted my client, that makes you an enemy of Fairy Tale. Humph. In that case, disappear. Lion raised his hand and launched an icy meteor mace toward Kyan. Ice make, ice shield. Gray leapt in front of Kyan and conjured a large ice shield. Boom. Both the shield and the icy meteor shattered. Gray stared Lion down. Lion, your fight is with me. Gray, is it? If that's what you want, then I'll take you down first. Looks like it's 3-on-1 over here too. Sherry and the others struck ready poses. They had just witnessed how terrifying Kyan's power was. If they left Lion to face him alone, he might not stand a chance. As for the villagers, they could take care of them anytime. It's not 3-on-1. It's 3-on-2. Lucy stepped beside Kyan, already holding a celestial spirit key in her hand. I'm here too. Happy raised his little fists. It's 3-on-3 now. Even if he didn't have much combat power, he couldn't lose in spirit. And me. Don't forget me. That makes it 4-on-3. Natsu waddled over, his body still mostly frozen, barely able to move. Kyan couldn't help but laugh. Gururara. You guys better focus on protecting yourselves. I don't need this many people to take care of these three. Got it. Lucy and Happy quickly dragged Natsu away. Hey. Don't drag me, let go. I wanna fight too. Natsu struggled on the ground like an upside-down turtle, unable to even touch the floor with his feet. Look at you. You're in no shape to fight. Just be glad you're not a burden. Yuka's expression darkened. Are you looking down on us? We used to be famous mages too, you know. You've heard of Lamia Scale, right? Toby added proudly, yeah. We've got the guy known as Jura of the Rock, hey. Are you even listening? Kyan was currently stretching and flexing, trying to get used to the sudden surge of power in his body. But this overwhelming strength, it felt incredible. Marionette strike, golem. Sherry had already begun her attack. With a wave of her hand, the ground trembled and boulders rolled in from all directions, rapidly assembling into a towering stone golem, over 10 meters tall. Anyone who stands between me and Sub-Zero Emperor's love, just die. The massive stone golem hurled its fist at Kyan's head. Kyan, watch out. Lucy cried out in alarm, but Kyan didn't move at all, as if he were senile and unresponsive. Boom. The golem's gigantic fist slammed straight into Kyan's face. What? They had expected Kyan to be knocked down instantly. Instead, he stood completely still, not even flinching, and showed no signs of injury. This was armament hockey, one of the three major types of hockey from the world of One Piece. Its core function was to enhance both offense and defense, and allow users to touch Logia-type Devil Fruit users' real bodies. It was arguably the most practical form of hockey in the pirate world. Kyan glanced at Sherry with a disappointed look. Not strong enough. That look triggered Sherry. She poured even more magic power into her attack. Stone Golem, show him the depths of my love. Boom 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 boom. The golem launched a flurry of punches at Kyan. After a while, Sherry finally stopped. Even she had burned through a lot of magic power with such relentless attacks. What bad luck, running into someone like Sherry, the love-crazed lunatic, Yuka commented coolly. After taking so many hits, the guy had to be pulped by now. Yeah. Toby nodded. As the smoke cleared, Kyan was still standing in the same spot, and now stretching. Ah, that felt good. He gave Sherry a sideways glance. Can you try a little harder? That massage was too weak. What kind of mage are you? What? The three of them were stunned. Was this guy a monster? Sherry had gone all out with her stone golem, yet he wasn't even scratched, and he was asking for more. Sherry, move. Realizing they were facing something inhuman, Yuka stepped in. Wave pulse. He raised his hand and fired a magical wave at Kyan. Boom. The wave hit Kyan dead on, erupting into a huge blast. Humph. The waves I create can neutralize all magic. In other words, they nullify other magic completely. So even if your defense is strong, when it comes to my wave pulse. Even more relaxing. Kyan's voice echoed from within the smoke. What? That's impossible. As the dust cleared, Kyan was once again completely unscathed. All three were stunned. It was one thing for Sherry's golem not to work, but even Yuka's magic-canceling wave pulse didn't affect him. Looks like you're all done. Guess it's my turn now. Kyan gripped Murakumajiri with both hands, muscles bulging, veins popping on his arms. Hreya! With a mighty shout, Kyan raised the massive blade high and swung it forward with earth-shattering force. Swoosh! Boom, 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 boom. A colossal slash tore through the battlefield. The giant stone golem was cleaved clean in half. A massive fissure opened across the ruins. In the distance, a mountain was sliced in two. The slash reached the sea, splitting the ocean itself before finally fading away. Gah! Everyone watching felt as if their throats were clutched and their hearts gripped by iron hands. A monster. The mountain was split, the ocean parted. If that wasn't a monster, then what was? Ha 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 ha. That was incredible. Gururara. Kyan burst into ecstatic laughter, reveling in the sheer joy of overwhelming power, and releasing all the frustration from the Marineford War. Only now, after merging with Whitebeard, did Kyan truly understand just how terrible Whitebeard's condition had been during that battle. Even if he hadn't participated in Marineford, that body wouldn't have lasted much longer. His failing health had prevented him from freely using all three forms of Haki, and even the Gura no Mi's power was no longer under full control. After that pre-battle surprise attack, Whitebeard had entered the war with barely a tenth of his strength. It had been a bitter, humiliating fight. And in the end, it had cost him everything. But now it was different. Kyan had received Whitebeard's full power. As long as he had enough magic, he could wield Whitebeard's peak strength. He would make the name of the strongest man in the world echo throughout the fairy tale universe. Chapter 87, Protective Instinct. 991 words. So strong. Natsu's hair stood on end as he witnessed the sheer force behind Kyan's attack, flames bursting from his head. His eyes were filled with shock and excitement. Overwhelming. Absolutely overwhelming. The moment Kyan swung that blade, Natsu felt as if the heavens themselves had been split open. Every take-over form Kyan had used gave off a different vibe. Ulquiorra felt balanced, his overall strength was extremely refined. Yorichi was terrifying, every time Kyan used his gaze, Natsu's neck felt a chill. Fushiguro Toji. That one left Natsu with the most scars. In that form, Kyan was like a humanoid dragon. An ace? That was Natsu's favorite, the wild, violent flames were unforgettable. But this time, with the old man bearing a white mustache, Natsu felt only one thing, power. Unmatched power. One strike split mountains and parted seas. It was just too strong. Far too strong. Without a doubt, this was the strongest form Kyan had ever used. Lucy and Happy were just as stunned. They had already thought Kyan was monstrous when he used the tyrant form. But after seeing him take on the form of Whitebeard, they realized Kyan had even stronger transformations. And this one was downright terrifying. They couldn't even begin to imagine such a powerful human could exist. Meanwhile, Sherry and her two companions had collapsed to the ground. The attack hadn't even been directed at them. They were merely brushed by the aftershock. And that alone had utterly crushed their will to fight. They stared at Kyan in horror. If the gap in strength had been smaller, maybe they could have fought back. But now, the difference was so vast that resistance seemed meaningless. While Kyan stood off against Sherry's group, Gray and Lion were engaged in their own battle. Lion. Do you even know what you're doing? Yuar gave her life to seal Deliora. And now you want to destroy what she left behind. Gray roared with fury as he confronted Lion. Lion removed his helmet, revealing a cool, handsome face with pale blue hair. Did you forget, Gray? If I recall correctly, it was you who killed Yuar. Funny how you still have the shamelessness to keep living. If you had even a shred of shame, you'd step aside. I'm going to revive Deliora. I won't let you. Then let's settle this. Ice Make, Giant Eagle. Lion raised his hand, conjuring a flock of ice hawks that shot toward Gray at high speed. Ice Make, Ice Shield. Gray quickly conjured a shield in front of him. But the hawks swerved around the shield and struck Gray directly. Ugh! He screamed in pain. Lion said coldly, your Ice Make specializes in static constructs. Mine specializes in movement. Did you forget? My creations can move. Ice Make, Giant Hammer Soldier. Gray broke out of the ice and cast his next spell. A massive hammer formed above Lion's head and came crashing down. Lion raised a finger calmly. Ice Make, Giant Ape. A towering ice ape appeared, raising its arms to block the blow. Crack! Both the ape's arms and the hammer shattered simultaneously. Lion scoffed, pathetic. Just like always. Still using two hands to cast. That's what Yuar taught us. If you use one hand, your balance is off. I'm not like you. I've already surpassed Yuar. Don't flatter yourself. I should say the same to you. From childhood to now, have you ever even landed a hit on me? I'm not the same as before. Ice Fountain. Gray slammed both hands to the ground, ice surging up from the earth like a geyser. Crack, crack. Lion countered with the same spell, with one hand, nullifying Gray's attack completely. It's all the same. I'm your senior. I'm stronger. I can shape magic with one hand. You can't. Nothing's changed. Even if we walk different paths, time feels frozen. Lion raised his palm. An ice dragon roared out of the ground and sent Gray flying. Ugh! Gray hit the ground hard. Yuar was my goal. Surpassing her was my dream. But that dream was taken from me by you. I can never surpass her now. There's only one way left. Deliora. Not even Yuar could defeat it. But if I can take it down, then I'll finally surpass her. Then my dream will be fulfilled. Lion's expression had turned fanatical. Gray stared at him, stunned. Are you serious? That's your real reason? You know how dangerous Deliora is. Stop this. It's impossible. Lion's face twisted with rage at Gray's words. Boom. Massive ice pillars rose beneath Gray. Ugh. You're telling me to stop. Saying it's impossible. Don't you remember? Back then, we told you the same thing. It was because of your arrogance, your obsession with fighting Deliora, that Yuar died. You have no right to say her name. Get lost. Vanish. Suddenly. Rumble. A thunderous explosion echoed through the area, drawing Lion's attention. He turned toward the source, and his eyes widened. He saw something unbelievable. A massive mountain in the distance had been split in two by a single strike. And beyond that, even the sea had been torn apart. What? What is this? This level of destruction was beyond Lion's entire understanding of magic. Kyan, noticing the commotion, walked over. As he passed by Lion, Lion instinctively stiffened. It felt like a terrifying beast had brushed right past him. The sense of danger was suffocating. He gritted his teeth and restrained himself from lashing out. Kyan stopped in front of Gray, grinning. That's pathetic. You got your ass kicked this badly. Weren't you just talking all big, like you're fighting me or something? It hasn't even been that long and you're already down for the count. Gray had no comeback. He'd been thoroughly defeated. Then Kyan's tone shifted. But hey, no matter how weak you are, you're still a fairy tale mage. I can bully you all I want, sure. But if someone else lays a hand on you, that's not allowed. Chapter 88, Kyan vs. Lion. 921 words. Kyan's words left Gray with a strange, indescribable feeling in his chest. He clenched his jaw, forcing back the tears. Humph. So you're here to stop me from reviving Deliora. Lion struck a battle-ready stance. Kyan waved a hand dismissively. Stop you. I don't care who you revive. That's none of my business. But what you shouldn't have done was hurt my client and hit my companions. Sure, you can say it was a fair fight, and maybe it was. But too bad for you. I'm the kind of guy who doesn't take kindly to anyone messing with my people. Lion's gaze turned sharp. TCH. All that dramatic talk and for what? We're still gonna fight, aren't we? Kyan chuckled. It's not pointless. At least now you'll know why you're about to get your ass kicked. Ice Make, Giant Eagle. Lion raised his palm and unleashed a swarm of ice hawks. Kyan didn't move. Boom 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 boom. The ice hawks slammed into Kyan, exploding on impact. Ice quickly spread and expanded, encasing Kyan in a thick prison of frost. Kyan. Lucy and the others gasped, visibly worried. Crack. The ice shattered instantly. Ice Make, Giant Ape. Lion had expected this. He didn't think Kyan would go down that easily. As the ice broke, he cast his next spell. A massive ice ape appeared before Kyan and hammered down with both fists. Boom. The ape's fist struck Kyan directly, but he stood there completely unharmed. What? Kyan casually threw a punch at the ape's chest. Boom. The entire ice ape exploded into shards. Ice Make, White Tiger. Seeing that his ape had failed, Lion's expression darkened. He swiftly conjured a massive ice tiger. Roar. The white tiger charged Kyan, claws slashing forward. Just a kitten. Slap. Kyan caught the tiger's head with one hand and effortlessly lifted it off the ground. The beast thrashed wildly, but it was useless. Here, have it back. Kyan hurled the tiger straight at Lion. Disperse. Lion quickly dispelled the magic, and the tiger dissolved into mist. Damn it. Ice Make, White Dragon. Rumble. A colossal ice dragon burst from the earth, destroying several nearby pillars in the ruins. It spiraled upward and lunged toward Kyan with gaping jaws. Kyan didn't dodge. He simply raised his arm. Crack. The dragon bit down, but Kyan was unscathed. Instead, its fangs shattered. Kyan activated the power of the Gora Gora no Mi. Boom. Crack crack. Fractures spread across the dragon's body. Then it shattered entirely. This can't be. No. This is impossible. How is my magic doing nothing to you? Lion was in disbelief. His most powerful spells couldn't even scratch this man. Anyone would start to break down under that kind of pressure. The Sub-Zero Emperor's magic. Even that. How could it be? Everyone watching was stunned, especially Sherry and the others. They had seen stronger mages before, like Jura of the 10 Wizard Saints, but Lion was undeniably powerful too. They wouldn't have followed him otherwise. Yet now their powerful Lion couldn't even put a dent in Kyan. It was absurd. Lucy, Natsu, and the others felt the same. It was just too overwhelming. I don't believe this. Ice Make, Ice Fountain. Lion slammed both hands to the ground, conjuring massive spikes of ice that burst like geysers from beneath Kyan. Kyan raised an eyebrow and lightly stomped. Rumble. All the ice shattered in an instant. The entire ruin trembled as if it were about to collapse. Uweawa. Everyone screamed, struggling to keep their balance. Hum. Kyan clenched his fist, and the power of the Guragura no Mi gathered in his hand, forming a transparent white orb of compressed force. This is bad. Yuka and the others panicked the moment they saw the quake sphere on Kyan's fist. They'd seen this move before, he'd used it to crush the giant rat and trigger an actual earthquake. Puppet strike, rock golem. Sherry quickly summoned a massive stone golem and sent it charging at Kyan. Even though she knew her magic wouldn't hurt him, if she could stall him for even a second, it was worth it. Vibration barrier. Yuka created a wall of vibrating energy in front of Lion. His magic was great for countering mages. The vibration barrier could neutralize any magical force. At least, it used to. Against Kyan, he wasn't so confident. You guys. Lion didn't expect Sherry and the others to shield him like this, not against someone so terrifying. Sherry turned to him. Lord Sub-Zero Emperor. You're the one helping us defeat Deliora. We won't just sit back and watch you get hurt. Toby stepped forward in agreement. Oh. Lion was slightly moved, but now wasn't the time to talk. They had to stop the attack. Ice make, fortress wall. For once, Lion used both hands to cast. Shum. A thick ice wall rose in front of them all. Kyan drove his quake-charged fist into the stone golem. Crack crack. The air shattered like glass. The shockwave hit the golem. Boom. The golem exploded into rubble. Then it hit Yuka's vibration barrier. It shattered instantly. And finally, Lion's ice wall. Boom. Crack crack. The ice wall couldn't withstand the quake either. It burst apart. Yuwa. Aahawk. All 5 of them were swept away by the broken ice wall. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, a group of cultists holding the ritual suddenly rushed forward, throwing themselves in front of Lion and the others. You're not allowed to harm Lord Lion. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. You don't know how terrifying I am. 902 words. You all. The robed ritualists removed their heavy cloaks, and everyone finally saw their true faces. Kids. Women and the elderly. Lucy, Natsu, and the others were stunned. They had assumed these black-robed figures were some sort of cultists. But now they saw that among them were men, women, children, and the elderly, and none of them looked evil at all. What's going on here? Happy asked in confusion. Our families were all killed by Deliora. We heard that Lord Lion could defeat Deliora, so we came to assist him. If Deliora is revived and Lord Lion defeats it, we can finally avenge our loved ones. That's why we won't let you hurt Lord Lion. I already said, I don't care who you revive. The only reason I stepped in was because he tried to attack my client and hurt my companions. Now that I've taught him a lesson, it's over. Wait. Kyan. They're trying to revive Deliora. Gray quickly spoke up. Kyan turned to Gray and said, Gray, your master Yuar sacrificed her life to seal Deliora. So technically, you do have the right to decide. But the same goes for them, their loved ones were also killed by Deliora. They want to resurrect it and kill it for revenge. That's their justice. No. They don't understand how dangerous Deliora is. Lion can't possibly defeat it. Reviving Deliora will unleash a disaster. Gray's voice rose in panic, his fear plain on his face. You're terrified. Gray didn't deny it. He simply bit his lip. Deliora had killed his family. And because of him, Yuar had died. His fear of Deliora ran bone deep. Kyan looked at Lion and the others. Go ahead. Revive Deliora. What? Everyone froze in shock at Kyan's words. Lucy stammered, Kyan. What did you say? I said let them bring Deliora back. Why? Isn't that monster sealed in ice? It looks terrifying. Because it's Gray's psychological shadow. If he doesn't defeat Deliora with his own hands, he'll live in fear of it forever. So, I'll end it myself. No. Kyan. You don't know how terrifying Deliora is. Kyan interrupted calmly. No. You don't know how terrifying I am. Hum. Crack crack. Kyan released a surge of Conqueror's Haki. The black-red lightning surged violently from his body, tearing the clouds apart. The ocean around the island churned wildly under the pressure of his will. The entire ruin trembled as if the earth itself were afraid. Many couldn't withstand the overwhelming pressure and passed out instantly. Natsu and the others stared at Kyan in shock. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, fear etched on their faces. So scary. Lucy collapsed to the ground. It was the first time she had felt such soul-deep terror. Natsu and Gray were the same. They had never experienced anything like this before. Only now did they truly understand just how powerful Kyan was. As for Lion and his group, if Kyan had released this aura from the start, they probably wouldn't have even dared to raise a hand. Just then, Ruo-air. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the ruin. So loud. Natsu clutched his ears. His hearing was just as sensitive as his nose. Gray's expression shifted, his body trembling violently. That voice. I could never forget it. Deliora. Lion recognized it too. His face lit up in excitement. Everyone rushed toward the underground cavern. By the time they arrived, the ice surrounding Deliora was already starting to melt. Large chunks fell from its massive body. It's coming back. Deliora. Gray stared blankly at the reviving monster. It's too late now. We have to fight. Defeat that demon. Natsu's fists ignited with flames, ready to battle. You can't, you won't win, after all this time, I finally see you again. Deliora. Lion staggered forward. Thwack. Gray chopped him on the neck with a hand strike. That's enough, Lion. From here on, leave it to me. I'll seal Deliora. Gray took the stance for absolute ice, cold energy surging from his body. Lion's face contorted in panic. Stop. Gray. Do you have any idea how long it took me to melt that ice? Don't waste all that effort. I will melt it all and challenge Deliora again. I'm sorry about what happened with UR, and about ruining your dream. But this monster must not be revived. This is the only way to stop it. Bam. Before Gray could finish, he was kicked flying through the air. Ugh. He crashed into Natsu. Kyan. What the hell? You're in the way. Move it. Look at yourselves, what a sorry bunch. Freaking out over some demon from Zeref's book. Seriously? Kyan scoffed. Roar. Deliora opened its massive jaws. A sphere of energy began to form, aimed directly at Kyan. Dodge it. Gray shouted in alarm. Fwoosh. The energy blast shot straight for the back of Kyan's head. Kyan didn't even look. He casually flicked his hand backward. Boom 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 boom. The energy blast was deflected like a toy, tearing a massive hole in the ruin, and blasting apart a distant mountain. Whoa! Everyone gasped. The power behind that attack was insane. But what terrified them even more was how Kyan had casually swatted it away. Kyan gripped Murakumajiri, wrapping it with both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, black-red lightning crackling along the blade. Ruah! Kyan shouted as he swung the blade down. A massive shockwave of sword energy burst forth from it. Chapter 90, Destroy the Moon. 1053 words. Boom. Kyan's massive slash came crashing down, carving a massive fissure through the entire ruin. Everyone stood wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Even though they had already witnessed an attack like this once before, no matter how many times you saw it, it was still utterly shocking. Crack! A vertical line appeared down the middle of Deliora's body. Crack, crack. Dense cracks rapidly spread across Deliora's body. Boom. Its body began to shatter apart. Rumble. Deliora's remains crashed to the ground like a crumbling block of ice. What? Aside from Kyan, everyone was completely stunned. What just happened? At this point, no one would be surprised if Kyan's attack could kill Deliora. His overwhelming strength had already been made clear. But his attack didn't have the power to freeze things into blocks of ice. Could it be? No way. Deliora is actually dead. Lion finally understood. 10 years the ice that you are became slowly drained its life away. We only witnessed its final moment. There's no more chance. I'll never surpass you are now. Tears rolled down Lion's face, not just out of frustration at being unable to surpass his master, but also out of relief and happiness that, in the end, the strongest person in his heart hadn't lost to that monster. Gray stood frozen, staring at the scene before him. So their master had already killed Deliora for their sake long ago. Master. Gray lowered his head and covered his face. The tears wouldn't stop. With Deliora dead, there was no longer any need to fight. Kyan returned to his original form. Phew. Kyan let out a deep breath. Whitebeard really was powerful, but using him burned through mana extremely quickly. It left him with poor stamina again. With 5.5 stars worth of mana, using Whitebeard was still a bit of a stretch. Maybe with 7 stars, he could wield that power more freely. Yeah. This is great. Deliora's dead. That means the village's curse is broken. Lucy and Happy bounced and clapped in celebration. Not great at all. I didn't even get to do anything. Natsu was clearly frustrated. Last time, during the Eisenwald incident, he was out of action from the travel sickness and did absolutely nothing. This time, again, he was just a bench warmer. An S-class mission like this should have been his moment to shine. Lucy mocked, well, that's what you get for letting your guard down and getting frozen first. Serves you right. Ugh. You didn't do anything either. Natsu was practically fuming at being mocked by Lucy of all people. And it wasn't just a metaphor, his body was literally smoking with heat. Lucy shot back defensively, I just didn't get a chance to make a move yet, that's all. Yeah, exactly. Kyan chuckled. Alright, if you're still hoping to complete the mission, there might still be a way. What do you mean? Wasn't Deliora already? Who told you the curse had anything to do with Deliora? What? The villager's curse hasn't been lifted. If you figure out how to break it on your way back, I'll still count it as completing the S-class mission. Really? That's great. Lucy groaned, what are you so happy about? We couldn't figure it out in an entire day and night. How are we supposed to crack it just on the way back? At this point, she'd completely given up. As long as the curse could be lifted, she was fine with whatever. Natsu grinned. Well, at least there's still hope, right? Gray looked at Lion and asked, do you know how to break the curse? Lion shook his head. No, but I've always had doubts. These past 3 years, we've been under that same light, even closer to it, and nothing happened to us. But they got cursed. That's right. Lucy suddenly realized. If the curse was caused by Moonlight or Deliora, then Lion and the others should have been even more affected due to proximity. But they showed no signs of being cursed at all. Let's go. It's about time we head back. The villagers must be getting worried. Kyan turned and walked away. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy quickly followed after him. Kyan, can't you at least give us a hint? Yeah. Just a little one, just a tiny one. Lucy pleaded too. This was a huge chance to raise the guild's prestige. She didn't want to miss it either. If they completed this mission, it meant lots of fish money for Happy. Nope. TCH. Stingy. They continued chatting as they walked out. Gray paused and turned to Lion. He felt guilty toward him. He knew Lion's reason for resurrecting Deliora wasn't just to surpass UR by defeating it. It was also to avenge UR by destroying it himself. What are you looking at? Lion snapped. He had lost, and not even to Gray. It was a humiliating defeat, and the last thing he wanted was Gray pitying him. You should join a guild. There are comrades there, rivals too. I'm sure you'll find a new goal. Boring. Just get lost. Kyan and the others returned to the village. They had discussed the curse the entire way back but were still completely clueless. As they entered the village, they were greeted by the sight of demons everywhere. The curse really hasn't been lifted, huh? They had hoped, just maybe, it had already been resolved. But clearly, things weren't that simple. The village chief rushed over with the other villagers and asked anxiously, Great mages. When are you going to destroy the moon? Kyan smiled. Don't worry. You want the moon destroyed. I'll take care of it right now. What? Everyone jumped in shock when they heard that. Lucy whispered, Hey, do you even know what you're saying? Natsu's eyes lit up. I knew it. We're destroying the moon after all. Gray waved his hands frantically. No. That's not even possible, right? Full takeover, Edward Newgate. Kyan began to channel takeover magic, transforming into Whitebeard. His body rapidly grew in size, changing shape. Within seconds, he stood there in Whitebeard's form. So huge. The villagers were stunned to see Kyan towering above them. He planted his feet firmly into the ground and drew back his right fist to his left side. VMMM. A transparent white spherical aura formed around his clenched fist. Chapter 91, The Sky Has Cracked. 1052 words. Oh. What luck. To witness the moment the moon is destroyed with my own eyes. We're finally going back to normal. All the villagers looked at Kyan with hopeful faces. Destroying the moon. Even if Kyan is super strong in this form, isn't that a bit much? Yeah. The moon is so far away, there's no way to hit it from here. Gray and Lucy were both on edge. If Kyan failed to destroy the moon, they had no idea how they'd clean up the mess. This is so exciting. I'm fired up. Happy and Natsu weren't thinking that far ahead at all. Kyan finished gathering power and swung his fist straight at the moon in the sky. Crack crack. Space itself shattered like a mirror. A terrifying shockwave launched from Kyan's fist and shot toward the moon. Boom. Crack crack. Cracks spread across the surface of the moon. Hohuaya. The villagers erupted into cheers as they saw the cracks. This can't be happening. Gray and Lucy were both frozen in shock. But soon, they realized something was off. The cracks didn't stop. Instead, they began to spread rapidly outward from the moon, covering the entire sky in moments. The sky is cracking. Everyone stood dumbfounded at the scene. Suddenly, bang. The sky shattered, but instead of collapsing, a pristine full moon still hung above, casting its gentle light over the entire island. Purple crystal fragments drifted down from the sky, glittering under the moonlight with radiant violet hues. What the heck is going on? Natsu was completely lost. Phew. Kyan dispelled his takeover form and returned to normal. As you just saw, above this island, there was a giant glass-like crystal. If I'm right, it was formed as a byproduct of lion and the others collecting moonlight every night. The moonlight passed through that crystal and shone down on the island, which is what turned it purple. Once the crystal was broken, the moonlight returned to normal. But they didn't change back at all. The villagers still looked like demons. No way. Happy thought that maybe the curse couldn't be broken after all, and that the villagers would be stuck like this forever. Kyan chuckled. No, they've already returned to normal. This is their real form. The purple moonlight didn't change their appearance, it confused their memories. It made them believe they were human, and that they transformed into demons at night. Natsu was still stunned, but Lucy suddenly caught on, and her entire body bristled in alarm. And no. No way. Lucy had a chilling realization. Kyan gave her a bright smile. That's right. They were demons all along. What? Everyone stood there, stunned. Lucy was so terrified she collapsed onto the ground. A curse she could handle, but demons. They were in a demon village this whole time. That was way too scary. Really? Gray cautiously turned to one of the nearby demon villagers. Why yeah, it seems so. Snap. Hearing a direct confirmation from the villagers left Natsu, and the others with their mouths wide open. So it really was true, they were demons. Remember that ruin? At first, we thought it had a barrier. But when we went there it didn't. That's because the ruin itself was protected by holy light. No creature of darkness can approach it, but humans have no issue. Lucy turned to Kyan. So you figured out they were demons from the start? Of course not. I just noticed that giant crystal in the sky. The rest was deduction. Well, actually he'd already seen this part of the plot. Not like he could tell them that. That was incredible. Thank you so much, mages. Really, thank you. Just then, a square-faced demon man walked over. Bebo. Bobo. The village chief was instantly emotional. It was his son, the one they thought had died. That's the boatman uncle. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy recognized him immediately. He was the one who ferried them to the island. Huh? But weren't you killed? The villagers were equally confused. You think stabbing me in the chest could kill a demon? Ha ha ha. Everyone thought they were human, that was the scary part. Once I recovered my memory, I left the island on my own. Bobo. The chief wept openly as he hugged the boatman. Dad. You're finally back to normal. Bobo, you're alive. That's amazing. Let's celebrate. Let's have a feast tonight. A demon's feast. Even though they were surrounded by demons, the joy of reunion and breaking the curse overwhelmed Lucy and the others, easing all their tension. Soon, the feast began. The demons danced and sang, and the atmosphere was joyous and vibrant. At that moment, on the branch of a large tree in the distance, a beautiful woman in white sat with a crystal ball beside her, relaying everything that had happened to somewhere else. You saw it all? Yes. I didn't expect Deliora to be truly dead. Such a shame. If we could have acquired Deliora, we would have been one step closer to the ideal. I'm sorry, Lord Seagrain. I didn't anticipate that woman's magic to be so strong. No need to apologize. I admire your mother greatly. If she were still alive, she'd definitely be one of the 10 wizard saints. You flatter me. She was just a sad woman obsessed with magic, abandoned by my father. But I must say, I didn't expect Kyan to be that strong. No wonder he killed a dragon. That form, it's the first time we've seen it. The power is terrifying. Yes. At the mention of Kian, Altair's expression grew serious. She had witnessed with her own eyes how Kian split mountains and seas. That overwhelming power left her shaken, which is why she fled the moment things started going wrong. Luckily, he has a weakness. The stronger the being he uses take over on, the more mana he burns. Otherwise, I have no idea how we'd deal with that monster. Altair knew Kian's profile inside and out. She understood his strength, but also knew that he lacked stamina. If they forced him into multiple drawn-out fights, his mana would be depleted quickly. Seagrain gently touched the 10 wizard saints insignia hanging from his chest. A monster, huh? Let's hope he doesn't get in my way. If he does, I'll have no choice but to eliminate him. Chapter 92, Let me be your cat. 994 words. The next morning, after waking up, Kian and the others prepared to return to Fairy Tale. The village chief, along with all the villagers, came to see them off. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we might have remained lost in confusion forever, living in fear day and night. Here's the reward we agreed on. The village chief handed a box to Kian. Kian accepted it without hesitation. He never turned down payment. It was his well-earned reward. No need to thank us. This was just part of our job. Honestly, compared to the reward, the mission was almost too easy. Perhaps it was easy for you, but for us, it was like scaling the heavens. If you ever have another job like this, be sure to contact Fairy Tale. Next time, I'll give you a 20% discount. Kian delivered his classic line to secure future clients. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The village chief laughed. All right. If there's a next time, we'll definitely call on you again. Ha 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 ha. All the villagers laughed warmly. They knew Kian was joking, but no one could guarantee things would always be peaceful. Having ties to a powerful mage like him was a reassuring backup. Let me take you back to Harujin, offered the boatman. Kian waved him off. No need. We're mages, we can get back ourselves. If we're lucky, we can catch the morning train to Magnolia. The boatman's eyes widened. Morning train. It's leaving in about an hour, but it takes at least an hour and a half by boat to get to Harujin from here. Kian glanced at Gray, who instantly understood. Ice make, boat. Gray conjured a sparkling ice ship that floated gracefully on the sea. Wow! An ice boat. So pretty. All right, let's go. On board. Everyone boarded, and the boat slowly drifted away from the shore. Thank you. Fairy Tale. Good luck with work. Come visit us again sometime. Let's do the demon dance together next time. Take care. Time to split the loot. Once the boat had gone far enough, Kian called out. Everyone's eyes lit up and rushed over. Kian opened the box. Inside were 7 million J, and a golden celestial spirit key. So much money. The sight of 7 million J made everyone's eyes gleam with greed. I've never seen that much in my life. Gray's hands were shaking. He'd been a mage for years, but whatever he earned he spent. He never saved anything, just like most mages in the guild. One fish is 500 J. 10 fish is 5,000 J. 100 fish is 50,000 J. I can't keep counting, Lucy. Lucy said, idiot. Just divide 700 by 0.05, then add the 1,000, that's 14,000 fish in total. 14,000. Happy imagined himself swimming in a sea of fish. 14,000, how long would it even take to eat them all? 6 million J for me, 1 million J for Gray. Loot split, done. Kian handed Gray 1 million J, then shut the box. What? Kian, why does Gray get so much? He didn't do anything. He even got beaten up. Happy protested. What, you guys think you can steal my job and still get paid? Gray may have gotten beat up, but he still came and helped. That deserves something. Gray's hands trembled holding the money. He'd heard Kyan was generous. Back when Elfman did an S-class mission with Kyan, even though he didn't do anything, he still got 1 million J. They were all so jealous back then. Gray never imagined the same luck would fall on him. Kyan. If you get another gig like this, count me in. Gray was ready to be Kyan's underling. With a boss this generous, he'd never be at a loss. Kyan. Let me be your cat. Happy clung to Kyan's leg. I want to, ugh. Natsu tried to join in too. He wanted to grow stronger. You're disgusting. Stay away from me. Swim back home. Gray pushed Natsu aside before he could even get close. Lucy rubbed her hands together awkwardly. Kyan, that golden key, it's no use to you, right? So maybe I should sell it. I heard it's rare, could fetch a good price. No. If you're selling it, sell it to me. To you? You got any money? Ugh. Lucy couldn't say a word. What she lacked most right now was money. Just then, something landed in her hands. She looked down, her dream, a golden celestial spirit key. Kyan. Take it. Consider it a thank you gift for treating me to that meal. This is too much. Lucy never expected Kyan to give her such a precious item, just for a single meal. You don't want it. I'll take it back. I want it. Lucy clutched the key tightly. She was just saying things, there was no way she'd let anyone else have it now. She realized something, following Kyan really was the best choice. She wanted to team up with him now. If she'd traded places with Gray, she'd be the one holding that 1 million J. She immediately felt regret. All right. Loot split. Time to head back to the guild. Kyan activated takeover magic, and his body transformed into Ace's form. A small speedboat materialized. Kyan jumped on, tied one end of a rope to the mast, and the other to the bow of the ice boat. What is this? A small boat. Don't we already have a boat? Lucy and Happy were confused. But Gray looked serious and warned, don't ask. Just hold on tight. He quickly used his magic to secure safety locks for everyone, then sat down with a tense expression. Hold tight, we're moving. Boom. A surge of blazing fire erupted from the engine. The whole boat seemed to take off. Yaha! Everyone screamed in terror. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at Harujan port. Ugh! This time, it wasn't just Natsu, everyone was seasick. Chapter 93, The Guild Under Attack. 1020 words. Magnolia Town. We're back. That was fast. Love. It had taken them an entire day and night to sneak out and reach the destination last time, but this time, they'd left in the morning and returned to Magnolia by afternoon. That's because Kyan was going way too fast on the sea. Gray still looked pale from the boat ride. Boat, ugh. Just hearing the word made Natsu nauseous again. Kyan sped ahead on his own vessel, while the rest of them bounced violently on the waves behind him. Even normally fine passengers like Gray, Lucy, and Happy were close to vomiting. Sigh, we stole the mission for nothing. Didn't get a single thing out of it. Serves you right. That's what you get for stealing a mission. Besides, it's not like you didn't have your chance. You got frozen the moment we started. If you'd actually beaten those 3 guys, maybe I would have shared a bit. How was I supposed to know that jerk would freeze me solid? Natsu was fuming. If he hadn't been frozen, he could have taken out those 3, and even smashed that arrogant lion into the ground. At that moment, Happy turned to Kyan and asked, Kyan, that earthquake the other night, was that you? The others froze. Now that he mentioned it, the recent earthquake in Magnolia had felt very unnatural. What are you talking about? I have no idea. Kyan awkwardly looked away. It was definitely you. There haven't been any earthquakes in Magnolia for years. And then boom, one happens the same night you got that white-bearded grandpa's power. You've got no proof. Don't go accusing people like that. I could sue you for slander. Give me a fish. I'll give you 10. Yay. Awesome. Just then, whispers started spreading from both sides of the street. Huh? What's going on? The guild looks weird. They looked ahead and saw the fairy tale guild pierced through with steel pillars, torn and shattered all over. The entire place looked like it had been hit by a full-on assault. Who did this? The sight of their guild in ruins ignited a blazing fury in their hearts. It was Phantom Lord Guild. Mirajane's voice rang out. Everyone turned toward it, seeing her standing nearby. Kyan rushed over, worried. Mirajane, are you hurt? He had panicked when he saw the destroyed guild, fearing the worst. Mirajane was touched by his concern and shook her head. No, I'm fine. Lucy quickly asked, what about the others? Is everyone okay? Everyone's safe. They're all in the basement. Come with me. The group followed Mirajane down to the first basement level of the guild. This was Fairy Tale's backup storage area, usually used to hold supplies. Oh. Kyan, you're back. Natsu and Gray are back too. The moment they entered, they were greeted warmly by guild members. Did you see what they did to our guild? Damn it. Those phantom bastards. Attacking our guild like this. We should destroy theirs next time. Calm down. Our enemy is Phantom Lord. Emotions flared in the basement. Everyone was yelling about getting revenge. Yo, welcome back. Makarov greeted them with a mug of beer in hand, acting like nothing had happened. Old man. Now's not the time to be drinking. The guild's wrecked. Netsu was furious at Makarov's carefree attitude and shouted at him. Oh? Is that so? You all went on an S-class mission without permission. Time for punishment. Prepare yourselves. Natsu yelled, that's not the issue right now. Makarov raised his palm and smacked Natsu and Happy on the head, then gave Lucy a swat on the butt. Mirajane glared. Master. That's not okay. Natsu was fuming. Gramps. Do you even understand the situation right now? Calm down, calm down. It's not that big of a deal. What? Everyone's face turned sour. If this wasn't a big deal, what was? Those phantom idiots can't do much. They attacked when none of us were around. What's so impressive about a sneak attack? There's no need to get worked up over enemies who only strike from the shadows. Just ignore them. No way we're letting this go. I'm gonna smash them. Natsu shouted, his face twisted with rage. Mirajane explained, Natsu. Master is frustrated too. But the Magic Council has forbidden guild-on-guild combat. But they started it. It's not about who started it. The Magic Council didn't care who made the first move. As long as both sides fought, they'd both be punished. Makarov said, that's the end of it. Until the upstairs is fixed, we'll work from here. Like hell anyone can focus on work now. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed out. Oh? You can't focus on work. Gaia Ia. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy all screamed in unison. They turned around, only to find Urza standing behind them, exuding terrifying bloodlust. Urza? Natsu might not fear the master but Urza. He was absolutely terrified of her. She used to beat him up when they were kids. Urza, the guild's been destroyed. Natsu forced himself to speak through his fear. Urza said coldly, that's no excuse for stealing an S-class mission. This isn't the time to worry about that. Phantom Lord attacked us. They destroyed our guild. Are you really just going to stand there and do nothing? Can you honestly say you're okay with this, Urza? Urza faltered at Natsu's words. She had grown up in this guild, it was her home. Of course she wasn't okay with it. But she also understood one thing. The Magic Council strictly forbade combat between guilds. Fairy Tail already had a bad reputation with them. If they really clashed with Phantom Thief Guild, the council might forcibly disband them, and then none of them would have a home anymore. Besides, Phantom Lord Guild was powerful. A fight between the two would likely leave both sides devastated. Makarov had swallowed his anger for the guild's sake, for everyone's safety. Just then, Kyan's voice rang out. Master, if there's a way to teach Phantom Lord Guild a lesson without getting punished by the Magic Council, would you be willing to go for it? Chapter 94, Declaration of War. 1037 words. What? Everyone in the guild was stunned by Kyan's words. Kyan, even you. Makarov hadn't expected Kyan to want revenge on Phantom Lord too. Master, I know you want to settle things peacefully. But how can you be sure this was their last attack? What if they strike again? What if they attack right after we finish rebuilding the guild? Are you going to stand guard at the guild every single night? Makarov had been just about to say that, but Kyan beat him to it. There's a saying, a thief only has to get lucky once. The guard has to be lucky every time. You might think you're keeping the peace by enduring and stepping back, but to them, you just look like you're scared. What? You think I'm afraid of that idiot Jose? Makarov's voice rose immediately. He wasn't afraid of anyone, let alone a fool like Jose. Maybe you're not scared, but that's not how others will see it. And I'm sure there are guild members who are starting to think the same thing. Makarov swept his gaze across the guild. Everyone quickly averted their eyes, except for Natsu, who was nodding vigorously, completely oblivious. And it's not just that. If you don't respond this time, the news will spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire kingdom of Fiori will know. You're not just representing yourself anymore. You represent all of Fairy Tail. Next time we walk through the streets, people will point and say, look, that's Fairy Tail, the guild that got smashed by Phantom Lord and didn't even dare retaliate. Makarov's eyes widened. They wouldn't dare. Oh, they'd dare. Because to them, it's the truth. They don't care about your intentions, only the outcome. Let's think about what else might happen. Clients will start losing trust in Fairy Tail. Job requests will drop sharply. Members won't even dare reveal they're from the guild, hiding their guild crests whenever they go out. With no choice, people will start finding their own way to make a living, and then we'll lose members rapidly. Within months, we'll be down to a couple dozen people. Enough. It's just letting one thing slide. No need to exaggerate so much. If they attack again, I'll definitely deal with them. Makarov looked completely exasperated. Master, to you it might seem like a small matter. But to us, it's huge. If even you won't take a stand, what do we do if our members get bullied by Phantom Lord? What do you mean what? Of course we beat the crap out of them. Maybe. But I think most ordinary wizards will just stay silent. After all, if the master won't fight back, who are they to resist? Sometimes sneak attacks are like cheating, there's no such thing as just once. It's either 0 or countless times. If we tolerate it once, it only makes us easier targets. They wrecked our guild this time. Who knows what they'll wreck next? Makarov's eyes widened again. He wouldn't dare. Why wouldn't he? Master, sometimes blocking the path isn't as good as clearing it. Endurance won't bring peace. True dignity is found at the edge of a blade. Ha, brat. Fine, then tell me what you want to do. Makarov exhaled deeply. This brat sure knew how to rile people up. He felt like he was about to explode, and all of Fairy Tale was now staring at Kyan, eager to hear his idea. Seeing that Makarov had relented, Kyan smiled slightly and said, "It's simple. Since the Magic Council forbids guilds from fighting, we'll call it a spar." A spar. Everyone froze at Kyan's words. Fighting is against council rules. But sparring isn't. We just say it's for mutual growth and friendship. A warm, friendly exchange. We'll hold it in a big arena. A 6-on-6 match. That number isn't enough for the council to consider it a conflict. And we can sell tickets too. As long as we crush them in front of everyone, no matter what little stunts Phantom Lord tries afterward, even if the master stays silent, everyone will just think Phantom Lord is petty. No one will call Fairy Tale cowards. Everyone's eyes lit up at once. Yeah. That way the council can't say a word. And we get to stomp Phantom Lord right in front of everyone. They'll never lift their heads again. Exactly. Those guys think they're Fiori top guild. Let's show them who's really number one. Wait. Will Phantom Lord even agree? Kyan said calmly, "We can challenge them through the newspaper. If they don't accept, then everyone will call them cowards. Master, the choice is yours." "Yeah, master. I don't want to be laughed at every time I step outside, especially not by those phantom bastards. If they mock me, I swear I'll cut them down." The guild broke out in a chorus of voices. Makarov knew all too well what would happen if they just endured this quietly. The guild members would lose face, lose morale, and perhaps even lose faith in Fairy Tale. He had chosen patience for the sake of the guild's safety. But if Phantom Lord pushed further, he would regret it. And honestly, he still couldn't understand why they'd gone so far as to destroy the guild in the first place. Standing tall, Makarov raised a clenched fist and shouted. "All right. We'll do as Kyan says. We declare war on Phantom Lord." Ohuho. The entire guild erupted in cheers. After all, how many people in a wizard guild were the type to just take a beating and do nothing? That wasn't Fairy Tale's way. Mirajane smiled and said, "I'll contact the reporters." Having once been a cover girl for Sorcerer Weekly, Mira had plenty of journalist contacts. As a semi-commercial organization, wizard guilds needed exposure to attract job requests. The more coverage, the more missions. And when the reporters heard the news, they were ecstatic. A showdown between Phantom Lord and Fairy Tale, this was front-page gold. The kind of story that would explode across the kingdom. The news agency immediately halted all other stories to rush the scoop. In less than 2 hours, a fresh headline was printed and ready to go. Chapter 95, Preparations before battle. 966 words. Extra. Extra. Breaking news. The Fairy Tale Guild has officially challenged the Phantom Lord Guild. What? Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord. Are those two guilds about to go to war? Give me a copy. Me too. I want one too. It was already nearing dusk, and this evening paper immediately stirred up a storm in cities across the land. Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord, two of the most powerful guilds in all of Fiori, had always drawn attention. No one expected these titans to actually go head-to-head. People dove into the papers at once. Dear Guildmaster Jose of the Phantom Lord Guild, in appreciation for the attention you've given Fairy Tale, and to further strengthen the friendship and mutual growth between our two guilds, we, Fairy Tale, hereby invite you to a friendly sparring match. The event is to be held 3 days from now at the arena in Ashibana. Each side will send 6 participants for one-on-one battles. The victor may continue to face the next challenger, or choose to step down. The match ends when all 6 members of one side are defeated. The question is, do you dare to accept? So it was Fairy Tale issuing a sparring challenge to Phantom Lord. Why would Fairy Tale challenge Phantom Lord to a spar? Spar my ass, it's a declaration of war. I heard Phantom Lord trashed Fairy Tale's guild last night. Now Fairy Tale wants revenge. Then why not just go beat them up? The Magic Council forbids direct conflict between guilds. That's why they're retaliating like this instead. Makes sense. Meanwhile, Gajeel Red Fox, the one who'd destroyed Fairy Tale's guild, was reading the paper with a cruel grin. I was planning to seriously injure a few more of those Fairy Tale scumbags. But look at them, already losing their cool. This just got interesting. Naturally, the news reached Phantom Lord's guild. Ha! Those Fairy Tale mutts are cornered and lashing out. Still daring to challenge us. What a joke. We've got the Great Totemaru and Iron Dragon Gajeel on our side. Damn right. At the very top of Phantom Lord's guild, Guildmaster Jose and Totemaru were gathered. Heh. Now this is unexpected, Brother Makarov. This isn't what I planned, but it works out. Now the whole country can witness the overwhelming gap between those Fairy Tale trash and my Phantom Lord. You lot, make sure you put on a good show. Crush them completely. Yes, sir. Soon after Phantom Lord issued an official response, they accepted the challenge. The entire kingdom of Fiori erupted. Sure, you could see mage duels in arenas now and then. But this was different. These were the top 2 guilds in the country. Their mages were among the elite of Fiori. Every name was legendary. The anticipation was electric. How could the battle not be epic? Crowds immediately began rushing to Ashibana. No one wanted to miss the fight of the century, and tickets would soon sell out. As the evening settled in, and the guild closed its doors, Kyan walked Mirajane home as usual. When they reached his doorstep, Mira, Phantom Lord attacked the guild. There's no guarantee they won't go after individuals too. Why not stay at my place? I'd feel better knowing you're safe. Myra's face flushed lightly. I don't know if that's a good idea. What's not good about it? Come on. Kyan gently took Myra's hand. She didn't pull away. They were both adults. Both knew how the other felt. Even though Kana joked about it, Mira knew deep down, if not for her, Kana really might have chased after Kyan. That made her feel just a little uneasy. Realizing Mira didn't resist, Kyan felt his heart leap. Dad, Mom, your boy is finally becoming a man. Creak. The door opened. Welcome back. Kyan froze at the doorway. Standing in his house were Natsu, Gray, Urza, Lucy, and Happy. What are you all doing in my house? And how did you even get in? This is breaking and entering. Happy replied, isn't your spare key always under the flower pot outside? You damn thief cat. Urza crossed her arms and explained, because of Phantom Lord's attack, it's safe to assume they've already investigated our homes. If we get caught alone, we might be ambushed. Staying together is safer. Natsu grinned. And the best place for that is your house, Kyan. So we came over. You guys really just do whatever you want, huh? Couldn't even ask the actual homeowner first. Happy-eyed Kyan and Mira holding hands with suspicion. Kyan, bringing Mira home with you, you weren't planning to do something naughty, were you? You've got a thing going on. Kyan panicked. No. Of course not. Myra's a girl, she's vulnerable, I just brought her here for safety, that's all. That's it. Lucy couldn't help but mutter, pretty sure you're the least safe person here. But no one made a fuss. Even Lucy, who had only recently joined the guild, could see Kyan and Mira had something going on, let alone everyone else. Let's make it a sleepover tonight. Mira smiled warmly. I'll make something to eat then. The guild had been wrecked, including the kitchen, so they hadn't eaten yet. I'll help. Lucy chimed in quickly. Urza crossed her arms and said seriously, Kyan. Besides safety, we also came here to discuss our lineup. Phantom Lord has already confirmed. We need to be ready too. After all, this was about the guild's honor. If they lost, it could crush Fairy Tale's spirit. They had to be fully prepared. Natsu clenched his fists. What more is there to prepare? I'll go up first and wipe them all out. Just thinking about the destroyed guild made his blood boil. He was itching to charge into Phantom Lord's guild and wreck the place. Chapter 96, 10 extra activated. 1169 words. Gray said, that's only if you even get a chance to go on stage. And honestly, even if you do, beating just one of them would already be impressive. Thinking you can take them all. Try being a little realistic. Hearing that, Lucy couldn't help but ask curiously, is Phantom Lord really that strong? Natsu growled, those guys aren't worth worrying about. Mirajane explained calmly, Phantom Lord is definitely strong. If this were a real all-out brawl, both sides would suffer heavy losses. That's why the master chose to hold back. They've got someone on par with an S-class mage, Totemaru. And even more troublesome than him is another guy, Gajeel, the main suspect behind the sneak attack on our guild. He's also an Iron Dragon Slayer. A Dragon Slayer. There's another one besides Natsu. Lucy was stunned. She already knew how strong Natsu's Dragon Slayer magic was, so to hear that Phantom Lord also had one was shocking. Urza's face turned serious. Those 5 are a problem. But the real danger is their guildmaster, Jose, one of the 10 wizard saints. 10 wizard saints. Lucy had heard yet another unfamiliar title. Gray explained, they're the 10 most powerful mages on the continent, recognized by the Magic Council itself. Our master is one of them, and so is Phantom Lord's. Whoa! That's amazing. Lucy was stunned. She never expected the pervy old man she saw every day to be one of the continent's strongest. Exactly. Which means we need to send out our best lineup. Lucy offered, why not just send all the S-class mages plus the master? That would guarantee victory, right? Every S-class mage was a top-tier candidate. Surely they'd be more than enough. Urza shook her head. No. Gildarts isn't here. And Mistigan, he's too much of a lone wolf. We can't even contact him. Even if we could, he wouldn't show his face in front of the guild, let alone fight in a public arena packed with people. But what about Laxus? Laxus? If he were willing to fight, we'd have the match in the bag. Maybe even 2 rounds guaranteed. But he might not agree to join. Why not? He's part of Fairy Tale too, isn't he? Lucy looked genuinely confused. As a member of the guild, wasn't it only natural to fight for its honor? Never mind. Forget about him. Worst case, only me and Kyan will fight as the S-class representatives, with the master as our anchor. That still leaves 3 open spots. Laxus would have jumped in without hesitation in the past. But as he got older, he'd grown more extreme, and the chances of him participating were slim. Of course I'm going up. Natsu shouted. Natsu, huh? If he gets serious, he's a solid pick. Natsu's Dragon Slayer magic gave him overwhelming power. Even if he'd been beaten down by Urza and Kyan before, that didn't mean he was weak. If Natsu's in, then I can't just sit back either. Gray stepped forward. He and Natsu had been rivals forever. If Natsu was going up, there was no way Gray would stay behind. Happy added, that still leaves one more person to pick. Looks like it's finally time for me to step up. Lucy stood up, determined. As one of Fairy Tale's frontline mages, she felt it was her responsibility to rise to the occasion. How about Loke? Someone suggested. He's still a bit lacking. What about Kana? Kana's not bad. Let's put her on the backup list. Hey! Don't just ignore me. I'm strong too. Lucy yelled, clearly irritated that no one had even considered her. Lucy, huh? Yeah, she's just a Lucy. Hey. What do you mean, just a Lucy? What am I, chopped liver? Kyan said calmly, no need to get worked up about the lineup. This isn't best of 3. It's a gauntlet match. As long as I'm there, we're not going to lose. Urza frowned slightly. But Kyan, your stamina. Kyan's poor stamina was already an open secret in the guild. The stronger he performed, the shorter his window to fight. My transformation might not last long, but I'll make sure those guys don't last even shorter. Since he was the one who suggested the format, Kyan had already prepared himself mentally to take on 5 opponents solo. So badass. Natsu and Gray lit up in awe. Kyan absolutely had the power to back up that kind of statement. Before long, Mira finished cooking and everyone enjoyed a hearty dinner together. Time to sleep. After eating, everyone began getting ready for bed. Fortunately, Kyan's house was spacious, with several bedrooms. The 3 girls shared one room, Natsu and Happy shared another, while Gray and Kyan had solo rooms, mostly to prevent them from tearing the house apart during a fight. In the girls' room, they stayed up chatting. Naturally, the conversation soon turned to boys and love. Mira, do you like Kyan? Lucy asked. I do, Mira replied openly. Her honesty immediately lit up Lucy and Urza's gossiping instincts. They were very interested. Lucy whispered, when? When did it happen? I can't say exactly when. It wasn't love at first sight. It was something that built up over time. The little things in daily life, slowly, I started to pay more attention to him, to care more about him. And before I realized it, I liked him. Wait, so were you the one who pursued him, or did he chase you? I think I chased him. What? Lucy and Urza both gasped, only to have Mira quickly cover their mouths. Hard to believe, huh? That I would chase a guy. Mira was basically a national idol. The idea of her actively chasing Kyan was mind-blowing. Honestly, it looked like Kyan was usually the one chasing. Mira just laughed. What's so hard to believe? When you meet a great guy, you've gotta be proactive. If I hadn't staked my claim on Kyan, I don't know how many girls in the guild would have tried to snatch him up. Urza nodded. She's right. Kyan was extremely popular among the girls in the guild. If it weren't for Mira, many of them would have made a move already. And since Mira was the competition, most of them had backed off on their own. Even though Kyan always seemed calm and cool, sometimes the things he said could really tug at your heartstrings. Like during the Eisenwald incident, he casually said, if I could marry a girl like her, I'd die smiling in my sleep. It had struck Urza deeply. No one had ever said anything like that to her before. That kind of sincere affirmation hit harder than any fancy line. While the girls continued their pillow talk, Kyan sat in his room, waiting. Before returning tonight, he had gone to Kana for another divination session to find out when his luck would peak. The answer, exactly midnight. Dong. 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 As the clock struck 12, Kyan immediately opened his system interface. Proceed with 10x draw. Confirm. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Yellow Flash. 1051 words. As soon as he clicked confirm, Kyan locked his eyes onto the screen. No matter how many times he had drawn before, the moment always made him nervous. And it had been a while, his hands felt a little rusty. The classic draw animation played again. On the screen, streams of starlight began to converge across a starry sky, 10 stars in total. Soon, each one would fall from the sky, turning into colored streaks, and the color would represent the rank of the card. The early stars were all low-grade, shooting down like meteors. Kian didn't pay them any mind. His focus was on the 9th star. The 9th star determined the minimum rank of the 10th. If it was purple, then the 10th star would be at least purple. While Kian loved golden tier characters, purple ones weren't bad either. Take Ace, for example. Sometimes he was more practical than golds, since gold cards cost a lot to use. But all that only applied when you didn't get a gold. As the saying went, if you can get gold, who'd want purple? Even the most useless gold could be recycled for far more XP than a purple. Blue. Kian's heart sank as the 9th star turned blue. Once again, he'd have to put all his hopes on the final card. This was too much excitement for one night. Whoosh! A golden streak of light shot down from the heavens like a meteor. Golden pull. Kian shouted in excitement, completely forgetting there were others in the house. What's wrong, Kian? Are we under attack? Natsu, Gray, and Urza all burst into the room. Kian felt awkward instantly. No, it's nothing. Just go back to bed. You sure? Lucy gave him a suspicious look. Really, it's nothing. Kian waved his hands quickly. Seeing there was no threat, the others slowly returned to their rooms. Kian turned back to his screen. The cards were flipping over one by one, and then the golden card finally revealed itself. It's him. This time, Kian made sure to lower his voice. But no amount of self-control could hide the joy in his heart. On the card was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, a handsome face, clad in a blue outfit with pants, the standard flak vest of a Konoha ninja ranked chunin or higher, and over it, a white cloak with red flame trim, inscribed on the back with 5 large kanji. 4th Hokage. That's right. Kian had drawn none other than the most handsome man in the Naruto series, the perfect ninja, the perfect husband. Just not the perfect father. The man known as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. This is huge. Jackpot. Kian could barely contain his excitement. Minato was one of his all-time favorite characters from Naruto. A gentle, radiant, kind man. Handsome and composed. In many ways, he was just like Kian himself. And beyond all that, the 4th Hokage was powerful. With his flying thunder god technique, he could soar freely through time and space. As Jiraiya once said of him, compared to the 4th Hokage, no one else even comes close. And Minato's performance in the anime proved that statement true. In terms of raw talent, only Kishimoto's beloved, chosen one Itachi could stand on equal footing. As for Hashirama and Madara, those guys were just inhuman. Right now, Kian wanted nothing more than to activate and receive Minato's powers, to feel what it was like to move through time and space at will. But after a moment's thought, he decided to hold back. Receiving a card wasn't exactly subtle, it would definitely attract attention. He'd wait until he was alone to try it out. Meanwhile, even the system felt a little speechless. What, does this guy have a thing going on with Lady Luck or something? Otherwise, how could someone keep pulling golds in tenfold draws when the odds were barely 10%? And not just any golds, super strong ones. This just defied logic. Magic Council, ERA headquarters. Bang. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Org slammed the newspaper down onto the table, his face furious as he read about Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord's upcoming showdown. Seagrain chuckled. What's so outrageous? I actually think it's a great solution. Settling a dispute through competition avoids casualties and still resolves the conflict. What could be better? Org snapped, isn't this just a sneaky loophole around the guild conflict ban? Seagrain shrugged. Then tell me what we should do. This all started because Phantom Lord destroyed Fairy Tail's guild. If we don't give them a proper resolution, it could lead to something even worse. Org slammed the table again. A resolution? What resolution? Fairy tales been nothing but trouble for us, they should be the ones answering for their behavior. Michello chimed in, that's right. If you ask me, a guild like Fairy Tale should just be disbanded outright. While it's true Fairy Tale causes a lot of headaches, they've also made major contributions. And in this case, they're the victims. If we forcibly disband them, things might spiral even further. Makarov's old friend had no choice but to speak up. He couldn't watch his friend get crushed under all this hostility. A fairy tale bound by rules, or one completely out of control. Which would you rather deal with? Fairy Tale isn't your average guild. Everyone suddenly remembered, Fairy Tale had a lot of dangerous talents. One wrong move, and they could become a serious threat. Especially Kyan. The world might not know who he was, but the council did. If people like him ever defected to a dark guild, it might pose an even greater threat than the Balam Alliance, the largest dark guild network on the continent. Just then, Council Chairman Grand Doma spoke up. Magical duels are, in essence, a way for mages to improve their abilities. Fairy Tale may have a motive for revenge, but so far, everything falls within the rules. As for Phantom Lord, we'll discuss disciplinary action after the match concludes. Hearing that, Yajima let out a small sigh of relief. Fairy Tale was always causing trouble. Of the 10 council members, more than half were fed up with them, leaving him worried about his old friend Makarov. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 98, Beat Them to Death. 986 words. The Ashibana arena was bustling with excitement. Over the past 3 days, countless spectators had gathered from all across Fiori just to witness this spectacular showdown. Wow! It's Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale is here. Fairy Tale's entire group had arrived at the arena entrance, led by Makarov. That woman with the white hair is Mira Jane. She looks even more beautiful in person than in pictures. And that armored one is the Fairy Queen Urza, right? She's so cool and gorgeous. Where's the salamander? Who's the famous salamander? Wha? It's Loke. A crowd of girls screamed with excitement when they saw Loke. Compared to Urza and Natsu, who rarely showed up in public, Loke was a regular lead in all kinds of movies, making him much more popular. As for Kyan, despite his rising fame, hardly anyone knew his face. Very few people even realized he was part of Fairy Tale. Suddenly, another wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. It's them. Phantom Lord. Phantom Lord is here. Someone shouted from the crowd. Phantom Lord. The expressions of the Fairy Tale members instantly darkened at the name. Not long after, Jose Porla, master of Phantom Lord, led his guild members over. As soon as the two guilds laid eyes on each other, the tension skyrocketed. The guilds were already bitter enemies, and with Fairy Tale's guild hall recently destroyed by Phantom's underhanded sneak attack, everyone from Fairy Tale burned with the urge to tear them apart on the spot. Jose. Makarov narrowed his eyes. Among everyone, he held the deepest feelings toward the guild. It was the place that had protected and nurtured generations of children. Now it lay in ruins, and he was desperate to unleash a beating on the ones responsible. My. It's been a long time, Brother Makarov. I think the last time we met was 6 years ago at the annual conference. I might have had a bit too much to drink then. Cut the crap, Jose. What's the meaning of this? Makarov snapped. Jose feigned innocence. Meaning? Oh. You must be talking about the guild incident, right? My apologies. It was one of our members. He was pursuing a criminal, and that criminal just happened to flee into your guild hall. One thing led to another and, well... Gajeel. Come apologize. The crowd from Phantom Lord parted as Gajeel, dressed in black with long black hair, walked forward wearing an exaggeratedly innocent face. Terribly sorry. Really? I didn't know that Rundown Shack was actually the Fairy Tale Guild. If I'd known, I would have demolished it completely. Heh heh. You bastard. Everyone from Fairy Tale exploded in fury, ready to pummel Gajeel on the spot. Urza and Kyan quickly held them back. Urza shouted, "Don't fall for his provocation. Once we're in the arena, we'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget. That's how we show people what happens when you mess with Fairy Tale." What happens when you mess with Fairy Tale? I'm so scared. Ha 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 ha. The Phantom Lord members all burst into unrestrained laughter, while the Fairy Tale members seethed with dark expressions. Jose chuckled behind his hand. Hee hee, my apologies, Brother Makarov. The kids in my guild have bad tempers, I'll be sure to discipline them properly later. Well then, we'll see you in the arena. With that, Jose led his guild members into the arena. As Phantom Lord passed by Fairy Tale, each of them made mocking faces, provoking them further and fanning the flames of rage. Damn it. I'm gonna kill those bastards. Natsu shouted, nearly charging in. Elfman and Grey quickly held him back. Now wasn't the time, they couldn't afford to start a guild war right now. Makarov growled, his voice low and cold. When the time comes, beat those phantom bastards within an inch of their lives. Make them regret ever being born. Yes, sir. It was the first time Fairy Tale's members had heard the old man speak like that. Clearly, Makarov was truly enraged. Fairy Tale followed and entered the arena. There's so many people. Lucy looked up at the packed audience stands in amazement. It was the first time she'd ever seen such a massive crowd gathered together. No one expected Kyan's proposal to draw in such an overwhelming audience. There must have been close to 100,000 people. Look over there, what's that? They all looked toward the opposite stands, where countless people were waving flags bearing the Phantom Lord insignia. Lucy asked in confusion, are those Phantom Lord's cheerleaders? Mira Jane shook her head. No, those are Phantom Lord members. What? Members? There are over 1,000 of them. Phantom Lord has that many people. Lucy was stunned. Even Fairy Tale, considered a large magic guild, only had a little over 100 members. Urza explained, Phantom Lord is an extremely aggressive guild. Normally, each town only has one magic guild, but Phantom Lord establishes branches in other guild towns. They use dirty tactics and economic warfare to destroy the local guilds and monopolize the city's resources. 6 years ago they even tried to open a branch in Magnolia, but our guildmaster put a stop to it during the annual conference. That's when the rivalry between our two guilds began. Lucy's eyes widened. That's awful. That's their way of doing things. That's why we hate them. Makarov scoffed, TCH. Always up to sneaky tricks. Honestly, he regretted not assigning anyone to act as a cheering squad for Fairy Tale. Welcome to Ashibana Arena, everyone. I'm your commentator, Chapati. Up next is the clash of the century, Fairy Tale vs Phantom Lord. These two guilds are evenly matched. Both are led by members of the 10 Wizard Saints, and both have several S-class mages under their banner. People have always debated who the strongest magic guild in Fiori is, but today, we'll finally get our answer. Today's showdown will decide once and for all, who is Fiori's strongest guild. Ohu. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Grit your teeth and bear it. 996 words. The audience erupted in excited cheers. The members of Fairy Tale all turned to look at Kyan. Kyan shrugged. That wasn't my doing. He added that drama all on his own. The rules of the match are as follows, each side will send one participant into a one-on-one battle. It's a 6 versus 6 rotating match. The first team to run out of fighters loses. The winning guild will not only earn the title of the strongest mage guild in Fiori, but will also take half of the ticket revenue from the event, 20 million J. 20 million J. Makarov's eyes instantly lit up. That amount was almost enough to rebuild the entire guild hall. You brats better beat the crap out of them. We're taking that 20 million J no matter what. Yeah. Now starting the first round. Fighters from both sides, please enter the arena. I'm up. Almost before the announcement ended, Natsu charged straight out onto the field. Natsu. That idiot. Still as impulsive as ever. At least check who the opponent is first before rushing in. Gray looked like he was losing his mind. He just couldn't deal with Natsu's lack of self-control. But Natsu had run out of patience. He'd been itching to fight ever since Phantom Lord's earlier provocation, and now that he finally could, of course he was the first to leap forward. You Phantom Lord bastards. Get out here. Natsu roared, flames bursting from his head. Fairy Tail has sent out Natsu. How will Phantom Lord respond? If he's a fire mage, then I'll handle it. Jose remained seated, a cold smirk on his face. Go all out. I don't care if you kill him. Make sure every clueless spectator sees just how vast the gap is between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord. Yes, sir. Ugh. Phantom Lord has sent out one of their four Western elements, Totemaru of the Flames. A man dressed like a samurai, with a katana at his waist and striking black and white hair tied high behind his head, stepped into the arena from the Phantom Lord side. Oh! Compared to Natsu, whom the announcer hadn't even given a title, Totemaru of the Four Elements had much greater fame among the public. They actually sent out a fire mage. Then this round's as good as ours. Hearing the opponent was a fire mage, the members of Fairy Tail got excited. After all, Natsu was a fire dragon slayer, the natural enemy of all fire-based mages. Looks like both sides are ready. Fairy Tail vs. Phantom Lord, Round 1. Begin. Dong. As the gong sounded, the match officially began. Reawawa. The instant it rang out, flames swirled around Natsu's fists, as he charged straight at Totemaru. Wham! Whoa! But before Natsu could even reach him, his own flaming fist smashed right into his own face. WHWH what? Natsu tumbled across the ground in a series of chaotic rolls before coming to a stop. Natsu. Everyone in Fairy Tail looked stunned. What just happened? Why'd Natsu punch himself? It must be the opponent's trick. Bastard. Though Natsu didn't know what was going on, he immediately charged in again, flames swirling around his fist. Whoa! But the flames went out of control again, circling wildly around Natsu and trapping him. Totemaru seized the chance, lunging forward and slamming a knee into Natsu's gut. Ugh! Natsu was knocked flying once more. I am Totemaru, wielder of flame manipulation. I control all fire, whether natural or summoned. Even your flames are mine. What did you say? These flames are mine. Bad luck for you, fire mage. Azure flame. With a flick of his hand, Totemaru unleashed a wave of cool blue fire at Natsu. Seeing flames, Natsu instantly opened his mouth and began devouring them. He's eating the fire. He ate it. The audience erupted in shock. So cold. I've never eaten flames like this before. Even though it was fire, Natsu felt like he was tasting ice cream. Ah, so you're the legendary fire dragon slayer, huh? Figures. Our guild has a dragon slayer too. I'm not surprised you can eat flames. Huh? What are you talking about? It means fire doesn't work on either of us. Don't be so sure. You haven't tasted my flames yet. I already told you, flames can't hurt me. If it's fire, I can control it. Then how about this? Fire dragons. Natsu puffed out his cheeks. Totemaru raised his arms, already preparing to seize control of the magic. He knew Natsu's tricks, spitting flames from his mouth. Child's play. Useless. Saliva. Natsu spat a mouthful of drool directly into Totamaru's face. Ha 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 ha. Seeing his prank succeed, Natsu burst out laughing. You disgusting bastard. You tricked me. Orange flame. Totamaru flung out a new set of flames. Natsu grinned and prepared to chow down. Fire magic's my favorite snack. Wonder what flavor this one is. But the moment the flames surrounded him, a putrid stench hit him from all directions. What the? That smell. It reeks. Aya. My nose is dying. Natsu clutched his nose in agony. Ha 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 ha. That's the stench of the rotten flames. Your taste is trash. You started it. You bastard. I'll make you pay. This time, Natsu rushed in with his fists, no magic involved. Going melee now. Then this is my advantage, I'm armed. Totamaru unsheathed his blade and slashed repeatedly, forcing Natsu onto the defensive. Seeing Natsu fall behind, Gray muttered, that idiot. I told him not to charge in. Now look what happened. With Totamaru relentlessly pressing the attack, Natsu was finally forced to use magic again. Totamaru sneered, you really are a brainless fool. Just as Natsu's flaming fist flew forward, it twisted toward his own face again. These are my flames. You don't get to control them. Natsu roared. Suddenly, the fire poised to strike him froze in midair. What? I can't control it anymore. Totamaru was stunned. Did he actually overcome my control mid-battle? So that's it. I've figured out your magic. Now grit your teeth. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, I can still fight. 952 words. Whoosh. Flames surged wildly across Natsu's entire body. Boom. Fire blasted out from under his feet, as he rocketed straight toward Totamaru. Purple flames. Totamaru quickly summoned fire to block the attack. Bang. But it had no effect on Natsu. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Totamaru. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Boom. Ugh. Totamaru felt himself struck by a terrifying force. What was that punch? That wasn't the strength of a normal mage. This is nothing like what the guild master told us. There's someone this strong in fairy tale. Natsu inhaled deeply, gathering magic in his throat. Totamaru immediately recognized the pose, and knew exactly what Natsu was about to use. He quickly raised 7 fingers, each one releasing a different colored flame. The fusion of these 7 flames formed Totamaru's ultimate spell. Fire Dragon's Roar. A violent vortex of fire blasted from Natsu's mouth, roaring straight toward Totamaru. 7-colored flame, my ultimate magic. Totamaru countered with his rainbow firestorm. The 2 waves of flame collided. Boom. An immense shockwave erupted outward. Break through it. Natsu roared from within. Boom. The fire dragon's roar shattered the rainbow flames and blasted into Totamaru's chest. Aaf. Totamaru screamed in agony. When the flames died down, he stood blackened and smoking. This isn't what the guild master said at all. Thud. With that, Totamaru collapsed unconscious. Natsu raised a flaming fist high into the air. The match is decided. Winner, Fairy Tale's Natsu. Yehow hi. The entire arena erupted in cheers. That was incredible. He can eat fire and breathe fire. He was flailing at the start, but that magic at the end was amazing. Unbelievable. Absolutely stunning. So this is the true strength of a top-tier mage. Turns out Natsu is the legendary salamander of Fairy Tale. Salamander. The crowd finally made the connection. Natsu was the infamous salamander. He had become famous across Fiori, mostly due to the chaos he caused. The media loved covering his disasters. But being a troublemaker still meant you were strong, and Natsu had gained quite a fanbase because of it. Salamander. 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 As the chants echoed through the stadium, Natsu basked in the rush. He'd finally vented the rage he'd been holding back ever since Phantom Lord destroyed their guild. And now, his confidence was surging. Who's next from Phantom Lord? Bring it on. Natsu raised a flaming middle finger. Seeing how cocky Natsu was, the members of Phantom Lord fumed, but before they could shout anything back. Wait a moment. Fairy Tail is making a substitution. Natsu will be stepping down. What? Natsu's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd just gotten fired up, and now they wanted him to stop. I'm not leaving. I can still fight. He had no intention of stepping down, until he noticed Urza glaring at him with ice-cold eyes. That shut him up immediately. Reluctantly, he left the arena, and returned to the contestant lounge. Kyan. What gives? I was just getting started. I could have taken 5 more. Kyan chuckled. I know you could. But I'm not here to just beat them. I want a massacre, a total domination. I want everyone to see how huge the gap is between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord. Seeing Kyan's intense eyes, Natsu froze. He realized he wasn't the only one furious. Kyan was even more enraged. Phantom Lord had truly messed with the wrong guild. Phantom Lord Contestant Lounge. Useless. You couldn't even beat a brat from Fairy Tail. Pathetic. Jose, the Phantom Lord Guild Master, was livid. His carefully trained element had just lost to someone who wasn't even an S-class mage. Didn't that mean his elements were weaker than Fairy Tail's top-tier mages? Not much he could do. He had the bad luck of going up against the salamander, Gajeel said casually, munching on a piece of iron. Jose calmed slightly. That was true. The salamander was the nemesis of all fire mages. Fire couldn't harm him, and only made him stronger. But the fact that kid had adapted mid-battle and broken free of Totemaru's fire control, that kind of talent. Soul. You're up next. You're not allowed to lose. Smash those Fairy Tail bastards to pieces. Jose sent in Soul, Phantom Lord's element of earth. Understood. Oh. Phantom Lord has sent out another of the elements, Soul of the Earth. Who will Fairy Tail send out? I'll go. Seeing Natsu already had his turn, Gray couldn't sit still any longer. No. Elfman, you're up. Wait. No way. Kyan, you don't understand. Elfman can't fight. It'd be fine if the opponent were a regular mage, but he's going up against an element. Kyan didn't reply. He simply turned to look at Elfman. I'll do it. Elfman stood up, his eyes burning with resolve. Fairy Tail has sent out the one known as Beast Arm, Elfman. Humph. Is Fairy Tail out of people? What's with these nobodies? They didn't send Gildarts, Laxus, or even Mystigan. How arrogant can they be? Gajeel sneered. Just as Fairy Tail understood Phantom Lord, they too knew Fairy Tail's S-class lineup, especially Gildarts, who was known as the strongest mage in the guild. Whatever. Let them feel what it's like to be completely crushed. Greetings. I am Soul. You may address me as Gentleman Soul. Humph. I don't care who you are. If you dare mess with Fairy Tail, you're my enemy. Fairy Tail vs. Phantom Lord, Round 2. Begin. Dong. Beast Arm, Black Bull. Elfman transformed his right arm into the form of a black bull, a massive, powerful limb with overwhelming strength and defense. Ah. So the rumor is true. I know your story. In fact, I know everything about Fairy Tail. Quit babbling, will you? You're so annoying. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, you're just filler. 989 words. Elfman made the first move, his massive fist swinging rapidly toward Sol. Sol leapt into the air, cleanly dodging the punch. You used to have a little sister, didn't you? Elfman's expression shifted the moment he heard that. Sand dance. Sol waved his hand, conjuring a thick cloud of sand that obscured Elfman's vision. Rock concerto. With a sweep of his leg across the ground, Sol summoned a barrage of jagged stones that flew straight toward Elfman. You wah. Elfman. Myra's heart tightened with worry as she saw her brother get hit. You once failed a full-body takeover and went berserk. Your sister sacrificed her life trying to stop you, didn't she? Since then, you haven't been able to use full-body takeover again. Beast arm, Iron Bull. Elfman transformed his arm into solid iron and hurled a punch at Sol. Whoosh! Sol burrowed into the ground and re-emerged from another spot like a giant mole. Elfman chased after him, only for Sol's body to slither around his arm like a snake. Hello there. Gross. The sensation of being wrapped in something like that made Elfman deeply uncomfortable. No. Triple no means, you're just too weak. Elfman yanked hard. Let go of me, you mud eel. It's Gentleman Sol. Sol snapped back, hopping off Elfman and kicking him in the face. Ugh. Is that all you've got? Sol taunted, grinning smugly. Elfman knew full well, this guy might act sleazy, but his magic and creepy martial arts were dangerously strong. I've got no choice. He prepared to attempt full-body takeover, but the image of Lysana flashed through his mind. Aya! The magic broke down instantly. Don't force yourself. Looks like your magic power is dropping fast. Prepare yourself. Sol rushed in and slammed a powerful kick into Elfman's gut. Yoa. And now, Gentleman Sol's finishing blow. Plaster Sonata. A massive sand-formed fist slammed into Elfman. Gwa! Elfman was hurled across the field, landing with a battered crash. Sol walked right over and stomped on him. This is the strength of the elements. Then he began kicking and stomping Elfman without mercy. Ha 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 ha. Everyone from Phantom Lord burst into laughter. Jose grinned cruelly. Yes. That's more like it. Make those fairy tale trash understand just how far beneath us they really are. Seeing Elfman injured and brutalized, Mira broke down in tears. Elfman. Kyan, switch him out. He can't go on. He's not ready. Kyan replied flatly, what are you afraid of, Elfman? Didn't you say you were a man? Is this really all you've got? Didn't you say you wanted to be a man who could protect his sister? If you can't even tame a beast king, what kind of man are you? In the end, you won't be able to protect anything. So if that's all you've got, then walk away. Rhea. A sudden burst of magic surged from Elfman's body. Mira shouted in panic, no. Elfman, you can only take over your arm. Full body take over, Beast King Sol. Elfman roared. His entire body began to transform. In moments, he had taken the full form of a towering beast king, horns curled atop his head. No. Sol's face twisted in horror at the transformation. Reahaha. Elfman attacked in a frenzy. The battlefield cracked beneath the sheer force of his blows. Sol's eyes rolled back, he lost consciousness instantly. Reverting to his normal form, Elfman raised his fist high and let out a mighty shout. Yehahai. The match is decided. Winner, Fairy Tales Elfman. That was amazing. That transformation was so cool. Fairy Tales won 2 in a row. They really are the stronger guild. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Elfman. Seeing that her brother was still conscious, Mira wept with joy. Elfman came to me once, Kyan said softly. He told me about Lysana. He even asked me how to better control his take over magic. He's been training for 2 years, he's had the strength to use Beast King for a while now. He just couldn't overcome the fear in his heart. But sometimes people need to be pushed. From now on, he'll be able to use it freely. Thank you, Kyan. Myra's heart swelled with gratitude. She knew Kyan had done this for Elfman's sake. Phantom Lord. Who's next? Elfman shouted arrogantly across the arena. Kyan smirked to himself. Let you go up once and now you're getting cocky. He immediately waved the substitution flag. Oh? Looks like Fairy Tail is swapping fighters again. Elfman stepped down reluctantly. Kyan, I can still fight. Kyan replied gruffly, look at you. You're covered in injuries. What are you gonna fight with? I only sent you out to fill a spot, not to be a main player. Elfman's face dropped. That's harsh, Mun. If you don't want harsh words, get stronger. Become someone worth sending out as a main player. Elfman's eyes lit up with determination. Yes, sir. Watching from the sidelines, Makarov nodded with satisfaction. Kyan had only been with Fairy Tail for a year, but he was already deeply trusted by everyone, guiding the guild with strength and maturity. Despite his youth, he was truly dependable. Makarov turned to glance across at Jose, smirking slightly. 2 losses already, Jose. If this were a standard 6-round 1v1 tournament, Fairy Tail would be 1 win away from match point. Jose, seeing Makarov's smug grin, nearly exploded with rage. Useless. Useless. You're all useless. Just 1 more hit, that was all it would have taken to end that fight. But that idiot soul had to go and toy with the opponent. And now they'd been turned over. And what made it worse? He lost to some nameless trash from Fairy Tail. That was the part Jose couldn't stand. Soul was quickly carried off for treatment, and the field was restored by mages to its original state. Now starting the 3rd match. Fighters from both sides, please enter the arena. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Winning Streak. 987 words. My turn. With that, Gray stepped into the arena. As the battles progressed, it was clear that the stronger fighters were being saved for later. With Urza and Kyan still waiting, now was his moment to act. Go for it, Gray. Show them what Fairy Tail is made of. With 2 wins in a row, the morale in Fairy Tail was sky high. They had finally vented their frustration in the best way possible. Just as Gray entered the field, it began to rain. Ha! It's raining. Moments later, a girl holding an umbrella stepped out from Phantom Lord's side. That's right, Juvia, one of the elements. She's the Rain Woman. Even Makarov looked surprised. The fact that her appearance alone could cause a change in the weather spoke volumes. That girl, what incredible water magic talent. To shift the weather so casually, this was a rare gift even within the entire magical world. I didn't expect you to beat 2 members of the elements, but Juvia and Arya won't be so easy to deal with. Sorry, but I don't care if you're a woman or a child. You destroyed our guild. That's unforgivable. Gray's tone was serious. Juvia stared at him, her cheeks slowly turning red. I see. Then I guess I surrender. Please take care. Gray blinked in confusion. Hey. What the hell are you doing? But Juvia's heart was pounding. She suddenly wanted to make this man hers. She longed to possess him. Fairy Tail vs. Phantom Lord Round 3. Begin. Dong. Waterlock. Rainwater rushed across the field, forming a giant sphere that trapped Gray inside. What? He hadn't expected such a sneak attack. Shoo. Gray quickly released cold air, freezing the sphere, then shattered it from within. Oh, you little sneak. Were you just trying to lower my guard? As he spoke, he started undressing. Why are you stripping? The entire audience was confused. Fairy Tale's members were visibly embarrassed. Of all times to strip, why now? Juvia, meanwhile, was flustered beyond belief. Watching him undress in front of a crowd was way more than she was ready for. Ice make, lancers. Gray clapped his hands together, and dozens of ice lances shot toward Juvia. Boom, boom, boom. The lances passed straight through her, and hit the ground beyond. Her body had been pierced, but no blood spilled, she simply turned into water. Gray's attack hadn't done a thing. Juvia's body is made of water. Water? Gray was stunned. You attacked me, but Juvia doesn't mind. After all, this is a battle. Goodbye, budding love. Water severing slash. Juvia unleashed several slicing waves of water. What nonsense are you even talking about? Gray dodged as best he could, but still took several cuts. Ice make, battle axe. Charging in close, Gray formed an enormous ice axe and brought it down hard across Juvia's waist, but she just turned to water again. His strike passed through harmlessly. You can't beat me. If you surrender now, I won't hurt you. What kind of joke is that? Neither side can back down now. Don't waste time, let's have a proper fight. The rain began to pour even harder. This rain, it's really annoying. Juvia trembled when she heard those words. She whispered, he's just like the others. Just like all the rest. She suddenly screamed in fury, startling Gray. Juvia will never fall in love again. She was boiling with emotion. What the hell are you even saying? Gray was completely lost. He came here to fight, not to get dragged into some soap opera. Swish. Juvia's body transformed into a stream of water and surged toward him. Gray dodged, but... HSSSS. So hot. Even just brushing past him made him wince. His skin felt scalded. Ice make, shield. Boom. The boiling stream slammed into the ice shield, melting it instantly. What? Are you kidding me? Whoa. The water stream sent Gray flying, then launched him into the air. In midair he bounced around like a ball, unable to regain control. Damn it. I've got to freeze her water. That's the only way. I won't lose to you. I won't lose to Phantom Lord. Freeze. Hurrah. Ice geyser. A surge of cold magic burst from Gray's hands. The boiling water around him began to freeze instantly, even the falling raindrops solidified midair. Ayaha. Crack. The ice shattered. Juvia lay collapsed on the ground. Juvia, lost. Just then, the sky cleared. Oh. The rain's finally gone. It was the first time Juvia had ever seen blue skies. They were beautiful. To her, Gray stood glowing in the sunlight, like a shining prince. Hey. You all right? Want to keep going? Seeing an opponent so concerned about her made Juvia's heart flutter. Her eyes sparkled with love, and then she fainted happily. The match is over. Winner, Fairy Tale's Gray. Yeah. Great job, Gray. The Fairy Tale side erupted in cheers, while Phantom Lord looked shaken and demoralized. What the hell's going on? Even Juvia lost. Impossible. Useless. All of you are useless. Losing to just one Fairy Tale mage. Jose was on the verge of exploding. 3 battles, 3 losses. And all to nameless Fairy Tale nobodies. They hadn't even sent out a single S-class mage yet. His pride was in shambles. No helping it. Juvia has 0 resistance to handsome guys. But whatever. The early rounds don't matter. As long as we win the rest, it's still our victory. Gajeel said calmly. His words helped Jose regain a little composure, though his face still looked like a thundercloud. Jose turned to Arya and warned, "Arya, no matter what, you cannot lose this one." Arya chuckled. He. What are you saying, Master Jose? This game ends with me. Gajeel grinned ominously. Oh, now that sounds promising. Then let Fairy Tale enjoy their last moment of glory. The fourth match is about to begin. Fighters from both sides, please enter the arena. I'm going. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, I'm best at holding back. 986 words. Go for it, Urza. Show them what you're made of. Get Urza. Show them what a Fairy Tale S-class mage really is. Urza walked into the arena with firm, confident steps. Oh. Representing Fairy Tale is the one known as the Fairy Queen, Urza. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept through the arena as a figure slowly appeared. The Phantom Lord Guild has sent out Arya of the Great Sky, leader of the Element Fours division. Lucy grinned smugly. Element. Didn't we already beat 3 of them? And why's that guy wearing a blindfold? Is he blind or something? Mira Jane replied with a serious expression, don't underestimate Arya of the Great Sky. He's the top of the elements. He usually keeps his eyes closed, it's the only way to suppress his immense magical power. He. Since I'm up against the Fairy Queen, I'll have to give it my all. As Arya spoke, he removed the cloth covering his eyes and slowly opened them. Fairy Tale vs. Phantom Lord Guild, Match 4. Begin. Clang. Requip, Heaven's Wheel Armor. Urza switched into her Heaven's Wheel Armor, a balance set known for both offense and defense, one of her most commonly used armors. Heaven's Wheel, Blazing Sword Dance. A barrage of magical swords shot toward Arya. Arya raised his palm and murmured softly, Sky Domain, Null. Countless invisible shock bullets burst forth, colliding with the magic swords. Boom. 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 All of Urza's swords were shot down mid-air. Sky Domain, Null. Arya lifted his other hand, firing another wave of shock blasts. Urza swiftly swung her swords, slicing through every single projectile. Seeing this, Arya was visibly surprised. His magic was nearly silent, most people didn't even know how to counter it. But Urza had cut through it all with just her instinct. That kind of talent gave him chills. Heaven's Wheel, Circle Sword. Dozens of steel swords formed a rapidly spinning ring, slashing toward Arya. Whoosh. Arya's form dissolved into wind and reappeared at a different location. As expected of the Fairy Queen. Looks like standard attacks won't decide this fight. In that case, let's end this quickly. A powerful aura surged from Arya's body. Domain of Death, 0, activate. This domain magic will drain away all life. Enjoy it to your heart's content. Can you survive this, Fairy Queen? Watch out, Urza. Fairy Tale's members called out warnings in alarm. But Urza's eyes remained calm. She took a deep breath and focused all her strength. Fairy Dance. Urza moved like a leaping, spinning fairy, cutting down every incoming magical strike one by one. Impossible. You actually cut through the domain magic, how? Swish swish. Urza's blade slashed across Arya's body. Aerg. Arya screamed as he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. The match is over. Winner, Fairy Queen Urza. Boom. The audience erupted into cheers. She defeated her opponent in an instant, it was overwhelming. Amazing. Urza. That was incredible. So cool. The Fairy Tale members cheered loudly. Many of them noticed that Urza's final move bore a strong resemblance to Kayan's. Remembering the recent match between Kayan and Urza, they realized she had already crafted a new technique of her own. No wonder she's Urza. Kyan couldn't help but admire her. He had once been called a genius. He knew all too well the vast difference between geniuses and ordinary people. It was the kind of gap that defied explanation. Like how some people always rank in the top 10, while others can't figure out why diamond rank players are so weak. Phantom Lord Guild's rest area. Jose remained silent. Everyone around him stood frozen, tense. They could feel it, their guildmaster was truly furious. Impossible. The elements was completely wiped out by those fairy tale nobodies. Defeated in the West, that was a disgrace. It implied his carefully nurtured elements was no match for Makarov's kids. What would the audience think? That fairy tale was stronger than Phantom Lord. Gajeel stood up and sneered, if the elements got wiped out by a bunch of trash, then that only proves they were trash too. I'll take it from here, I'll make those fairy tale losers remember, garbage belongs in the garbage. Everything's riding on you now, Gajeel. Don't disappoint me. Heh. Have I ever? Gajeel didn't even wait for the announcer. He walked straight into the arena, unable to hold back any longer. If he had known the others were this useless, he would have gone first and crushed them all at once. At that moment, Urza returned to the rest area. Kyan smiled at her. Nice work. Urza looked at him and said, You're up next, Kyan. Go easy on them, okay? There's a crowd here, try not to be too rough. Urza was one of the few who knew Kyan's true strength. Gajeel may have been known as Phantom Lord's strongest man, but to Urza, he was just a standard S-class mage. Compared to Kyan, who was on a whole other level, the gap was enormous. Don't worry. If there's one thing I'm best at, it's holding back. With that, Kyan stepped toward the arena. As he walked toward the center of the stage, Kyan's form began to change. His muscles swelled, becoming more defined. His hair slicked back slightly, and his outfit shifted top to bottom. His shirt morphed into a tight-fitting black t-shirt that highlighted his muscular frame. His pants became loose-fitting gray joggers, and he wore a pair of black loafers. Seeing Kyan transform, the fairy tale members gasped in unison. They all knew he had many forms, but this one left the deepest impression. It was the form he once used to flatten the entire guild in a mock battle. This might not be Kyan's strongest form, but it was certainly his most brutal. Not long ago, Lucy had seen him utterly crush Natsu without giving him the slightest chance to fight back. That phantom guy's toast. Totally. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Why so quiet now? 976 words. That form, don't tell me you're the one they call the tyrant. Seeing Kyan's transformed appearance, Gajeel guessed his identity. Phantom Lord possessed quite a bit of intelligence on fairy tale. While few had seen Kyan's true form, many recognized his transformations. To appear right after Urza in the lineup, and with the remaining S-class mages he knew excluded, there could only be one candidate left. The Tyrant. The Tyrant had only appeared a few times. Once, when he wiped out a bandit guild numbering over 10,000 and made his name overnight. Another, more recent event, was the total annihilation of the Dark Guild Eisenwald. But to Gajeel, none of that was impressive. Anyone who chose to become a bandit, even if they had some magic, was just trash in his eyes. As for Eisenwald, even less impressive. He had taken down dark guilds before, just never ones that caused as big a stir. You were acting pretty cocky earlier, weren't you, kid? Smashing up someone's guild and still mouthing off like that, not a great look, huh? Kyan's voice carried a lazy, mocking tone, as if he didn't take Gajeel seriously at all. Which made Gajeel sneer, yeah. So what? Good. I don't like uncertainties. Now that it's confirmed, I can relax. Relax. You mean you're scared? Both contestants are in the ring. Fairy Tale vs. Phantom Lord, Match 5. Begin. Clang. Ha. Iron Dragon's Club. Gajeel swung up his leg, which turned into an iron rod, sweeping it horizontally at Kyan's head. Heh! Gajeel grinned. The Iron Dragon's club suddenly branched into spiked tendrils aimed at Kyan, but they hit nothing but air. What? Suddenly, Kyan's voice came from Gajeel's flank, too slow. Just as Gajeel turned, a foot slammed into his face. Boom. Erg. Whoosh. Gajeel flew sideways like a ragdoll. Crash. He smashed into the arena wall, leaving a massive crater behind. You bastard. He hadn't expected to get launched the moment the match started. It was utterly humiliating. Gajeel charged toward Kyan in fury. But halfway there, Kyan's body blinked in front of him. Smack. Kyan grabbed Gajeel's hair and kneed him brutally in the face. Ack! Gajeel screamed. Then Kyan began swinging him by the head and slamming him repeatedly into the ground. Boom 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 boom. Many spectators flinched at the sight, especially Natsu, who was vividly reminded of the fear Kyan had recently beaten into him. You bastard. Iron Dragon's sword. Gajeel transformed his arm into an iron blade and slashed at Kyan. Clang. Kyan caught the Iron Dragon's sword with one hand and snapped it clean in two. Crack. Then, gripping one half of the broken sword, he slashed it across Gajeel's body. Squelch. Arg. A deep wound opened across Gajeel's torso. Iron Dragon's spear. Gajeel's leg transformed into a long iron spear that shot at Kyan's head. Kyan tilted his head slightly, dodging the strike. Then he grabbed the spear with one hand and slashed it in half with the broken sword in the other. Crack. The spear snapped cleanly. Clatter. Kyan tossed the broken sword to the ground and began twirling the spear like a staff. He nodded in satisfaction. This one feels better in the hand. Hearing that, Gajeel felt utterly humiliated. If Kyan respected him at all, he'd fight using his own weapon, not use one made from Gajeel's own magic. It was pure mockery. Kyan held the iron spear in one hand and walked slowly toward Gajeel. Iron Dragon's club. This time, Gajeel formed a massive iron club, the head alone over 2 meters wide. Rumble rumble. The club scraped across the arena, gouging out the floor with ease. If it struck, even a house would crumble. Clang. Kyan didn't move. He simply raised one hand and caught the club mid-swing. The heavy weapon stopped dead. Impossible. Gajeel's pupils shrank. His attack had been halted with one hand. Kyan grinned slightly and kicked the massive club hard. The whole thing, club and Gajeel together, went flying. Boom. Though Gajeel managed to revert his leg in time, the sheer force still blasted him back. He slammed his iron-fused arms into the ground to stop himself, carving 2 deep trenches into the floor. But just as he halted, Kyan was already in the air above him. Kyan gripped the iron spear and brought it down in a heavy strike. Iron Dragon scales. Gajeel coated his arms in Iron Dragon scales and raised them in defense. Boom. The floor beneath Gajeel exploded on impact. Ag. Even with his arms shielded by scales, the terrifying impact nearly snapped his bones. He could feel it. Weren't you real cocky just now? What happened to all that talk? Kyan raised the spear in one hand like a walking stick and casually smashed it down again. Boom. The ground beneath Gajeel shattered once more. Keep talking. Come on. Ha. 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 With each shout, Kyan drove the spear into Gajeel like a hammer driving a nail. Boom. The final blow sent Gajeel crashing through the arena floor. He burst out from another section, gasping for air. His chest swelled. Iron Dragon's roar. A gray shockwave laced with razor-sharp metal shrapnel erupted from Gajeel's mouth. Kyan didn't move. He simply spun the spear rapidly with both hands. Boom 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 boom. Every piece of shrapnel and the full blast of the roar were deflected. And no way. Gajil's eyes widened in disbelief. Kian hurled the spear at him. Gajil dodged immediately, but the moment he moved, a shadow appeared before him. Iron Dragon's iron fist. Gajil's scaly fist, coated in Iron Dragon scales, flew toward Kian's head. Clap. Kian raised his palm and caught the punch easily. Then twisted Gajil's arm outward. Crack. Crack. Arg. Gajil cried out in pain as Kian's knee smashed into his leg. Gah. Gajil dropped to one knee before Kian. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Come out, Jose. 1023 words. Smack. Kian clamped one hand around Gajil's neck and lifted him off the ground. Why would someone this weak dare to provoke Fairy Tail? I'm genuinely curious, can you tell me why? Monster. This time, Gajil truly understood what fear was. This guy wasn't human, he was a real monster. Why had he provoked them? Easy, he had no idea Fairy Tail housed something this terrifying. He tried to cast a spell, but Kian saw through it immediately. Arf. Gajil screamed in agony as Kian's grip tightened. He'd hardened his neck with magic to be like steel, but in Kian's grasp, it felt like rubber. He could feel it, if Kian wanted to, he could snap his neck at any moment. Kian. That's enough. Makarov's voice rang out. Only then did Kian release his grip. Thud. Cough. Cough. Gajil hit the ground hard, coughing violently. Kian raised his foot and kicked Gajil hard in the gut. Affa. Gajil let out a pained howl as he flew backward toward the Phantom Lord rest area. Ugh. Several Phantom Lord members couldn't dodge in time, and were knocked over as Gajil crashed into them, triggering a chorus of groans. Jose's face darkened to pitch black. 5 matches. 5 defeats. The script he'd written in his head was completely flipped. He had imagined Phantom Lord winning all 5 matches. Instead, trash. Every last one of them was trash. The match is over. Winner, Fairy Tail's Kian. 5 for 5. Fairy Tail is unstoppable. Fairy Tail is amazing. Yeah. I thought Phantom Lord was stronger. Turns out they lost all 5. Fairy Tail really is the #1 mage guild in Fiori. The audience had made up their minds, Fairy Tail was a tier above Phantom Lord. As expected. Kian in that form is terrifying. Fairy Tail's members felt a wave of relief seeing Gajil beaten so badly. In their hearts, only 2 people in the guild stood apart, even above the rest of the S-class, Kian and Gildarts. Gildarts was acknowledged as the strongest Fairy Tail mage, his crush magic unmatched. Kian, on the other hand, was rising at incredible speed. 6 months ago, he was just another S-class. Now, he was already catching up to Gildarts. Even if Gajil was strong, he was no match for Kian. Humph. Jose snorted coldly and stood up to leave. 5 defeats. There was no point continuing. If Gajil had won, he would have challenged Makarov next, maybe even placed Phantom Lord above Fairy Tail in reputation. But now, even if he beat Makarov, people would still say Fairy Tail was stronger. Suddenly, Kian's voice echoed out, Jose, get out here. What? Everyone, Phantom Lord and Fairy Tail alike, was startled by his shout. What? Kian just challenged the Phantom Lord Guild Master, Jose. The crowd erupted in chatter. Sure, Kian was strong but Saint Wizards were legendary. Kian was challenging Jose. Jose, one of the 10 wizard saints, officially recognized by the Magic Council as one of the 10 most powerful mages on the continent. These weren't mages you could compare to the average, they were monsters who stood at the peak of the Ishkar continent. Is he insane? Even Phantom Lord members thought Kian had gone mad. No matter how cocky, you don't pick a fight with a saint wizard. Fairy Tale felt the same. You brat. Don't be reckless. Makarov spoke up urgently. Others might not know Jose's true strength, but he did. Jose's character was questionable, but his magical power was undeniable. He'd already been a saint wizard 6 years ago, and he was still young, with lots of room to grow. Now, even Makarov couldn't say he could beat him for sure. Yeah, Kyan. You just finished a battle, your magic power. Urza also spoke up. The stronger Kyan's performance had looked, the more magic he must have used. The fight with Gajeel was overwhelming, but the cost in magic was massive. Jose's gaze turned icy as he looked at Kyan. What did you just say, brat? Kyan stared him down. Jose. Get out here. Boom. A terrifying surge of magic burst from Jose. You insolent brat. He roared with fury. The ground around him exploded under the pressure. Insolent? Maybe. But I'd rather be insolent than despicable. You destroyed the Fairy Tale Guildhall. Gajeel was the one who did it, but you were the mastermind. I've punished the offender, what makes you think I'd let the one behind it walk away? Oh? And what are you going to do? Jose's face twisted into a cruel grin. Kyan beckoned with one finger. You. Up here. 6 years ago, the old man beat you down. Now it's my turn. Gasp. Kyan's declaration shook everyone to the core. Did he just say he was going to beat up a saint wizard? Wait, was this his goal from the start? Fairy Tale members began to realize, it seemed like Kyan had planned this all along. Heh. Heh heh heh. Ha 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 ha. Jose broke into hysterical laughter. So I've been quiet too long, and now even jumping clowns think they can walk on my head. Makarov, big brother, you're not going to stop this. Jose turned his gaze to Makarov. This is the path the kids have chosen. I won't stand in their way. Makarov didn't know if Kyan was acting on impulse, but right now, as a father, he supported Kyan's decision. In that case, don't come crying if I cripple him, Makarov. Jose was furious, but also resolved. He was going to utterly destroy Kyan. Fairy Tale couldn't be allowed to harbor such a monstrous talent. Someone like Kyan had to be snuffed out before he grew even stronger. In a few more years, he could become a real threat. Jose stepped onto the center stage. A dark, terrifying aura billowed around him. Everyone who felt it couldn't help but feel their hearts freeze. Mira Jane covered her nose, deeply worried. Such evil magic. Just facing him makes me want to vomit. Kyan opened his system interface. He selected all the character cards from his last draw and chose to recycle them. Ding. Recycle selected cards. Yes. Ding. Recycle successful. Your magic level has increased. Current magic. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Battle against a Saint Wizard. 954 words. Kyan instantly felt a surge of powerful magic rise from his core and spread through his entire body. The magic he had just spent was fully replenished, and his overall capacity had grown significantly. So this is 6-star magic, huh? Compared to his previous 5.5-star level, his magical energy had more than doubled. The immense mana boost gave Kyan a tangible sense of strength. He felt that even without using takeover magic, he could now go toe-to-toe with any S-class mage. And that wasn't just a feeling, he really had reached that level. Guildmaster Jose has accepted the challenge. What a rare spectacle. We get to witness a saint wizard in action with our own eyes. Fairy Tale vs. Phantom Lord, Round 6. Begin. Clang. Makarov's brat, I've heard of you. The tyrant. They say you took down tens of thousands of bandits, but you need to understand something. A saint wizard is nothing like those nobodies. Don't let a little fame go to your head. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. There's always someone stronger. Jose's gaze turned cold and murderous. But Kyan ignored the trash talk. It's time for this guy to take the stage. Full body takeover, Edward Newgate. Kyan's body quickly grew taller and larger. His clothes transformed into a white coat, and in his hand appeared Whitebeard's iconic weapon, Murakumajiri, one of the 12 supreme-grade blades. Most striking of all was the white, crescent-shaped mustache under his nose. His face looked like a fusion of Kyan and Whitebeard, imposing and regal. So huge. The crowd gasped as Kyan stood there at a towering 6.66 meters tall. Kyan turned into a grandpa. Aside from Natsu, Happy, Gray, and Lucy, most of the fairy tale members were seeing this form for the first time, and their jaws dropped. Elfman shouted, "What is that?" "A new transformation." Happy answered, "I. This one's super strong." Natsu and Gray were fired up too. They had both seen this transformation before. If Kyan could really beat Jose, then Phantom Lord would be completely crushed. Seeing Kyan's form, Jose snorted disdainfully. "Humph, kid, if you'd transformed into Makarov's giant form, maybe I'd be impressed. But this? Bigger doesn't mean stronger. A giant body is just a bigger target. Fall." With a wave of his hand. Boom, 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 boom. A wave of red explosions erupted beneath Kyan's feet, engulfing his massive body in flame. "Kyan!" Mirajane cried out in panic. The rest of the guild was equally alarmed. That was a Saint Wizard's attack. With that kind of destructive force, even surviving a single hit was questionable. Hey, hey, hey. Who's lighting firecrackers? It's not even New Year's. There's people here, you know. What kind of manners is that? Kyan's voice rang out from within the smoke. Boom. A blast of force scattered the smoke, revealing Kyan standing completely unharmed. What? Jose's expression shifted. He hadn't expected to kill Kyan with one hit, but to not even scratch him. Yes. He's okay. Of course he is. It's Kyan. Fairy tale members exhaled in relief. Jose narrowed his eyes. You've got some skill, brat. But that alone isn't enough to act cocky in front of me. I'll show you just how vast the gap is between you and a Saint Wizard. Ghost arrows. Jose raised his palm, and a purple magic circle appeared. Dozens of ghostly arrows shot out toward Kyan. Kyan clenched his fist. VMMM. A clear, spherical aura of energy wrapped around his hand. Kyan threw a punch toward Jose. Crack, crack. The air fractured like glass, spiderweb cracks spreading across the atmosphere. A terrifying shockwave blasted out from his fist. Boom, 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 boom. Jose's ghost arrows were all obliterated. The shockwave surged straight toward him. Rumble. The entire arena, no, the entire city, began to shake violently. Kaya. The audience screamed in terror. Crack, crack, crack. A massive fissure split the ground, stretching from Kyan's feet all the way toward Jose. Argha. Waha. The Phantom Lord seating area began collapsing under the intense vibration, and their members tumbled down screaming. Soon the tremors died down, but everyone just stood there stunned, staring at Kyan. One punch. One terrifying punch had caused this much destruction. A monster. Attention all spectators. The destructive power of both mages is too great, please evacuate the arena immediately. The rest of the match will be broadcast remotely. I repeat. Please evacuate the arena immediately. Hearing the announcement, the crowd began scrambling to escape. Previous matches were one thing, but this was way beyond what ordinary people could watch. Kyan smiled at Jose. So you're a Saint Wizard. I wonder if you'll even last long enough to make this fun. Jose's expression was grim. Don't get cocky, brat. The real battle starts now. Dark spiral. Dark energy swirled around Jose's arm. With a sweeping motion, a spiral of darkness rushed toward Kayan, tearing up the ground in its path. Kayan raised Murakumajiri, now wrapped in both armament and conqueror's haki. Split, open. With a thunderous shout, Kayan unleashed a massive slash. Swoosh. The dark spiral was cleanly bisected. Boom, 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 boom. The slash ripped through the already damaged arena, and kept going, cutting across the battlefield and blasting Phantom Lord members into the air. The slash kept extending far into the distance, its destructive power horrifying everyone. Cold sweat dripped down Jose's forehead. He had almost been hit. If he had taken that blow head-on, even as a saint wizard, he would have been severely injured if not killed. His face darkened in shame. He was one of the 10 wizard saints, and he'd just flinched from a brat from Makarov's guild. It was disgraceful. Furious, he gathered even more concentrated magic around his arms. Die, you damn brat. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, the next strike will end you. 913 words. Magic light. Jose slammed his palm down onto the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Streams of magical light burst from the earth, tearing through the arena floor as they surged straight toward Kayan. Kayan casually clenched his fist and smashed it toward Jose's direction. Crack, crack. The air shattered. A powerful shockwave ripped through the ground, hurtling straight toward Jose. The two massive forces collided head-on. Boom. A violent blast swept across the arena. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks webbed across the entire Colosseum floor. Yoa. Aha. Both members of Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord shielded themselves with their arms or clung to the railings to avoid being flung away by the shockwave. Yaha. Even the citizens who had just fled the stadium felt the ground rumble beneath them and screamed, fleeing even farther. Boom. Kayan burst out of the smoke, raising the Murakumajiri high and slashing down at Jose. Magic shield. Jose summoned a magical barrier in front of himself. Boom. Kayan's blade struck the shield with explosive force, shattering the ground around them. Crack. A deep fracture split across the barrier. What? Jose couldn't believe that his shield couldn't withstand the blow. Dark stream. He immediately unleashed a barrage of black-violet beams. Kayan swung the Murakumajiri, effortlessly deflecting every single one. Swoosh. He gripped the blade with both hands and unleashed a massive horizontal slash after charging it with force. Jose quickly dodged. Crack. Half the arena was sliced in two and flung into the air. Aha. Everyone from both Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord gawked at the sight, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Jose's expression darkened. He had assumed this was just some punk. But this level of destructive power. To think that Makarov had someone this strong under his command, it was unacceptable. Spectre soldiers. Jose conjured a horde of shadowy soldiers, swarming toward Kayan. Just touching them could drain life energy. Hum. Kayan clenched his fist, charging it up. A glowing, transparent white sphere, compressed with the power of vibrations, formed around it. Crack, crack. The air itself shattered. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The shockwave annihilated all the spectre soldiers in its path, and continued roaring toward Jose. Jose's expression twisted as he hurriedly threw up another barrier. Crack. It shattered. Gwa! Jose screamed as his body was launched back violently. Boom, boom, boom. Master. The members of Phantom Lord paled when they saw Jose go flying. Yes. The members of Fairy Tail erupted into cheers. Makarov was in utter disbelief. Is Kayan a monster? That's a member of the 10 Wizard Saints, chosen by the Magic Council as the 10 most powerful mages on the continent. And Kyan is not just keeping up, he's completely dominating him. Has his strength already reached that level? And he's improving so damn fast. Boom. A surge of dark magic erupted skyward, scattering debris. Jose staggered to his feet, blood at the corner of his mouth. His body looked battered, but a terrifying aura of magic now radiated from him, sending shockwaves across the skies of Ashibana. You little brat, you've seriously pissed me off. Jose glared at Kyan, fully unleashing his magic. His eyes turned pitch black, making him look like a demon from the depths. He gathered immense dark energy in his palms, condensing it into a black-violet sphere. Death storm. A devastating blast of dark energy surged toward Kyan. Kyan gripped the Murakumajiri tightly. Hum. A glowing white orb formed on the blade, channeling the power of the Gura Gura no Mi. He brought the blade down on the incoming wave. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion detonated. Shockwaves spread in all directions, obliterating everything in their path. Makarov instantly enlarged himself, shielding the guild members behind him. Phantom Lord's members weren't so lucky, many were sent flying by the blast. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. The already crumbling Colosseum finally collapsed entirely. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You damned brat. That finally did it, right? Ha 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 ha. See that? That's what you get for messing with a 10-wizard saint. Ha 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 ha. Jose spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally. He'd finally destroyed that annoying brat. Just imagining Makarov's pain from losing someone so powerful gave him immense satisfaction. Suddenly, Kyan's voice echoed from the smoke. Hey! Hey! Don't jinx me by declaring me dead so soon. That's bad luck, you know. Gah! Jose's laughter stopped cold. He turned toward the smoke. A tall figure stood in the center of the blast zone. As the haze cleared, Kyan stood there, completely unscathed. Not a single scratch on him. No. No way. You took my strongest spell head-on and came out like that. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jose's face contorted with disbelief and madness. Death Storm was his ultimate spell. No one had ever taken it and walked away unharmed, not even Makarov. Kyan casually replied. Your spell packed a decent punch. I'll give you that. The 10 wizard saints do have some bite. But overall, nothing special. He spoke based on Whitebeard's memories. Jose's power was decent, maybe equivalent to a mid-tier warlord of the sea. But Kyan had inherited the might of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. The fairy tale members all looked speechless. Jose, a 10 wizard saint, being called nothing special by Kyan. You arrogant little punk. If I can't beat you in one strike, I'll try 2. If 2 doesn't work, I'll try 3. I don't believe I can't take you down. Kyan calmly replied. No need for all that. 1 strike. The next one will end this. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Strongest Guild. 994 words. What? You're going to end it with 1 strike? You damn brat. Just because you managed to land a hit, now you're acting cocky. You seriously think you can finish me off with a single blow? Let's see you try. I dare you. Jose flew into a rage again, dark energy surging in both his hands. Kyan stomped down hard with both feet. Swoosh! His whole body shot into the air, his right hand tightening into a fist as it gathered power. Hum! The power of the Gura Gura no Mi condensed into a glowing white sphere of compressed vibrations around his fist. The force was so intense that even the space around it visibly distorted. Kyan began to descend. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The atmosphere trembled. Everyone could feel the terrifying energy building up. It made their hearts leap into their throats. This is bad. They all sensed that this was no ordinary attack. Ice make, ice shield. Gray summoned an ice shield in front of the group. Requip, adamantine armor. Adamantine barrier. Urza switched to her most defensive armor, combining two shields to create a massive green magical barrier. Disappear. Death storm. A massive blast of dark energy shot upward toward Kyan. Kyan swung his vibration-imbued fist straight into the oncoming attack. Boom. The two powers collided midair. Everything around them exploded as the shockwave spread in all directions, annihilating whatever it touched. Die, die, die. Jose shouted in manic excitement. Crack. The quake punch shattered the dark wave, blasting it apart as Kyan continued closing the distance. What? This can't be happening. Jose couldn't believe that his spell had been overpowered by a brat in a direct clash. No. Absolutely not. When I say one strike will finish you, it will. Kyan appeared directly above Jose, his fist still wrapped in vibrating force. Crack, crack. The space in front of his punch split open. Gwa! Boom, boom, boom. The quake hit Jose dead on, ravaging his internal organs. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. The ground of the entire city of Ashibana shook violently, like an earthquake had struck. After a long moment, the tremors subsided. Everyone looked toward the center of the arena. And froze. In the center was a massive crater, as if a giant meteor had struck. Kyan stood at the heart of it. Lying at his feet was Jose, the guild master of Phantom Lord. Jose looked completely wrecked, his clothes in tatters, hair disheveled, blood leaking from every orifice, his body trembling uncontrollably. Kyan actually won. Kyan defeated a 10 wizard saint. Everyone in Fairy Tale felt like they were dreaming. The 10 wizard saints were acknowledged by the Magic Council as the 10 most powerful mages on the Ishgard continent, absolute monsters. Defeating one of them? That was unthinkable. But it had just happened right in front of their eyes. Ohu! This is amazing. Kyan is incredible. He even beat a 10 wizard saint. We won. We crushed Phantom Lord. Woohoo! The moment reality set in, Fairy Tale erupted in cheers. Kyan's victory meant that Fairy Tale had officially defeated Phantom Lord in this confrontation. They'd finally vented all the humiliation and rage that had been building up. Phantom Lord had been completely crushed, and would never be able to act smug in front of Fairy Tale again. Master Jose. He actually lost. The members of Phantom Lord were equally stunned. It would have been one thing to lose to Makarov, he was a 10 wizard saint too, and an old one at that. But to lose to some young, unknown mage from Fairy Tale. They couldn't believe it. At that moment, Chapati popped out from behind the Fairy Tale members. The match is decided. The winner, Fairy Tale's Kyan. Unbelievable. Jose, the master of Phantom Lord and one of the 10 wizard saints, has been defeated by a young Fairy Tale wizard. Absolutely incredible. The strongest mage guild in Fiori is Fairy Tale. You're still here. The Fairy Tale members couldn't help but roast Chapati. They thought the announcer had run away long ago, but apparently, he'd just been hiding behind them the whole time. This is your last warning. If you dare mess with Fairy Tale again, I won't hesitate to kill you myself. Kyan's voice was cold as he spoke to Jose. In the year since joining Fairy Tale, he had become ruthless when it counted. In the anime, Jose wasn't just someone who trashed a guild, he had orchestrated a sneak attack on Makarov, drained his magic, nearly killed him, and had even tried to murder all of Fairy Tale. Mirajane had almost been crushed to death. Remembering all that made Kyan want to end him right here. But this was a public setting, killing him outright would trigger a major mess with the Magic Council. Kyan turned and began walking toward the Fairy Tale crowd. Kyan. Everyone in Fairy Tale ran up, beaming with joy. Kyan. That was amazing. You actually took down a 10-wizard saint. You're insane. Let's see if those Phantom Lord bastards dare mess with us again. Next time they see us, they'll be the ones running with their tails between their legs. Ha ha ha. Kyan scratched the back of his head as he reached Makarov and said, "Sorry, Master. I think I might have caused some trouble again." The fight had completely destroyed Ashibana's arena. Even though Kyan had restrained the force, the city probably still experienced something like a magnitude 5 earthquake. That was no small mess. The old man was definitely going to get an earful from the Magic Council. But Makarov just smiled and said, "I told you, walk your own path. You did great." He was more pleased with Kyan than ever. Powerful, humble, and though he got into trouble sometimes, those flaws were trivial. What mattered was that he stepped up when the guild was in danger, and defeated a monster of an enemy. He could be trusted. Let's go home. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Maintain Reverence. 1050 words. Yes. The members of Fairy Tale followed Makarov with joy, leaving the arena like true victors. But just as they stepped outside, a huge crowd surrounded them. The Fairy Tale members grew nervous. Are these people here to demand compensation? After all, the battle between Kyan and Jose had destroyed a ton of property, and Kyan had basically been the one responsible. Even just the damage they saw firsthand would cost a fortune, let alone what they didn't see. Everyone. Makarov stepped forward, ready to apologize and take responsibility. That was amazing. You guys were incredible. Yeah. Who knew mages could be this strong? And to think you even defeated a 10-wizard saint. That was insane. Mr. Kyan. That was so cool. As expected, Fairy Tale is the strongest wizard guild in all of Fiori. Strongest. 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 Everyone was fired up, not scared of the destruction, just thrilled by the victory. Though they had fled earlier, many had watched the entire battle via broadcast. Worshipping strength is human instinct. And Kyan was the kind of person they were born to revere. Seeing that the crowd wasn't here to collect damages, the Fairy Tale members relaxed and let the cheers wash over them. Smiles spread across their faces. Humph. Not far away, a figure scoffed and turned away from the crowd. It was Laxus. Originally, he'd thought, this was Kyan's mess, so Kyan should take responsibility, no matter the outcome. Part of him had even hoped to show up dramatically at the last moment, defeat Jose Porla, and let the world know that even a 10-wizard saint could be brought down. But Kyan had beaten Jose first. Not that Laxus thought it was a big deal, he figured he could have beaten Jose too. What pissed him off was that the glory that should have been his had been stolen by that punk. Unforgivable. Elsewhere, Mistigan, his body wrapped in cloth, had also been preparing to step in. If Fairy Tale had begun to lose, he would have intervened. But the guild had held its ground. Every enemy had been defeated without his help. With one last glance at the cheering guild members, Mistigan turned and vanished. Magic Council era. Bang. Look at this mess. I told you Fairy Tale was a guild of troublemakers. And now they've gone and destroyed an entire arena. Not to mention the massive damage to the surrounding area. I propose we immediately disband Fairy Tale. Org shouted, red in the face and shaking with fury. He looked like he wouldn't rest until Fairy Tale was gone. Agreed. That guild is a disaster. Everywhere they go, they cause destruction. If we keep letting this slide, one day they might tear the council building down too. Michela was just as outraged. He and Org were two of the most anti-Fairy Tale members in the council. Seagrain smiled and said, if we forcibly disband Fairy Tale, what happens to its members? Michello snapped. What do you mean what happens? Just scatter them, have them join other guilds. And if they don't want to, tough luck. Altair calmly replied. From what I know, Fairy Tale has around 6 or 7 wizards on par with Salamander in strength. There are 4 mages on Urzus level, and 3 others even stronger. And most importantly, there's Kyan and Makarov. Both of them are easily 10 wizard saint tier. Org's eyes bulged. What? Are you saying they'd resist? Seagrain chuckled and shook his head. These guys still think the Magic Council is the top of the food chain. They don't realize how useless our enforcement units are when facing true power. But of course, he had no intention of enlightening them. He wasn't here to be a real counselor anyway. I'm just offering a friendly reminder. Fairy Tale is still a legal guild. You can yell at Makarov all you want now, but if they were a dark guild, you'd all have a real problem on your hands. Seagrain, what's that supposed to mean? Nothing much. Just a warning. And I'd advise you all to remember something. This isn't the age of armies anymore. Magic particles in the air are steadily rising. The gap between the strong and the weak is widening, and it'll only grow larger. Take me, for example. If I wanted to kill everyone in this room, the council's security wouldn't be able to stop me. What? Org shouted. Seagrain. Don't talk nonsense. Seagrain simply spread his hands and smiled. This isn't nonsense, it's objective truth. Believe it or not, up to you. But let me give you a final piece of advice. Even as Magic Council members, you should still maintain reverence toward true power. Back at the front of Fairy Tale's Guild Hall, everyone stood silently. The revenge against Phantom Lord had been satisfying, but the damage left behind was heavy. The guild building was nearly destroyed. This place was their home. They had made so many memories here. Every one of them had poured heart and soul into this guild. Especially the master. He was the one who built it with his own hands. His connection ran deeper than anyone else's. Yikes. It's a mess. Looks like we'll have to tear it down and rebuild. Makarov sighed as he looked at the building. The iron support pillars were gone, patches covered the damaged areas, and the walls were covered in cracks. Technically, the guild still stood, but the structural supports were gone, it could collapse at any time. Better to rebuild than patch it up. Phantom Lord, damn it. Seeing the guild like this made everyone want to drag those bastards back out and beat them up all over again. All right. Go rest for now. Then get ready, starting tomorrow, we rebuild the guild. Yeah. Just then, Makarov remembered how badly today had gone overboard. The arena was destroyed. Ashibana had probably experienced several minor earthquakes. The Magic Council was definitely going to scream at him again. No doubt about it, he'd be chewed out. Maybe even thrown in detention. Sweat beaded on his forehead like rain. He was doomed. Just the thought of it made tears well up. Then he broke down sobbing. Wah! Ah! The master's crying. It must be because he's so emotional about the guild. Let it out, master. Let it out. You'll feel better. Chapter 110, Phantom Lord disbands. 1043 words. 3 days passed in a flash. Fairy Tale had begun rebuilding. On the construction site, everyone was hard at work with full enthusiasm. Without a functioning guild hall, there was no work to take on. And without work, they could only help out with construction. Sure, there wasn't much pay, but the food and drinks were free, and they could brag and joke together while rebuilding their home. This is so heavy. Natsu trudged forward, teeth gritted, carrying over a dozen logs on his back. Gray, balancing a single log on his shoulder, muttered. Who told you to carry that many at once? Are you stupid? You don't get it. This is training. You'll see, once I'm done, I'll be able to beat both Urza and that monster Kyan. Ha! Dream on. Urza is already a beast, but Kyan. That guy's a whole other level. There's no way you're beating him. If before they thought they might have a chance against Kyan, that hope had long vanished. His biggest weakness used to be stamina. But now his magic power had grown massively. He'd gone from lasting 1 minute to 10 full minutes. Sure, 10 minutes still wasn't long, but no one could survive Kyan going all out for 10 minutes. That's what makes you weak, no dreams. Ha! Who are you calling weak? If I got serious, I could carry double that. Gray gritted his teeth and really went for it, trying to carry twice the load. RRRRGHHH. Look. See that? But after just a few steps, the rope snapped. UAF. And the logs collapsed, burying Gray under them. Ha 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 ha. That was pathetic. You see that, Happy? Natsu laughed without mercy. You too. Cut the playing around and get back to work. Kyan barked, walking by with a bundle of logs over his shoulder. As long as the guild's not rebuilt, no one can take on jobs. He was itching to go on an S-class mission, but until the guild was rebuilt, no missions, no work. No work meant no card draws, and what was life without card draws? Hey, everyone. Big news in the paper. A guildmate rushed over, waving a newspaper. What is it? Everyone gathered around, curious. If it was big enough for the front page, it had to be serious. Phantom Lord has been disbanded. What? Everyone in the guild was stunned. Phantom Lord and Fairy Tail had always been neck and neck. Maybe they were a bit weaker, but they had sheer numbers, and if it came to an all-out war, the outcome could have gone either way. What happened? Why would Phantom Lord just disband like that? Urza stepped forward, baffled. Even if they lost to Fairy Tail, Phantom Lord had still been the second strongest legal guild in Fiori. The paper says that not long after the tournament ended, Jose went back and disbanded the guild himself. The whole guild went silent. Sure, none of them liked Phantom Lord, but they'd never wished for them to be homeless or jobless. They were still a legal guild, after all. Conflicts were one thing, destroying someone's home was another. Kyan said. All right, don't overthink it. It was their decision. We didn't force them. No need to get involved. Let's just focus on our own business. The others nodded at his words. Truth be told, if the roles had been reversed, Phantom Lord would have been 10 times as arrogant. But they lost and clearly couldn't take it. It wasn't Fairy Tail's problem. As the others returned to work, Kyan narrowed his eyes. From what he remembered, Jose wasn't the type to swallow such a loss quietly. There was a good chance he'd seek revenge down the line. But Kyan wasn't worried. Jose couldn't beat him now, he'd stand even less of a chance in the future. Magic Council era. Fiori branch. Huff huff huff, snore. At the disciplinary hearing, Makarov stood at the defense bench, fast asleep. The council members were shaking with rage. Sleeping during an official judgment. In front of the full Magic Council. It was practically spitting in their faces. Makarov. Yes. You were sleeping just now, weren't you? Makarov scratched his head awkwardly, eyes shifting. Me? As if. Ha ha ha, of course not. The council will now issue its judgment. After the verdict was announced, Makarov sat with his old friend Yajima. Can't believe it. They ruled Fairy Tail not guilty. Honestly, I was fully prepared to be locked up. He was in a great mood. This had been a huge incident. Kyan's suggestion may have skirted council regulations, but it clearly had an element of retaliation. And the destruction caused in Ashibana had been serious. In the end, the council decided to deduct all of Fairy Tail's tournament winnings, but imposed no additional punishment. It was the best outcome they could have hoped for. You should thank me, old man. I did everything I could to argue in your favor. Big thanks, Yajima. Once the guild's rebuilt, I'll treat you to fairy ramen. They'd known each other since childhood, nearly 80 years now. Their bond was strong. Then I want 12 slices of chashu. 12. That's too much. Oh? Then maybe next time I won't speak up for you. All right. 20 slices. 30 slices. Whatever you want. As guildmaster, Makarov knew better than anyone how much trouble Fairy Tail caused. Next time, who knew what kind of disaster they'd cause? If not for Yajima having his back at the council, the guild might have been disbanded long ago. 12 slices is fine. But listen, old man, this isn't going to stop. The council's been keeping a close eye on Fairy Tail's incidents. Michello and Org even proposed disbanding the guild again. If this keeps up, someday you'll face serious consequences. You should consider stepping down. Your body can't take much more. Yajima spoke as a friend. He knew Makarov's heart condition had worsened long ago, kept stable only by potions from poorly Yusuka. Any intense emotional strain could prove fatal. Makarov didn't reply. Of course he knew. But he couldn't bear to leave the guild. He couldn't abandon his children. To see them grow up happily, he had to be the one to shield them from the storm. Still, maybe it really was time to start planning for the future. I'll give it serious thought. Chapter 111, Laxus's Ambition. 1074 words. Everyone. Starting today, work resumes. Even if it's just a temporary reception desk, let's all give it our best. Standing behind the makeshift counter, Mira Jane flashed a warm, uplifting smile as she made the announcement. With the Magic Council's decision finally passed, Fairy Tail was once again allowed to operate normally. Yeah. Work. We've got work again. The moment the guild members heard the news, they lost their minds and stormed toward the request board, scrambling to pick their missions. What the heck? Usually they're just sitting around drinking all day. Lucy couldn't help but comment as she watched the chaotic scene. She'd been in the guild for a while now and remembered how the request board used to be jam-packed with jobs, but nobody ever bothered. Day after day, they just came to the guild to drink. Mira Jane laughed. Ha ha ha. Well, they haven't worked in ages, so they're all broke. She knew everyone in the guild well. They were the kind of people who lived it up the moment they had a bit of cash, only thinking about work once they hit rock bottom. After all this time without any jobs, their savings had long dried up. Living broke wasn't fun for anyone. Mira Jane, are there any S-class jobs? Kyan rushed over to Mira Jane and asked. He had just checked the board himself, everything listed was below S-class, and he wasn't the least bit interested in those. Mira Jane shook her head. S-class jobs might take a few more days to come in. Because of everything that happened, our guild had to hand off all requests to other guilds. We only just got our mission privileges restored. Even if there are S-class requests out there, it'll take some time. But if you're eager to take something, we do have a few high-paying monster extermination jobs. High-level extermination missions paid nearly as much as S-class jobs. Completing 3 of them was about equal to 1 S-class mission in rewards. Nope. I'll pass. I'll wait a bit longer. He was interested in money, sure, but he was even more interested in S-class missions. No matter how high the bounty, an extermination job still counted as an A-class mission in the system. That meant just 1 lottery pull. So it was better to wait. The last thing he wanted was for an S-class mission to show up while he was out on an A-class one, only for Laxus or Mystigan to snatch it up. He'd never forgive himself. Kyan waved his hand and went to find a seat to drink. Why is Kyan so obsessed with S-class missions? Is it just because they pay more? Lucy asked curiously. Who knows? Maybe he just likes the challenge. Mirajane wasn't sure either, but she could tell Kyan treated S-class jobs very differently from the rest. Just as Kyan was sipping his drink, an unexpected figure sat down across from him. Let's talk. The man wore a flashy gold leopard print jacket, golden hair, and headphones hanging around his neck. His face bore the arrogant look of someone who thought he ruled the world. It was one of Fairy Tail's S-class mages, Laxus. Kyan hadn't expected Laxus to approach him. He'd been with Fairy Tail for nearly a year, and though he'd seen Laxus a few times, they'd never exchanged words. Part of that was because Laxus had his own clique and rarely interacted with the rest of the guild. The other part was Kyan's personal distaste for that smug, condescending attitude. Naturally, he never made an effort to talk. What do you want? Kyan, what do you think of the current state of Fairy Tail? It's great. Master takes good care of me, and everyone in the guild is really united. Laxus cut him off. Wrong. That's not what I meant. I mean this guild is too weak. Too weak. But aren't we the strongest mage guild in Fiori? We are, technically, but that so-called strength is a lie propped up by just a handful of people. Kyan, look around this guild. Aside from a few S-class mages, it's filled with nothing but dead weight. These people have no real skill, yet they bask in the fame of being part of the strongest guild. How can trash like that be worthy of Fairy Tail? My vision of the strongest guild isn't built on weaklings. I want a guild where every single member is a top-tier powerhouse. That is what deserves to be called the strongest. Kyan, join me. Let's work together to reshape this guild. If we team up, we can build not just the strongest guild in Fiori, not just in Ishgar, but the strongest in the world. A guild that surpasses all others in history. As for the weak, they'll all be kicked out. Suddenly. Bang. Crack. The table beside them exploded under the force of a punch, and a furious voice rang out. Say that one more time, I dare you. All eyes snapped to the source. It was Urza, fists clenched and glaring daggers at Laxus. Laxus. So you're back. Good. That means we can settle this right now. This guild doesn't need people like you. Urza? Lucy had never seen Urza this angry before. Sure, Urza could be scary when she got serious, but once you got to know her, it was obvious she was actually very kind and gentle. Happy gasped, Laxus is back. Gray scowled. That bastard comes back and starts spewing crap right away. You know why we were underestimated by Phantom Lord Guild? Because this guild has too much trash in it. The old man's too soft. He lets any stray dog join the guild without question. That's why we're overrun with weaklings. They contribute nothing, and still enjoy the best resources the guild has to offer. Can't even handle basic missions without embarrassing us. Tell me, do people like that deserve to be part of Fairy Tail? Laxus, you bastard. Natsu couldn't take it anymore and charged straight at him, swinging a punch at his face. Crackle. Laxus turned into golden lightning, and instantly reappeared behind Natsu. Laxus. I challenge you to a fight, you heartless jerk. Ha 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 ha. You can't even touch me. What makes you think you're qualified to challenge me? Ignoring Natsu, Laxus turned back to Kyan. Kyan, will you join me in creating the greatest guild the world has ever known, or stay here and keep playing pretend with these weaklings? Tell me your answer. Chapter 112, A New S. 1034 words. Everyone in the guild turned their eyes to Kyan. While Fairy Tail didn't have a strict hierarchy, S-class mages were essentially its leadership. Whenever the master was absent, decisions typically fell to them. If Kyan accepted Laxus's invitation, it really might mean the rest of them would get kicked out of the guild. Kyan shook his head and said, I'm not interested in building your so-called strongest guild. That kind of thing just doesn't appeal to me. And playing pretend? What's wrong with that? Isn't it fun? Personally, I love playing pretend. As for calling people weak, I don't see anyone in this guild as weak. They work hard, they don't steal, they don't cheat, they live honestly. That's what strength is. Kyan. The guild members were visibly moved by his words. For me, as long as I can live happily each day, and ideally get to take on S-class missions, I'm perfectly content. Even if the guild became the strongest in the world, what's the point if I'm not happy? Kyan understood exactly what Laxus was thinking. Even without seeing the full storyline, he could tell. It was just like those role-playing games he used to play. When forming a guild, some pay-to-win players would try to build the strongest group possible. Since guild slots were limited, they'd just kick out weaker players to make room for stronger ones. The game itself was simple, just spend money and you'd get stronger. But Kyan. He'd been broke even before he crossed over. Spending money was never an option. So he'd always just joined average guilds and played alongside other normal players like himself, and it was still fun. Of course, getting kicked hurt. That part always sucked. Laxus stared at Kyan, the fire in his eyes fading. I was wrong about you, Kyan. I really thought you were someone like me. If I inherit the guild, all you weaklings can disappear. And anyone who defies me, I'll kick them out too. Then I'll build a guild that stands above all others. The strongest in history. Ha 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 ha. Laughing with arms wide open, Laxus walked off. Clap clap. Kyan clapped his hands and said, all right everyone, back to your own business. Don't let his words get to you. Urza added, Kyan's right. Don't take anything Laxus said to heart. With both Kyan and Urza speaking up, the heavy mood in the guild began to lift a little. Still, some tension lingered. After all, Laxus wasn't just anyone. Inherit the guild as if. Lucy, who saw herself as part of the top tier of mages just below the S-class, had a strong hunch Laxus was talking about her. That made his words sting even more. Mirajane sighed. You never know. Technically, Laxus is the master's grandson. So if master retires, Laxus becoming the next guild leader wouldn't be that surprising. Wait. That Laxus is master's grandson. That's just shocking. Lucy couldn't reconcile the image. That small, kind old man and that arrogant, overbearing guy. Related? He's his biological grandson. Yup, blood related. How is that even possible? I don't like him. Anyone who doesn't care about their comrades doesn't deserve to be the master. That'll all depend on master's decision. He's never said a single word about who the next master will be. Master was getting on in years, he definitely should have retired by now. And Mirajane knew better than anyone that he wasn't in great health. She gave him his medicine every day just to help with memory retention. Logically, he should have chosen a successor long ago, but she had never heard him mention anything about it. Evening fell. A crescent moon hung in the sky, bathing Magnolia in pale silver light. Makarov sat atop one of the guild's support beams, quietly drinking beer under the moonlight, completely at peace. There was nothing more enjoyable in life than this. Retirement, huh? He recalled what his friend Yajima had said earlier that day. Truth was, he'd always wanted to protect the kids in the guild just a little longer. But their growth had far exceeded his expectations. They were already full-fledged mages capable of standing on their own. The guild's already entering a new era. It's time for a new master. Laxus, that kid has serious mental issues. Mirajane had told him about what happened earlier, Laxus inviting Kyan to build the world's strongest guild, only to be rejected. Guildarts, no, he won't do. Guildarts was honestly the best candidate in terms of ability, but that man had the heart of a wanderer. He'd been out traveling most of his life. He'd spent way more time outside the guild than inside. Asking him to stay put would only make him run. Mystigan, not suited for communication at all. Most of the guild doesn't even know what he looks like. He doesn't have their trust or presence. Urza, she's an excellent candidate but still too young. So that leaves only one. Kyan. Among the S-class mages, Kyan was the most recent addition. He'd only joined the guild a year ago. By most standards, that was far too short a time to even be considered for guild master. Normally, such a role required long-standing seniority. But in every other aspect, character, temperament, influence, strength, Kyan was flawless. This kid, still so young, had already reached a level where he could defeat Jose, one of the 10 wizard saints. And at the rate his power was growing, it wouldn't be long before Makarov himself couldn't beat him anymore. He'd never seen anyone with such monstrous talent. Maybe only Serena, the top-ranked wizard saint, could compare. His only weakness was youth and inexperience. But those weren't serious problems. I should find time to talk to that kid properly. Over the next few days, Kyan returned to helping out on the construction site. It kept him physically active and helped rebuild the guild. All in all, life was going pretty smoothly. Kyan. A voice called out. Kyan looked up to see Mirajane running toward him, waving excitedly. Kyan. I have good news. Wanna guess what it is? Good news? Let me guess, you're finally ready to marry me. Mirajane's face instantly turned red. What are you saying? That's not it. Look, it's an S-class mission. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, The Giant Kingdom. 1084 words. Mirajane pulled out a sealed envelope from behind her back, marked with a bold red S. Kyan Blaze's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. Sure, working around the guild was fulfilling in its own way, but nothing got his blood pumping like an S-class mission. He hurried to take it. Mirajane, has anyone else seen this yet? Noticing the wax seal was still intact, he realized it hadn't even been opened. I just picked it up, and ran straight here to give it to you. She said, blinking as she remembered the proper procedure. Normally, she would bring it to Makarov first for review and registration, then post it on the second floor's S-class request board where any eligible mage could choose to accept it. But the moment she saw it was an S-class mission, Kyan was the first person who came to mind, and she brought it straight to him. Kyan was genuinely moved. He wrapped his arms around her waist and planted a kiss right on her cheek. Moi. Thanks, Mirajane. Clutching the request, he headed off to find Makarov. Mirajane froze in place, completely thrown off by the sudden kiss. A second later, her face flushed bright red as she glanced nervously around, praying no one had seen. Unfortunately for her, the entire guild had. Everyone was staring in stunned silence. As realization sank in, she squeaked and covered her face, dashing out in embarrassment. So Kyan and Mirajane really are a thing, huh? And he sealed the deal this fast. Is that the power of an S-class mage? What does that even have to do with power? Well, if you're not even S-class, what right do you have to chase after Mirajane? Fair point. No one in Fairy Tale seemed too surprised. Some things, even if unspoken, were easy to tell. The little things added up, how Mirajane always spoke to Kyan, treated him a little softer, laughed a little brighter. You couldn't hide that kind of affection, eyes don't lie. They naturally gravitate toward the one they love. Kyan walked up to Makarov, holding out the request. Master, I want to take this job. Huh? Makarov raised an eyebrow. This brat usually wouldn't lift a finger unless it was for an S-class mission, and now he was volunteering. He looked down and saw the bright red S on the envelope. Pfft. You little punk. Where'd you get your hands on an S-class mission? Mirajane gave it to me. Mirajane, huh? Girls really do grow up too fast. Makarov shook his head helplessly. He knew those two were involved, but he hadn't expected Mirajane to hand over an S-class mission without so much as informing him. He tore the envelope open and pulled out the official request. Mission title, Please Save the Children. Mission rank, S-class. Mission details, children from the kingdom of Elbaf have been kidnapped by vile criminals. We seek a powerful mage to rescue them. Reward, 15 million J. Makarov's expression darkened. Mirajane noticed and leaned in, concerned. What's wrong, master? Is something off about the mission? If it was dangerous, she'd try to talk Kyan out of it. S-class missions were always life-threatening, and while Kyan was strong, he was still just one person. Worse, his magic ran out quickly. Once that happened, he'd be no different from an ordinary person. Maybe even weaker. Makarov shook his head. No, nothing wrong. It's just. I'm familiar with the kingdom of Elbaf. Elbaf? Mirajane tilted her head. She had never heard of it, and judging by the looks around the guild, neither had most people. It's normal you haven't, Makarov said. Elbaf is a highly secretive and isolated nation. They rarely interact with the outside world. But they go by another name. One you might know. Another name. The Giant Kingdom. The moment the words left Makarov's mouth, the guild exploded. The Giant Kingdom. You mean, actual giants? I thought giants were just myths. So were dragons. But we all know those are real, right? The chatter didn't stop. Giants were a legend told across the globe, and yet, their very own guildmaster wielded giant magic. Elbaf is incredibly powerful. Giants can't use magic, but their raw strength surpasses most mages. Everyone nodded in agreement. Makarov's giant magic alone was enough to shake mountains. The thought of an entire nation of beings like that, without the magical cost, was terrifying. If even a place like that is in trouble, this won't be a simple mission. Kyan, be careful. Ding. You have accepted the S-class mission, please save the children. Kyan grinned as the system notification echoed in his mind. Don't worry, master. I'm the cautious type. All right then, time to go. He threw a heart-shaped hand sign at Mirajane and skipped off like a kid on a sugar high. It had been too long since he last took on an S-class mission. He could feel the thrill in his bones. Mirajane couldn't help but smile. Makarov, on the other hand, just sighed and gave her a look. No giving him backdoor privileges next time. She stuck out her tongue sheepishly. She knew it hadn't been the right move. But in the moment, when she saw the S mark on the request, her instinct had been to bring it straight to Kyan. Still, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. With Kyan being the only active S-class mage in the guild right now, the mission would have ended up in his hands anyway. She had just jumped the gun. After packing quickly, Kyan set out light and fast. The destination was on the far side of the Ishgar continent, practically the opposite end. First, he took a train to Harujan port. It was late by the time he arrived, so he spent the night there. After resting for the night in Harujan, Kyan used take-over magic to transform into Ace and summoned Ace's small boat for the journey across the sea to the far shore opposite Ishgar. Once there, he rested again to recover fully. On the third day, he activated another takeover, this time becoming Ulquiorra Cipher. With wings of darkness spreading from his back, he soared across the vast expanse of the Taramon Canyon, cutting directly toward the Giant Kingdom. The entire trip took less than 3 days, something that would have taken over a month and a half by conventional travel. Now, standing before the towering walls of Elbaf, Kyan looked up and let out a breath of awe. This place is huge. Chapter 114, Sights of the Giant Kingdom. 1036 words. Kyan Blaze had seen his fair share of wonders over the past year. He'd witnessed the towering walls of the kingdom of Sobia, and danced with demons, literally. But compared to what now stood before him, Sobia's walls were child's play. The outer wall of Elbaf loomed over him, and from what Kian could estimate, it had to be well over 300 meters tall. Even more staggering were the guards at the gate, each one towering at least 20 or 30 meters high. Just standing there, they looked like moving mountains. As Kian stood in awe, a massive hand suddenly reached out and grabbed him off the ground. What the? The abrupt liftoff caught him off guard. He was just about to activate take-over magic when a childlike voice shouted. "Mom! Look what I found!" A tiny dwarf. Kian looked up, and was met with the sight of a snot-nosed giant child nearly 10 meters tall. The missing teeth and wide-eyed grin left no doubt, this was a kid. "Bree! What do you think you're doing? Put him down this instant," a voice scolded from nearby. It came from a giant woman over 20 meters tall, clearly the boy's mother. She rushed over, concern written all over her face. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Bree's a rough kid, he doesn't know his own strength. I really do apologize." She crouched down to eye level and gave a proper bow of apology. "Bree. Apologize. Now. Sorry." Kian dusted off his clothes and gave a reassuring nod. "It's fine." "Oh, that's a relief. Nice to meet you. I'm Ella and this is my son, Bree. You're human, right?" "That's rare, humans almost never come to Elbaf." "Yeah? Why's that?" "Well, for one, most humans are terrified of giants. And then there's the massive canyon that cuts us off, very few make it across." Kian nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I noticed. When I flew over, I saw how treacherous that gorge is, steep cliffs, endless monsters. Not exactly traveler-friendly. So what brings you to the giant kingdom?" "I'm a mage from Fairy Tale. I accepted a mission that brought me here." "A mage? Like the ones who can shoot fire and lightning?" Bree's eyes lit up with excitement. "Something like that," Kian replied with a smirk. "Whoa. So cool. Can I see it?" "Just a little." "Bree, don't be rude," Ella chided. "I'll trade you a candy," he added quickly, pulling out a piece the size of a basketball. Kian's mouth twitched. "Eat that and I'd die of diabetes." "No need. You just want to see some magic." "Sure." Looking at the kid, Kian couldn't help but smile. He imagined how thrilled he would have been at that age if someone had shown him real magic. Full takeover, Ace. His body shimmered and transformed, taking on Ace's fiery appearance. "Oh." He transformed. Both Ella and Bree gawked in awe. Ella had seen humans before but never magic. Everything Bree knew about it had come from her stories. Fire fist. Kian's right arm burst into flame, shaping into a blazing giant fist. He drove it forward, hurling it at a massive nearby boulder. Boom. The rock shattered into molten debris. Hoo-hoo. That's amazing. Their cheers echoed down the wall, and it wasn't long before the guards came rushing over. "What's going on here?" "Don't worry. This human mage was just showing us some magic." Ella explained. "A human mage," one of the guards blinked. "Well, now that's a rare sight. Welcome to the giant kingdom, mage. What brings you here?" "I'm from Fairy Tale. I accepted a mission from His Majesty the King." "The King's mission? Wait, that mission?" The guard's expression shifted. Without another word, his tone became far more respectful. "Please, honored mage. Come in." They opened the gate, revealing a long tunnel nearly 800 meters in length. Kian walked the length of it, and when he emerged from the other side, his breath caught in his throat. It was like stepping into an enlarged world. Everything, the buildings, the streets, the people, was scaled up dozens of times. Kian looked like an ant wandering through a city of titans. Ella leaned down and asked, heading to the royal palace. I can take you. Otherwise, it'd take you forever to walk there. And getting lost, well, that wouldn't end well. That'd be a big help, Kyan replied. He could get there on his own, but not without drawing attention. Walking would take too long, and the real danger wasn't the distance. It was the very real chance of being stepped on and flattened like a bug. With his rising magical power, Kyan's physical abilities had far surpassed the average mage, but to a giant, even he was fragile. Ella gently lifted him and placed him on her shoulder. Don't mention it. You gave me the chance to see real magic. That's something I dreamed of as a child. From her shoulder, Kyan was overwhelmed by a single thought: everything here was massive. Not just the giants, the buildings, the food, the objects. One glance at an apple the size of his torso made him feel full just imagining it. You've never seen magic before? Nope. This is a remote place. Hardly any humans show up. And even when mages do, I can't exactly chase them down asking for a performance, can I? Ha! Kyan chuckled. Fair point. So what brings you to the capital? Shopping. Ella shook her head. No. We're here to take shelter. Take shelter? What could possibly threaten giants? It was a valid question. Ella and Bree, even as a woman and a child, were already walking fortresses. Their sheer size alone would deter most enemies. It's not about strength. Lately, someone's been kidnapping children across the kingdom. Dozens have already gone missing. To stop the situation from spiraling, His Majesty ordered all children brought to the capital for safety. I see. Kyan nodded, finally understanding the true purpose of the mission: rescuing those missing children. The rest of the way, Ella and Bree kept chatting with him, fascinated by the outside world. Kyan answered all their questions, sharing stories and impressions of distant lands. Roughly 30 minutes later, they arrived at the gates of the royal palace. Chapter 115, The Giant Troll Kingdom. 1078 words. That's the royal palace just ahead. This is as far as I can take you. Ella gently set Kyan Blaze down on the ground. Thanks a lot. If I had to walk the whole way, it might have taken me hours. What took Ella half an hour to walk would have taken Kyan more than 10 times that on foot, not to mention all the time spent dodging giant feet along the way. Ella chuckled. Don't mention it. It was nice talking to a human mage and hearing about the world outside. Well, we'll be off then. Bye, Brother Kyan. Bree waved enthusiastically. Kyan smiled and waved back. This was just a brief detour in his life, one of those encounters you cherish even if you never meet again. Once the two had disappeared down the road, Kyan turned toward the towering gates of the royal palace. Halt! Who are you? The guards posted at the entrance stepped forward. While humans were rare in Elbath, they weren't unheard of. There were even a few human settlements scattered within the kingdom. I'm a mage from Fairy Tale. I came here on a commissioned mission. A mission? Wait, that mission? The giant kingdom rarely needed outside help. If a mission had been posted, it could only be that one. Please, go on in. The two giant guards stepped aside immediately. Aren't you going to search me or anything? He had mentally prepared himself for a thorough inspection. One of the guards laughed. Heh. No need. Honestly, inspecting human gear is a bit tricky for us. Kyan glanced at his modest backpack, then at the massive hands that could crush it by accident. Yeah. Fair enough. I'll escort you to His Majesty. The guard's strides were massive, but Kyan kept pace with ease thanks to his improved physique. It didn't take long to reach the grand hall of the palace. Your Majesty. The mage from Fairy Tale has arrived. A booming voice replied from within. Oh? The mage from Fairy Tale is here. Quickly, let him in. Please enter, honored mage. Thanks. Kyan nodded politely, then leapt with force, clearing the 2-meter-tall threshold like a squirrel hopping a log. Everything here made him feel like a mouse in a castle made for dragons. He'd seen giants in the fairy tale anime before, but that was just a village. This was an entire kingdom. If scaled proportionally, this kingdom was easily twice the size of Magnolia. A nation twice the size of Magnolia wasn't exactly large by human standards, but without a doubt, this was one of the strongest countries in the world. And these kinds of eye-opening experiences, was exactly why Kyan loved S-class missions. He was starting to understand why guildarts always preferred to roam. What was a short stroll for giants took Kyan several minutes at a jog. The royal hall was so large it could have been mistaken for an airfield. Eventually, Kyan reached the throne, where he met the giant king, not an aged ruler with a white beard, but a surprisingly young man who looked to be in his 30s. Your Majesty of the Giant Kingdom, it's an honor. I am Kyan Blaze, a mage of fairy tale. I've come in response to your commission. The king smiled down at him. How's that rascal Makarov doing? Kyan blinked. You know our guild master. Oh? So the little guy's guild master now. Well, I guess that makes sense. Human lives are short, he would be the old man in charge by now. I've known Makarov for a long time. Back when I was still the crown prince we met. He was about your age then. Over 60 years have passed since. I suppose he's a wrinkly old man now, huh? Ha. Kyan immediately understood why Makarov had reacted so strangely when he saw the request. They were old friends. Those were good times. I bet Makarov never told you about how many times I slammed him to the ground, or kicked him in the butt. He even had the nerve to flirt with Lena. But in the end she married me. Kyan's mouth twitched. Getting slammed and kicked is one thing, but seriously, that short old man had the guts to hit on a female giant. Who does he think he is, Urza in drag? Well, maybe it wasn't that outrageous. Makarov did wield giant magic after all. Flirting with a giantess wasn't entirely off the table. Still. She's a giant, man. And what's got you laughing so hard, Your Majesty? Came a gentle, feminine voice. A graceful giant woman entered the hall. The king beamed and pointed at Kyan. Lena, perfect timing. This little guy's a member of Makarov's guild. The woman named Lena finally noticed Kyan's tiny figure near the throne. Oh? You're from little Makarov's guild. How is he? Is he doing all right? Kyan looked up at her and smiled. Guildmaster Makarov is doing well, though age has caught up with him a bit. He's in decent health overall, eating, drinking, relaxing. He's enjoying life. That's good to hear. Sounds like he's living peacefully. I'm glad. Now then, let's get down to the mission, shall we? Kyan said, getting to the point. Yes, of course. Let me explain, the king nodded. Tell me, young mage, how strong do you think our giant kingdom is? Extremely strong. Honestly, even across the entire continent of Ishgar, I think this is the most powerful nation. Kyan's tone was dead serious. He wasn't just flattering. Even the average giant here was a walking war machine. Drop one of them into the one-piece world, and they'd be on par with vice admirals. With a population in the tens of thousands, this kingdom was terrifying. Even Kyan, with his boosted stats, could maybe take on a few dozen giants if he went all out. After that, he'd burn out. If that wasn't a strong nation, what was? You flatter us. But I know that the true rulers of this continent are still the humans. Especially that ether ion weapon of the Magic Council. One shot could level my kingdom. Kyan shook his head. Ether ion is a last resort weapon. It's not something they'd deploy casually. But not using it easily doesn't mean they'll never use it, the king said quietly. Still, he continued, that's not what I meant to talk about. I wanted to tell you that beside our kingdom lies another nation with power rivaling ours. The Kingdom of Trolls. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, I Can Do It. 1008 words. The Troll Kingdom. Kai and Blaze had seen plenty in the fairy tale anime, including giants, but trolls. That was new to him. Yes. The Troll Kingdom. Just like us giants, the trolls are massive, sometimes even larger than we are. The Troll Kingdom doesn't farm, doesn't build, doesn't produce. They survive by raiding us. We've been at war for generations, locked in a bitter struggle over this sacred land. For the most part, our battles have always ended in mutual loss. But a few months ago, something changed. A human mage appeared in the Troll Kingdom. This mage used twisted, evil magic to kidnap our children. They're using them as hostages to extort us for supplies. And for the safety of the children. I agreed. But their demands grew. Now they ask for 10 times more than they did at first. If this continues, I don't know what will become. The king's face darkened. I fear for those children. They're kept somewhere we can't reach. With our size, any rescue attempt would be spotted instantly. Worse still, the trolls placed explosive collars on the children. If anyone escapes or is detected, those collars could detonate. And so I thought of you, human mages. You're small, but you wield powerful magic. Perhaps you could succeed where we cannot. Tell me, can you do it? Kyan nodded. If it's just rescuing the kids, then yes. I can do it. This wasn't a mission just anyone could take. Even Kyan wouldn't have been confident a few weeks ago. But recently, he'd drawn a new character card, one that changed everything. Really? The Giant King and Queen looked overjoyed. Over the past few months, they had sought out many powerful mages, but all of them declined. It was simply too dangerous. Trolls were as massive and brutal as giants. Even a strong mage would struggle to defeat one, let alone sneak past dozens of them, rescue unruly children, and escape undetected. It was a suicide mission. The Giant King knew it too. That's why he had ordered all women and children from nearby villages to be relocated to the capital. If the trolls pushed any further, he'd be forced to retaliate, even if it meant sacrificing the hostages. A king couldn't endanger his entire nation over a few dozen children. And yet, now Kyan was standing before him, saying he could do it. If the children are still alive, Kyan said calmly, I'll bring them back. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. Joy returned to the faces of the king and queen. Kyan, anything you need, just say the word. If it helps you bring them home, we'll provide it. I'll need a detailed map of the Troll Kingdom. And whatever intel you have, locations, troop movements, defensive structures. I want to form a proper plan. As for the rest, just be ready to receive them when I come back. Absolutely. We'll prepare everything. The king clenched his fists. Rage simmered just beneath the surface. The Troll Kingdom had crossed a line. If those children returned safely, he'd make them pay dearly. Kyan was soon shown to a guest room, though room didn't quite do it justice. The place was the size of a sports stadium. The bed looked like an Olympic swimming pool with blankets. Kyan stared in silence. Soon after, the map and intel were delivered. The paper was thicker than his arm. The information packet could crush him. Just looking at it gave him a headache. He skipped the documents and unfolded the map instead. The two kingdoms were about the same size, separated by a massive river. One side belonged to the giants, the other to the trolls. Kyan studied it carefully. A plan was already forming. The main question was still, where were the children being held? But he had a strong hunch. Giant children weren't exactly small. They'd be hard to hide, and heavily guarded. The most likely location. The Troll Royal Palace. Tomorrow night, he'd confirm it for himself. Tonight, he would rest. Lying on the mountain-sized bed, Kyan stared up at the absurdly tall ceiling. This must be what a mouse feels like in a human house. Even the water cup on the table was big enough for him to take a bath in. Later that night, Kyan was fast asleep when... Bang bang bang. Urgent knocks rattled the door. Kyan. Kyan, wake up. Something's happened. What? He sat up, blinking the sleep from his eyes. Crash. The door swung open. The giant king barged in, his face tense. It's bad, Kyan. Another child was taken. Kyan's eyes narrowed. How? Weren't all the children brought to the capital? That's just it. No one knows. A witness said they saw the child leave. On their own. We've already sent people to pursue. Kyan scowled. So much for a full night's rest. He stood up. Full takeover, Ulquiorra cipher. His form shimmered. The black robe transformed into a high-collared white jacket with black trim. His pants became wide-legged hakama bound at the waist by a dark sash. A zanpakuto rested at his hip. His skin grew pale, his eyes turned green, with tear-like markings running down his cheeks. A white, horned helmet covered half his head. Kyan leapt to the window sill. Enclose, Murcielago. BZZZMMMMMMMM. The sky darkened in an instant. A crushing spiritual pressure radiated from him. Black rain began to fall from the heavens like an omen. And then it stopped. Kyan's form had changed once more, his resurrection. His coat became a white, form-fitting robe. The horns on his helmet grew. His dark hair lengthened, the green streaks beneath his eyes deepened. Most striking of all were the enormous black bat-like wings that unfurled behind him. This was Ulquiorra's first resurrection, Murcielago. Power surged from his body, washing over the area. Even the giant king felt it, an overwhelming, terrifying strength. Kyan now radiated the aura of a true monster. Your Majesty, Kyan said coldly, stepping over to the map, I'll begin the rescue tonight. Be ready. Tonight. Right. Understood, the king replied, shocked but resolute. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Lingering Shadows. 994 words. The giant king hadn't expected Kyan Blaze to act so quickly, but the sooner, the better. Every moment put the children at greater risk. Whoosh! Kyan spread his wings and soared out the window, heading directly toward the Troll Kingdom. If the children were abducted, they were almost certainly headed there. Soon, Kyan spotted a line of 10 giant children moving in the direction of the Troll Kingdom. A group of giant warriors was tailing them from a distance. Kyan quickly flew in to intercept. Who goes there? His sudden appearance startled the giants, but Kyan calmly spoke. I'm a mage from Fairy Tale, wait, Ella. Among the group he recognized someone, Ella, the first giant he had met in the kingdom. But right now, her face was pale with anxiety. You're Kyan, she said hesitantly. His appearance had changed so drastically she almost didn't recognize him. But remembering his transformation outside the city, it started to make sense. It's me. With his confirmation, Ella let out a shaky breath. Kyan, something terrible has happened, Bree was lured away by that dark mage. Kyan's eyes snapped toward the children, and there he was, Bree, the same kid who'd picked him up earlier that day. What happened? I don't know, Ella stammered. We'd already gone to sleep when I realized Bree was gone. I ran out to find him, and saw this. No matter how I call him, he won't respond. When I tried to grab him, he went wild, he even bit me. She looked overwhelmed, completely at a loss. Don't worry, Ella. He's likely under some kind of mind control spell. I'll bring him back safely. That's why I'm here. I accepted the Giant King's mission. Really? Thank you, Kyan. Thank you so much. Hope returned to her eyes. The king will be arriving soon. Go regroup with his forces. Leave the rest to me. Without waiting, Kyan turned and flew toward the group of children. Their faces were twisted into unnatural smiles, eyes vacant and eerie, clearly under hypnotic control. Still, this worked in his favor. He had planned to search for the enemy's trail, now he had a group of controlled children leading him straight there. Kyan shrank himself into Bree's coat pocket and hid. The children marched across the great tree bridge, a massive fallen log spanning thousands of meters. It was the only route connecting the Giant Kingdom and the Troll Kingdom. Even after everything Kyan had seen here, this colossal bridge stunned him. Nature itself was overwhelming in this land. Meanwhile, at the Giant Kingdom's end of the bridge, the king had arrived with his soldiers. Your Majesty, are we just going to stand here and watch them cross into the Troll Kingdom? One of the generals asked, visibly distressed. Kyan asked us to wait here. He said he would bring the children back himself. Kyan. That little human mage. Can he really pull this off? The Giant King's expression was firm. He's from Makarov's guild. If Makarov sent him, then I believe he can do it. Makarov. You mean that human mage from 60 years ago? The name still held weight among the giants, Makarov, the legendary hero and close friend of the king and queen. After some time, Kyan finally saw them, trolls. They were massive, even taller than the giants. Their skin was a sickly blue-black, with twisted tusks and monstrous faces. They looked like demons in flesh. The trolls shoved the children into iron cages, then loaded them onto a grotesque creature-drawn cart, and began the journey toward the troll capital. After a brutal ride, they arrived. The troll capital had towering walls like the Giant Kingdom, but the comparison ended there. Inside, the city was primitive and brutal, more like a barbaric stronghold than a royal palace. The monstrous cart rolled through the gate and descended into the underground prison. Clang! Clang! Each child had an explosive collar locked around their necks before being shoved into cells. At last, the spell wore off, and the children woke up in terror. Where am I? What is this place? Mama! I want my mama. Their cries echoed across the dungeon, an earth-shaking chorus of frightened giants. Suddenly, slam! A new voice rang out. A man in a black robe stepped forward. His expression was cruel. Shut up, all of you. You little brats better listen up. From this moment forward, you belong to the Black Magic Order. When I say march west, you don't dare look east, got it? Kyan, still hiding in Bree's coat, narrowed his eyes. The Black Magic Order. He recognized the robes. He recognized the tone. And now he understood that familiar presence he'd felt earlier. They're still clinging to life out here too, huh, he muttered under his breath. These bastards really are like cockroaches. Slaves, one of the kids cried. No. I don't want to be a slave. I want my parents. Let me go. Their wails grew louder. I said no crying, the robed man snarled. Cry again, and I'll punish you. Wah wah. They didn't care about the threats. They were children, afraid, lost, and desperate. Boom. A magic blast struck the loudest child in the leg. Ah! A deep wound tore through the boy's thigh, like he'd been shot with a cannon. The other kids froze. No more tears. Just trembling silence. Kyan's fist clenched tightly. They hurt a child that badly. Rage burned in his heart. He didn't just want to rescue them anymore, he wanted to tear these animals apart. See that, the man sneered. That's what happens when you disobey. You want food. Safety. Then follow orders. Otherwise, you're dead meat. He reached into his robes and pulled out a spare collar, tossing it on the floor. Then he raised a device in his hand. Boom. The collar exploded in a fiery blast. That's the kind of collar around your necks. Only the ones you're wearing. They're 10 times stronger. If you try to run, you'll be blown to pieces. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Flying Thunder God Technique. 955 words. All the giant children froze. They didn't know if the collars would really blow them into pieces, but that they'd die. That part they could believe. None of them dared to cry out any more. Their mouths were tightly sealed, but the tears fell silently, in large trembling drops. That's more like it. Good. Starve these little brats for 3 days. Once they learn to obey, we'll start their proper training. Giant children like these, top-tier slaves. Yes, sir. With that, the black-robed man turned and left the dungeon. Only after he was gone did the children begin sobbing again, quiet, broken sobs. They were just kids. None of them had ever faced anything like this. Then, one child stepped forward bravely. My mom will come save us. I know she will, Bree said. A slightly older child scoffed, eyes dim. Save us. Do you even know where we are? This is the underground prison beneath the troll capital. Even after hundreds of years, the giant kingdom hasn't taken this city. We're finished. He had been among the first to be kidnapped. At first, he too believed his parents would rescue him. But months had passed. No one had come. And with every day of silence, the brainwashing worked deeper. My mom will come. Bree insisted. My dad's a captain. He's super strong. My dad's a general, another piped up. Then someone asked the question no one wanted to voice. This is the troll capital, right? I heard trolls like to eat giant children. Are they gonna eat us? No, I don't think so, another kid said. But it's not much better. Didn't you hear what they said? We're gonna be slaves. I heard that in the outside world, slaves work day and night, get beaten when they disobey, and also when they don't. Sometimes they don't even get food. Really, gasped another. The outside world sounds awful. A chubby boy grunted, beatings are fine. But not being fed? That's not okay. And I don't wanna work. I like to play. Will they at least give us good clothes if we work hard? From the shadows of Bree's pocket, Kyan's eyebrow twitched. These kids. Really? You're already imagining your lives as slaves. But no. Big Brother Kyan had no intention of letting that happen. Bree. A whisper. Calm, quiet, but unmistakable. Bree blinked. Kyan. Don't speak. It's me, your brother Kyan. I'm in your pocket. Eyes wide, Bree looked down into the cloth pouch on his stomach, and sure enough, there he was. Shoo. Kyan pressed a finger to his lips. Bree immediately stopped himself from squealing with excitement. He stood up and walked quietly to a corner, pretending to need space. Brother Kyan, how'd you get in my pocket? I slipped in while you were being lured away. I'm here to rescue all of you. Bree's eyes lit up. He knew Kyan was amazing. He'd seen it with his own eyes. Do you need me to do anything? Yes. In a bit, I need you to tell the others to stay quiet. No noise. No panic. If they get loud and the enemy hears us, we won't be able to escape. Got it. Bree nodded eagerly. Full takeover, Minato Namikaze. Kyan began his transformation. His black hair turned golden blonde. His eyes turned blue. A forehead protector bearing the Leaf Village symbol appeared. Blue ninja clothes, a green flak jacket, blue pants, and finally, a white cloak with red flames along the hem. The back bore the kanji, 4th Hokage. Bree stared in awe. He had seen Kyan transform into Ace and unleash massive fire fists. That was cool. But this was next level. He barely stopped himself from shouting in excitement. He quickly covered his mouth, eyes darting to make sure no one noticed. Bree, once I'm gone, tell the others. Stay calm, stay silent. If they hear us, we lose everything. Yes, sir. Kyan glanced toward a nearby guard in a black cloak, one of the Black Magic Order's men. You'll do. Shing. Kyan threw a marked kunai. It zipped through the air, spinning toward the guard, just centimeters from his neck when. Whoosh. Kyan vanished and reappeared instantly behind the guard, hand on his shoulder. The next moment, both were gone. Only the kunai remained, embedded in the wall. So cool. Bree's eyes sparkled like twin suns. He'd seen a lot of awesome things lately, but this was on a whole new level. Tossing a blade, teleporting in and out like lightning. It was magic, but it felt like something more. Flying Thunder God technique. Created by the 2nd Hokage. Perfected by the 4th. It was, without question, one of the coolest techniques in all of Naruto, and arguably in all of anime. Kyan had fallen in love with the move the moment he saw it. Cool, kind, dependable, powerful, Minato Namikaze was the ideal ninja. In Kyan's eyes, he was practically his soul twin. Some people said Minato had doomed Naruto to a life of suffering, but Kyan always thought that wasn't his fault. That was on the 3rd. Whoosh. Kyan reappeared outside the troll capital, dragging the Black Magic Order guard with him. Who? The man barely had time to register what had happened. Thud. A kunai plunged into his thigh. Affa. He screamed, but then, another voice sliced through the night like ice. Shut up. He froze. The pain was real, but that voice. He looked up to see a tall, golden-haired man with piercing blue eyes, calm and terrifying. I'll ask questions. You answer. And if I catch you lying, I'll stab you again. Don't worry, I know the anatomy very well. I'll miss your vitals. But not your pain centers. You'll live. You just won't like it. Understand? Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Take Action. 887 words. The Black Magic Order member nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking rice. He had no idea how this golden-haired man got into the heart of the Troll Kingdom, but everything about him screamed danger. Loyalty. Who cared? He wasn't dying over loyalty. Why are you abducting the giant children? We're planning to tame them, then lease them out to nations in need. Lease? Kyan frowned. He didn't quite understand what that meant. Yes. Many countries are at war. Even though these are just children, giant kids still have massive strength. Equip them with armor, send them into battle, and each one is like an army. Once they make a name for themselves, nations will throw money at us to rent them as super soldiers. The cultist's voice even sounded excited as he described it. Kyan's hands clenched. You're planning to throw children into war. His heart filled with disgust. Black Magic Order, bunch of inhuman monsters. Every single one of them deserves to die. Suppressing his fury, he continued, voice cold. Where are the kidnapped children being held? Yes, yes. All of them are in that dungeon. There are 120 in total so far. Our goal is to capture 300 giant children before leaving. Kyan's eyes narrowed. How exactly are you luring them away? I followed them here and didn't see anyone. That's. The man hesitated. Schlick. Kyan stabbed the kunai into the man's other leg. Afk. Who? Who is it? Sir Viral. It was Sir Viral. Sir Viral. Kyan echoed. Yes. Sir Viral is one of the high priests of our order. He carries a magical item called the Hamel flute. He once disguised himself as a bard and visited the giant kingdom. Anyone who's heard the flute's tune can be affected. Once he plays it again, even from afar, they'll fall under his control. A flute again, huh? Kyan's eyes narrowed. He remembered something similar, Kerr's song from earlier. Another magical artifact that messed with minds. Ziraf. Is this your doing too? That man always claimed to have a good heart, yet the things he created had plunged the world into chaos for centuries. That flute must have limits, Kyan said. If not, you'd control full-grown giants, not just kids. Yes. Yes. Sir Viral said, the Hamel flute can only control children under 12. It has no effect on anyone older. Kyan scoffed. That explains it. Only children could be controlled, because they were still strong enough to fight, yet mentally vulnerable. Who is Sir Viral? What does he look like? We don't know his real face. He wears a black hat, and a demon mask covering the lower half of his face. How many of you are here? There were 800 originally. But now there's only about 300 left. Please don't kill me. I told you everything. I swear. Schlick. The kunai slid into the man's neck. He stared at Kyan in shock, eyes full of disbelief. But I told you everything. Why? That's why, genius. You gave me the info. So I gave you a quick death. A thank you gift. Kyan's hatred for the Black Magic Order had already reached the bone. Back when he watched Fairy Tail, he had been furious when they kidnapped young Urza. But now, living it firsthand, seeing what they were doing to these kids. Death was too kind. Kyan formed a seal. Poof. In a flash of smoke, his body transformed, his face, height, clothes, all shifted to match the cultist he had just killed. Transformation Jutsu. A basic ninja technique from Naruto. On paper it seemed unimpressive. But for infiltration and recon, it was a god-tier skill. Whoosh. Kyan returned to the dungeon, silently, seamlessly. No one noticed the switch. The prison was massive. Black Magic Order personnel were scattered throughout. Trying to take them all down in one go would be nearly impossible. And if even one of them reacted fast enough, those explosive collars could go off. The kids would die. No, the best strategy was to get the kids out first, then unleash hell. Kyan made a seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. A perfect copy of himself stood where he was, continuing the disguise. Kyan's real body reappeared inside Bree's pocket. He had already left a Flying Thunder God seal there. Bree. Bree lit up. Brother Kyan. Did you tell the others? Yes, all of them. Good. Take these kunai and give one to each kid. Tell them to stick it near their collars. Then, gather everyone together, holding hands. I'll get you all out at once. Bree nodded hard. He and a few of his new friends quietly passed the marked kunai around. The guards remained lazy. No one expected an escape in the heart of the troll capital, least of all from children. No one was watching too closely. Soon, the preparations were complete. Kyan's clone moved first. Hey! It's not time to switch shifts yet, a guard barked. Schlick. The clone drove a kunai straight into the man's back. Afk. The guard stared at him in shock. This was his comrade, his buddy, and he had just stabbed him. Glory to Lord Ziraf. The scream, followed by the cry, echoed through the dungeon. Someone stop him. Slack's gone crazy. Dozens of cultists began rushing over to the scene. As the clone created chaos, Kyan's real self prepared to act. Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Super Cool Big Brother. 889 words. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kyan's body flickered rapidly, almost too fast to follow. In a single instant, every explosive collar around the necks of the giant children vanished. Then, clatter. All the removed collars landed in a massive pile at the location of Kyan's shadow clone. The red lights blinking across the collars made every member of the Black Magic Order go pale. No. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. The blast engulfed every cultist nearby in a wall of searing flames. Those who remained scrambled in panic. Escape. The giant brats are breaking out. Schlick. A kunai pierced one of their throats, and the cultist dropped from the second-floor railing, crashing to the ground. Kyan activated slaughter mode. One by one, the Black Magic Order members fell beneath his blades. Use magic. Someone shouted desperately. Dozens of them raised their staffs. Zing zing zing. A barrage of magical blasts shot toward Kyan. Boom 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 boom. The spot where Kyan had been standing was bombarded relentlessly, filling the air with smoke and sparks. When the blasts finally stopped, the cultists paused, staring into the dust. Brother Kyan. Bree's eyes filled with worry. So many spells, was he okay? Is he gone? The cultists cautiously looked at the impact site. Nothing. Just rubble. Clink. 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 Dozens of kunai dropped, right beside them. Everyone's gaze whipped upward. Kyan was upside down, standing calmly on the ceiling of the dungeon. There he is. He's still alive. Before they could cast a single spell. Zing zing zing. Kyan blurred into motion, flashing between enemies. Schlick. 50 throats were slit simultaneously. Thud 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 thud. Every one of them dropped dead. Ha! Kyan exhaled lightly. Every enemy in the dungeon was down. It was the first time he had pushed Flying Thunder God technique this far. And damn, it worked. No wonder the fourth Hokage surpassed even the one who invented it. The more Kyan studied the technique, the more he realized how insanely talented Minato Namikaze truly was. Then he turned to the children, ready to reassure them. But before he could speak, a wave of starry eyes met him. Over 100 wide-eyed giant children stared in awe. So cool. That was amazing. Is that what human magic is like? Unbelievable. See? That's my big brother, Kyan. I told you he was super strong. I told you he'd come save us. Bree puffed his chest like a proud rooster. Kyan chuckled softly. All right, everyone. This is still the troll capital, we're not safe yet. That explosion definitely drew attention. Before backup arrives, I'm sending you all home. Gather up. Hold hands. Yes. All the kids eagerly crowded together, forming a tight chain. Kyan placed his hand on Bree, channeling chakra outward like a wave, connecting with each child through their linked hands. Troll Royal Palace. The Troll King and Sir Viral were feasting on food extorted from the giant kingdom. Ho ho ho. I didn't think that cowardly giant king would actually send so many supplies, just to save a few brats. Next time, I'm asking for 10 times more. Sir Viral simply smiled across the table. Oh Sir Viral, the king said, eyes glinting with greed. That flute of yours, could I see it? I've never heard of such a miraculous object. The Troll King's tone oozed hunger, not for food. He wanted the flute. If he had that kind of power, the entire giant kingdom would be his. Sir Viral read the look easily and kept smiling. Alas, your majesty, it's not that I don't want to show it to you, but the flute only works when wielded by a human mage with sufficient magic power. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. The Troll King's face darkened. He wasn't pleased to be refused, but Sir Viral was still useful for now. Sooner or later, I'll get rid of him. Human mages are a dime a dozen. Someone will be able to use it. Sir Viral smirked inwardly. Trolls. Greedy fools. But without magic, they're nothing but oversized idiots. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shook the palace. What the hell? The Troll King roared, leaping to his feet. A troll soldier burst in, pale and panicked. Your Majesty. The underground prison, it's exploded. The prison? The king's face changed. That was where they kept the children. Go. Check now. Those brats were his ticket to more supplies, he needed them alive. Sir Viral also stood. He was confident no one could escape, but still, those kids were assets. He followed the king in haste. When they reached the dungeon, Sir Viral scanned the room. The giant children were all still there, he exhaled slightly in relief. But then, he froze. All the cultists were dead. There's been a breach. Zing. Right before their eyes, every child vanished in a flash. What? Both the Troll King and Sir Viral were shocked speechless. How? Where did they go? They just disappeared. The Troll King was panicking. Without those brats, he had no more leverage. Sir Viral's gaze sharpened. A figure appeared where the children had just been, Kyan Blaze. A human? A mage? Space magic it must be. That's how he took them. The Troll King snarled, tusks bared like a beast. You. Where are those brats? What did you do to them? Kyan gave a relaxed, mocking smile. Where? Why, back where they belong. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, so weak. 937 words. Giant wood bridge. Whoosh. A group of giant children suddenly appeared out of thin air. Huh? Where are we? Did we get out? The kids blinked in confusion. One moment they were in the dungeon, now they were somewhere else entirely. Bree. Ella immediately spotted her son. Bree's face lit up as well. He ran toward her, shouting, Mom. All around them, the other children also caught sight of their parents and rushed into their arms, tears and laughter spilling out together. Even the giant soldiers were stunned. They hadn't expected the missing children to just appear. Ella asked, still dazed, Bree, how did you all get back here so suddenly? Bree's excitement overflowed. It was Brother Kyan. Mom, you won't believe it, he's super powerful. The other kids all chimed in, trying to explain. With their limited vocabulary, most of the descriptions boiled down to whoosh, flash, and boom. Still, the adults managed to piece it together. Kyan had used some kind of teleportation magic to bring the kids back. The Giant King finally understood why Kyan had told them to wait here. Where's Kyan? Didn't he come back with you? The children all shook their heads. Bree said solemnly, Brother Kyan said he's going to take care of the bad guy who kidnapped us first. Then he'll come back. Everyone fell silent for a moment. He didn't just save the children, he stayed behind to eliminate the root of the threat. Women and children, return to the capital at once. All warriors, follow me. We march on the troll capital and bring our hero back, the Giant King roared, brandishing his axe. Ohu! The entire army of giants raised their weapons and let out a thunderous cheer. They had been suffocating under their helplessness for months, held hostage by the fate of their children. Now, with their little ones safe, it was time to remind the trolls what it meant to anger the giants. The army surged across Giant Wood Bridge. The trolls stationed at the border saw the wave of giants and quickly prepared for battle. Attack. Charge. Troll capital. Impossible. Viral asterisk hissed. Spatial magic requires extraordinary precision. There's no way he teleported them that far. That human must have stored them in a magic space of some kind. After all, the giant capital and the troll capital were incredibly far apart. There was no way someone could just teleport a dozen giant children across such a distance. Kian shrugged. Believe what you want. Truthfully, he had been shocked too. That single teleport drained a full tenth of his mana pool. He'd thought his magic reserves were high, but clearly, they still weren't enough. Flying Thunder God Jutsu seriously drained mana. No wonder Minato was such a monster. Seize him, roared the Troll King. A wave of trolls charged forward, wielding massive clubs. Kian muttered, for these oversized meatheads, the old man is more suited. Full take over, Edward Newgate. With a blast of magic, Kian's body began to shift. His form grew larger, more muscular. His clothes transformed into a long white captain's coat. His youthful face morphed into that of a seasoned, mustached veteran. A crescent-shaped white mustache now curled beneath his nose. In his hands, Murakumajiri, the iconic Naginata of Whitebeard. While he was still smaller than the trolls, at least now he didn't have to crane his neck to look up at them. He transformed. The cultists stared in shock. Most of them had never even seen real magic before, let alone this. A troll lunged, swinging a club the size of a boulder down on Kian's head. Kian raised one hand. Thud. He caught the blow effortlessly. Yuh. The troll strained, trying to force it down, but Kian didn't budge. Kian clenched his fist. Crack. The massive club shattered in his grasp like brittle tofu. This was Whitebeard, the man once known as the strongest in the world. Even Kaido called him a monster. Big Mom feared his strength. At Marineford, he blocked giants and warships with one hand. No one outmatched Whitebeard in raw power. What? The trolls gasped. That club had been crafted from ironwood stone, harder than steel, and this man crushed it like paper. Buzz. Kian clenched his fist. A white, transparent shockwave sphere wrapped around it. He stepped forward and struck. Crack, crack, crack. The air itself shattered like glass. A devastating shockwave blasted forth from his fist. The troll's eyes rolled back. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose as he dropped like a rock. Boom. The shockwave didn't stop. It tore forward, destroying everything in its path. The palace walls shattered. The floors collapsed. Entire chunks of the troll capital were obliterated. Aha! Run! Panic spread like wildfire. Trolls screamed and scattered. What? Viral staggered back, face pale. Is he a monster? The destruction was unreal. No ordinary mage could cause this much damage. Viral turned to flee, but Kian had already locked onto him. Kian gripped Murakumajiri with both hands, blade buzzing with shock energy. Whoosh! With one mighty swing, a devastating slash combined with a shockwave shot toward Viral. Boom, boom, boom. Nothing stood a chance. Walls, furniture, guards, everything was cleaved apart by the twin force of the blade and quake. Viral didn't even have time to scream. Slash! The blade caught him mid-escape, splitting his body clean in two. Kian landed softly and walked up to the corpse. He looked down at the remains. Dead just like that. He frowned. This was the mastermind behind the kidnappings. The so-called High Priest of the Black Magic Order. He went down in one hit. Kian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. What a letdown. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, They're too scared of me. 898 words. Kian hadn't noticed it himself, but his magic reserves were now immensely high, especially when using a full takeover of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the One Piece world. In his current state, not even Jose Porla, the guild master of Phantom Lord, and one of the 10 wizard saints, could take him head-on. And being a saint wizard wasn't a minor title, it meant standing at the absolute pinnacle of the entire Ishkar continent. As for the so-called mastermind Viral, if he were truly that powerful, he wouldn't have gone down so pitifully. Kayan picked up the shattered flute. It radiated traces of dark magic, but not the same kind as Zeref's. Zeref's creations were near divine in craftsmanship, able to bring even magic itself to life. This flute, in contrast, was nothing more than a cheap knockoff. No wonder its only ability was to hypnotize children. Crack! Kayan crushed it into pieces without hesitation. The Troll King watched in horror. His expression twisted in rage. You damn brat. That was my treasure. You'll pay for that. Towering over 50 meters tall, the Troll King lifted his massive ironwood club and brought it crashing down toward Kayan. Kayan raised Murakumajiri with one hand. Boom! A thunderous shock rocked the surroundings, dust and rubble blasting outward. Impossible! The Troll King's eyes bulged. He was the ruler of trolls. His strength had no equal, not even the giant king dared face his full might directly. Yet this midget, barely 7 meters tall, had blocked his attack one-handed. Unbelievable. But real. Get lost. Kayan's right hand flexed. A terrifying force surged through his blade, and the club rebounded, sending the enormous troll hurtling backward. Crash, crash, crash. The king's enormous body smashed through 3 palace walls before slamming into the ground. He groaned and tried to rise. But a single foot slammed down on his face. WHUD. Kayan stepped out into the courtyard, pinning the massive Troll King beneath his heel. The moment the other trolls saw it, their ruler literally underfoot, they howled in fury and charged. Perfect timing. Kayan lifted Murakumajiri with both hands. Bzzzzzztt. The power of the Gora Gora no Mi crackled along the blade. Slash. Boom 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 boom. Shockwaves mixed with slashes erupted in all directions. Every troll in front of him was sent flying, wailing in agony. Aya! The street in front of him was instantly cleared. Suddenly, the Troll King lunged up from behind and grabbed Kayan in both fists. Die. Kayan didn't even blink. Did your mother never teach you it's rude to grab people without asking? Boom. A shockwave exploded from Kayan's body. Gwa! The king screamed, fingers shattering. He was forced to release his grip. Kayan stepped forward and threw a punch straight into his chest. Crack, crack, crack. The air shattered around his fist. Blorch. The king vomited blood as he flew through the palace like a cannonball. Crash, crash, crash. Entire towers crumbled as the massive body tore through them. My king. Kill him. Enraged, trolls swarmed toward Kayan again. Kayan gripped Murakumajiri tightly. The power of the quake fruit surged with every motion. Each swing ripped buildings apart. Each quake tore through crowds. He was unstoppable. And for once, Kayan understood Natsu. Destruction felt amazing. Here, he didn't need to hold back. He didn't need to restrain his power or calculate carefully. Here he could just break things. Boom 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 boom. The entire troll capital shook. Buildings collapsed. Streets cracked. Troll warriors howled in pain and fell by the dozens. 10 minutes passed. And finally, not a single troll dared charge him. Every time Kayan stepped forward, the trolls retreated. Their eyes were filled with terror. To them, he wasn't a human mage. He was a monster. Seeing them fall back, Kayan stopped attacking. They looked like beasts, but they were intelligent life forms. If they no longer dared fight him, he had no reason to continue the slaughter. He planted Murakumajiri in the ground like a cane and strolled forward, calm and unhurried. Each time the blade tapped the earth, thud, 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 the trolls flinched. They parted to the sides of the street, not daring to approach. That was when the sound of battle rang out from the city gates. Moments later, giants in full armor burst through the capital's front gate. Leading them, the giant king himself. He raised his axe and bellowed, "Kaiiiiennn. Brother! We're here to rescue you." His shout echoed through the city, a declaration of loyalty to their friend. They would never abandon an ally, not for politics, not for peace. Even if it cost them everything, they would come. "Wait, Your Majesty. Something's wrong," a soldier called. "The troll capital, it's already destroyed." The king looked up. Sure enough, massive sections of the capital lay in ruins. The troll palace was little more than rubble. Then they saw him. A small figure, well, small for this city, walking calmly down the main boulevard, past cowering trolls. "Ha! Your Majesty, why are you here?" Kian asked casually. You're Kian." The king blinked. "Why are you an old man now? And what's with that absurd mustache?" Kian noticed the confusion and cancelled his takeover. He returned to his usual form. The giant king stared, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha! It really is you. But what happened here?" "Oh, that." Kian pointed back at the terrified trolls. "They're just too scared to fight me anymore." Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Humans are too scary. 1,209 words. Scared. Every giant froze in disbelief at Kian's words. They had spent a lifetime fighting against the troll kingdom. They knew exactly how terrifying the trolls were, towering savages with immense strength and terrifying brutality. It was only through superior equipment and disciplined training that the giants had been able to keep them at bay. And yet, Kian had single-handedly stormed the entire troll capital, and lived to tell the tale. If they hadn't seen the aftermath themselves, they never would have believed it. But looking at the trolls now, cowering, trembling, afraid to make a move, they knew the truth. This young human had scared the trolls into submission. "Let's go." Kian's calm voice broke the silence. He had caused plenty of destruction inside the troll capital, but in truth, he hadn't killed all that many. Physically, trolls were even more monstrous than giants. Every one of them took serious effort to bring down. He could maybe take out 100 with his current magic reserves, but after that, he'd be running on fumes. And besides, he didn't have any real grudge with the trolls. The Mage Guild Code was also clear: no involvement in national wars. The Giant King nodded. Even though they'd managed to force their way into the capital, he knew how costly a real battle would be. If they actually fought, the casualties would be horrific on both sides. Their goal had been to rescue Kian, and that had been accomplished. There was no reason to stay. The giants and Kian turned to leave. As Kian's figure disappeared, the trolls finally let out a collective sigh of relief. That human was terrifying. I thought humans were supposed to be weak. What kind of monster was that guy? Yeah, to cause that much destruction. Is that the power of human magic? Giant Kingdom, Royal Gates. A crowd had already gathered, anxiously awaiting their return. Then, thud. 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 The thunderous footsteps of the Giant King, and his party echoed through the city. "We're back," the king roared. Oh! The whole city erupted in cheers. News had already spread: Kian Blaze was the one who had saved their children. To the Giant Kingdom, he was nothing short of a hero. To celebrate the return of our children, and to honor our hero, Kian, tonight, we feast, the Giant King declared. Ugh! The giants roared with joy. Children safe. Families reunited. It was worth celebrating. Soon, the entire kingdom was bustling with preparations. In the central plaza, bonfires were lit, fruit and meat were piled high, barrels of wine were opened. Giants danced around the flames, laughing and singing. The children Kian had rescued all stared up at him with wide, admiring eyes. The giant king, Haya, raised his cup and clinked it gently against Kyan's. Then both downed the drink in one gulp. Ah, now that hits the spot. These past few months, I've been miserable worrying about those kids. And now? Now we've beaten the hell out of those troll bastards. That felt great. Ha 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 ha. Kyan finally learned the giant king's name, Haya. Queen Lena smiled warmly. It's all thanks to you, Kyan. You actually rescued every last child from the troll capital. It's hard to believe. You're not an ordinary mage, are you? Though they hadn't traveled the human world, Haya and Lena had gathered plenty of intelligence over the years. In general, human mages weren't even as strong as giant children. Even the powerful ones were only about equal to adult giants. But Kyan's strength? It was in a different league entirely. Even more shocking than Makarov's in his prime. I guess I'm okay. Kyan wasn't entirely sure where he ranked. Maybe around the level of one of Ishgar's four emperors of the West. The Ishgar continent was huge, and full of hidden monsters. The giant and troll races alone had enough strength to rival entire human nations. Okay, he says, Haya barked. Lena, you don't know how crazy this kid is. He walked out of the troll capital all by himself, and the trolls didn't dare lift a finger. If that's not badass, I don't know what is. Lena chuckled. All right, I've heard you brag about him enough. But truly, Kyan, whether or not you're the strongest in Ishgar, you're definitely top 3. To be so powerful at such a young age. Humans really are the race of miracles. Kyan spent the rest of the feast enjoying food and company, chatting with the royal couple. That's when he learned about their connection to Makarov. Long ago, Makarov had accepted a mission that led him to the giant kingdom. There he met Haya and Lena, and the three of them ended up defeating the monstrous Hydra. From that day on, they were hailed as heroes of the kingdom. Apparently, Makarov had even confessed to Lena back then, inviting her to leave the kingdom with him. But she had gently turned him down. She saw Makarov as a little brother. Besides, she and Haya were childhood sweethearts, and her love for her homeland ran deep. Life among humans wouldn't have suited her. In the end, Makarov had returned to the guild alone. Because the giant kingdom was so isolated, and nearly halfway across the continent, they had never contacted each other again. Kyan never expected the old man to have a backstory like that, but then again, the master had probably been a real legend in his youth. The feast lasted late into the night. By the next morning, Kyan had packed up and was ready to leave. You're heading back so soon? Haya asked. Won't you stay a little longer? Kyan smiled. I'd love to, but Fairy Tale is still being rebuilt. I should get back and help. Besides, this place is a bit far from Magnolia. They're probably worried. All right. I won't stop you. At the city gates, a crowd had already gathered. The children and their parents were there to send him off. Kyan, Bree and the others waved excitedly. Bree? Ella? You all came? Ella smiled. Of course. You're leaving, we had to come see you off. I want to be just like you when I grow up. Bree declared proudly. Ha! I'll be rooting for you. You'd better grow strong enough to protect your mom. A little girl piped up, Brother Kyan, when I grow up can I marry you? Kyan immediately broke into a sweat. Compared to me, I think you're already plenty grown. Bahahahaha. Everyone burst into laughter at Kyan's flustered face. All right, everyone, this is goodbye. Full takeover, Ulquiorra. Kyan transformed again, to the cheers of the children. Woo-wah. So cool. Kyan stepped into the air, floating above the plaza. Wah. He can fly. The adults were stunned. The kids were ecstatic. Kyan waved. Goodbye, everyone. Take care. Come visit again. The Giant King raised his voice one last time. The Giant Kingdom will always be a friend of Fairy Tale. If you ever need help, just say the word. We'll come running. Kian waved again, then activated Resurrection. Black wings burst from his back. And with a powerful flap, he soared through the skies, back toward home. He wasn't the most selfless person. He didn't go around saving strangers out of pure goodwill. But this feeling of being genuinely appreciated. It wasn't bad at all. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Lumen Histoire. 991 words. Just like before, Kian chose to cross the canyon on his way back. Now that his magic had reached the 6-star level, Kian no longer needed to ration his take-over usage like he did in the early days. Magic wasn't exactly some rare treasure. So long as he rested properly, it would recover quickly. Of course, overusing magic did place strain on the body. Severe exhaustion could leave him vulnerable in emergencies. So Kian's strategy was simple. Once his magic reserves dropped below half, he'd either stop and rest, or switch to public transportation. After about 3 days, he made it back to the guild. The round trip had taken a little over a week, and to finish an S-class mission in just that time. That was nothing short of incredible. I'm back, everyone. Kian stepped into the guild. Though the building was still under reconstruction, the sense of home hit him immediately. It just wasn't the same as being out in the world. Mirajane's face lit up with joy when she saw him return safely. Even though Kian was powerful, an S-class mission was still dangerous, she had worried. Kian's back. Welcome home. Hey. I've been gone for a week and the guild still looks the same. Don't tell me you guys slacked off again. Kian gave the room a look. The progress wasn't that much different from when he'd left. This bunch of lazybones must have been half-assing the reconstruction. Gray quickly defended himself. Everyone's been out on jobs. With fewer hands, the work naturally slowed down. And you're one to talk, you were out on a mission too. Natsu grinned wide. Kian. You completed another S-class job, right? With me on the case. Of course it was smooth sailing. Happy flew over and asked with shining eyes, how much did you earn this time? 15 million J. The Giant King had paid the full reward without hesitation. Though the Giant Kingdom didn't deal often with humans, there were still a few bold merchants who had open trade routes. The kingdom kept a small reserve of foreign currency for emergencies, and this time, it had been well used. 15 million. Lucy's jaw dropped. Even knowing Kian's ridiculous earning power, she was still blown away. If only I could team up with Kian. She muttered. These past few days, she'd done 2 missions with Natsu, and after factoring in the damage, the profit had mostly vanished. She was back to worrying about next month's rent. If she could just go on one S-class mission with Kian, she'd be set for the year. Mirajane laughed. You should be glad you didn't go with him. Every job he takes on could kill a normal person. Because of their close relationship, Mira often heard the details of Kian's missions, and even as an S-class mage herself, she found them nerve-wracking. Why yeah. Good point. Lucy remembered their last job together had been smooth, but not every mission would go that way. She still valued her life. Mirajane walked over. Welcome back. Want something to eat? Same as always. Is the master around? She chuckled. The council summoned him again. Kian sighed. Figures. That poor old man, always taking the heat. If it weren't for Makarov's tolerance, they'd have been shut down ages ago. He took the blame, wrote the apologies, and bore the lectures. The job of Fairy Tale's guild master wasn't one anyone sane would want. Kian. Tell us what your mission was this time. Yeah, tell us. Natsu, Gray, Elfman, and several others swarmed around him, eager for details. S-class mages were rare in Fairy Tale, and Kyan was one of the few who'd share his adventures openly. This time, I went to the giant kingdom in the eastern part of the continent. As Kyan told the story of his mission, gasps echoed all around. None of them had imagined there were real giants and trolls in the world, towering over 30 meters tall. It was like living among a whole country of Makarovs. When Kyan got to the part about Makarov's youth, and how he once confessed to a giantess, the entire guild erupted. Master, seriously? Macau looked impressed. No wonder he's the master. Even giants. Ahem. A loud cough interrupted them. Everyone turned, and there was Makarov, standing behind them, face dark with irritation. Master. You're back. You brats. Got nothing better to do. If you're bored, get back to work. The moment they saw Makarov's scowl, the crowd scattered like pigeons. Makarov turned to Kyan. You little punk, don't listen to Haya's nonsense. That guy was the one who had a crush on Lena, but he didn't have the guts. So he asked me to help. How are they doing, by the way? They're doing great. He's the king now, and she's the queen. Honestly, they look like they're in their 30s, both full of energy. Makarov's eyes softened with nostalgia. I see. That's good. He missed his friends, of course he did. But they lived across the continent in the Far East. Meanwhile, he'd inherited the title of Guild Master. And with it, responsibilities he couldn't ignore. Come with me. I need to show you something. Kyan blinked at the shift in tone, but seeing Makarov's face, he could tell it was serious. He followed. They went down to level 1 of the underground chambers, a section that had survived the last disaster. Makarov opened a hidden door. A long staircase spiraled downward. Wait. There's more under the guild. You think you know everything. Just shut up and follow. They reached a heavy door. Makarov raised his hand and summoned a magic circle. The seal glowed and the door creaked open. Inside was a vast chamber, and at its far end stood a massive magic crystal. Suspended within the crystal was a naked girl with golden hair. What is this? Kyan stared. At first, he didn't understand. Then, his expression shifted. He knew what this was. Makarov's tone was solemn. This is our guild's greatest secret. Lumen Histoire. Chapter 125, Chapter 125. I really don't want to be the guild master. 1033 words. Lumen Histoire. The girl sealed inside is Fairy Tale's first guild master, Mavis Vermilion. It's also known as Fairy Heart. This magic surpasses even the 3 great fairy magics. Its core function is to automatically convert natural ether nano into the user's own magic power, granting them limitless magical energy. In other words, whoever possesses it has infinite magic, and can cast spells without end. Makarov explained all this to Kyan. But Kyan had recognized it at first glance. He'd seen Fairy Tale before. He knew what Fairy Heart was. He knew what it could do. The real question was, why was the old man showing it to him? A sinking feeling bloomed in his chest. Guild Master, why are you showing me this? Because, Kyan. You're going to be the next Guild Master of Fairy Tale. Kyan stood frozen. What? Guild Master, he sputtered. You can't be serious. I've only been in the guild for a year. Me? No way, I can't do it. He turned to bolt, sheer panic taking over. Sure, missions could be rough sometimes, but he enjoyed them. He liked completing quests, earning rewards. Most of all, the system gave him gotcha pulls. Draws. Cards. New characters. What kind of life was it without summoning cards? He absolutely could not become guild master. Whap! He didn't even get 2 steps before a massive hand scooped him up. Makarov had activated giant magic and grabbed him with a supersized palm. Seriously? Kyan groaned. Why do I keep getting grabbed by giants lately? This is the 3rd time. Stupid brat, Makarov muttered. Where do you think you're running off to? Guildmaster, I really don't want to be Guildmaster. Makarov's expression soured. What, is the title that awful? Yes. I'd be stuck in the guild every day. If someone messes up, I have to go apologize to the Magic Council. I'd have to write formal reports, mediate fights, go to stupid meetings. Ugh, I'd be drowning in drama. Makarov couldn't deny it. Every word Kyan said hit a little too close to home. Kyan looked up with wide, pitiful eyes. Master, I'm only 19. You're really going to dump all this suffering on a kid? I just came back from a successful S-class mission, and this is the reward I get. That's cold, old man. And you'd have me, a man almost 90 years old and practically in the grave, carry that burden instead. You could always pass it to someone else. Like Guildarts. He's the strongest in the guild. Guildarts is off doing the 100-year quest. Who knows if he'll even come back? And even if he does, with that attitude, there's no way he'd sit still and be Guildmaster. Then what about Mistigan? Mistigan's not exactly a people person. He barely interacts with the others in the guild. Urza, then. She's got authority. Even I'm afraid of her. She is a strong candidate, yes. But she's still very young. And she's a girl. Makarov had thought about it. He'd watched Urza grow up. He trusted her. But in his heart, he didn't want to burden her. She was still a woman, she deserved a life of her own. A family. Happiness. Kyan, though. He was already dating Mira Jane. The two of them settling down together in the guild was a pretty ideal future in Makarov's eyes. I'm the same age as Urza, you know, Kyan mumbled. If nothing else, how about Laxus? He's your grandson. That brat's even worse. If I gave him the position, he'd run the whole guild into chaos. Then just keep doing it yourself. Tough it out a little longer. Nope. I'm old. My body. What are you talking about? You're only in your 80s. You've still got some fight left. Bonk. Makarov smacked Kyan right on the head. You little punk. Don't try to talk circles around me. I may be old, but I'm not senile. I've been thinking this through all week, and I've decided you're the most suitable person. Kyan didn't say anything. Makarov sighed. You really hate the idea of becoming Fairy Tale's guildmaster that much? Kyan shot him a look that said, do I really have to spell it out for you? In that case. Makarov paused. Kyan's eyes lit up. So you're saying, don't get ahead of yourself. Since you're so against it, I'll stay on for 2 more years. In that time, you'll be the guildmaster in training. And when those 2 years are up, you're taking over. No arguments. He meant it. Makarov had made up his mind after a long week of contemplation. Lumen Histoire was Fairy Tale's deepest secret, known only to the guildmaster. His body was growing frail. He couldn't risk dying before passing that knowledge on. The obvious choice had always been Guildarts. Makarov raised him like a son, and Guildarts had seniority and power. But he was gone, chasing an impossible quest. Even if he returned, he was a wanderer at heart. This secret had to be passed down. And Kyan was the best option left. Fine. Faced with such certainty, Kyan had no choice but to relent. 2 years. The old man had no idea how much could change in that time. Makarov smiled as he heard Kyan's reluctant agreement. One more burden lifted. One more thing settled. At 80+ years old, Makarov still believed in his instincts, and Kyan, for all his complaining, was a solid choice. He wasn't perfect. But compared to the rest of the lunatics in the guild, he was a damn fine candidate. Later that evening, Kyan walked home hand in hand with Mira Jane. They strolled along the riverbank, their fingers intertwined. Love, it really was like a thin pane of glass. All you had to do was poke through, and everything would flow naturally. "You're quiet today," Mira Jane said gently. "Usually you're all smiles when you finish a mission. Something bothering you?" She was always observant, and she'd noticed the difference right away. Something was off. Kyan sighed and told her the truth. Makarov had named him next guild master. Of course, he left out the whole Lumen Histoire part. Mira Jane gasped, hand flying to her mouth. "You're going to be the next guild master." Chapter 126, Chapter 126, just a little closer. 1040 words. Mira Jane was shocked, completely caught off guard. Her reaction was almost identical to what Kyan had predicted. After all, Kyan had only joined Fairy Tail a year ago. The position of guild master was far too important to hand to someone so new. From her point of view, there were really only two logical candidates to inherit the title. The first was Guildarts, who had grown up in the guild and was Fairy Tail's strongest mage, trusted by all its members. The second was Laxus, Makarov's own grandson. It was practically tradition, father to son, grandfather to grandson. It made sense. And yet, Makarov had chosen Kyan. Yes, she knew Kyan well. And in many ways, he was the ideal successor. But even so, she couldn't help but feel the decision was a bit rushed. Kyan gave a helpless nod. "Exactly. So tell me, how am I supposed to be happy right now?" Mira Jane couldn't help but laugh a little. "What's wrong? You really hate the idea that much?" "Of course I do. You think being guild master is fun. It's endless headaches. You have to deal with drama every day, get yelled at by the Magic Council, write apology letters, resolve conflicts between members or worse, between guilds. Then there's the boring meetings where a bunch of old men just sit around bragging." "Ahaha." Mira Jane burst out laughing. Every complaint Kyan voiced was absolutely true. That was the life of a guild master. You know, while you don't want the position, Laxus has always wanted it. "Laxus? That guy's obsessed with being the strongest." "Strength isn't something you shout about, it's something you prove. Showing off inside the guild doesn't mean anything. If he's so great, he should go challenge the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar or something." "Ahaha. Also, don't tell anyone Makarov plans to pass the position to me, okay? If Laxus finds out, I'll have to deal with a huge mess." Mira Jane blinked. "You? Afraid of Laxus?" She knew Kyan well. He acted cautious sometimes, but deep down, he was fearless, probably braver than anyone else in the guild. He'd taken on an S-class mission right after joining, for crying out loud. It's not fear, it's avoiding trouble. If Laxus hears about this, he'll probably throw a fit, and tear down the whole guild again. The old guild already got wrecked. The new one isn't even finished. I don't want to rebuild it a second time. And if I beat him up too badly, how would I explain that to the guild master?" Mira Jane chuckled. True enough. With Lax's personality, he probably would cause a scene. "So in the end, did you accept?" Kyan sighed. "The old man didn't even give me a chance to say no. But at least I bought some time, 2 years. He said he'd stay on that long. By then, I'll barely be qualified, I guess." 2 years, huh? That's fair. By then he'll be almost 90. It's a good time to retire. Retirement didn't mean leaving the guild, of course. Just a lighter workload, like what she did now. After stepping back from active missions, she focused on managing the guild's operations. Whatever. I'll stop thinking about it for now. 2 years from now, if I really still don't want it, I'll just hand the position over to Urza. I'll go back to being a full-time S-class mage. Mirajane couldn't hold back her laughter. Most people dreamed of becoming guild master. But Kyan. He looked like he wanted to wear a t-shirt that said, "I don't want the job." Eventually, they reached Mirajane's place. Normally, if Elfman was around, Kyan would go straight home. But if it was just the two of them, he'd always walk her back first. This time, though, neither of them seemed ready to part. Their eyes met, and the air grew thick with romance. The unmistakable scent of new love. "Wanna come inside for a bit? I mean, isn't it kind of late? Come on. I'm a little hungry." "All right." Kyan took her hand, and together they walked to his place. He could feel her palms slightly sweaty. Truth was, he was a bit nervous too. Before he'd liked her, but they were more like close friends. Now they were something more. And that changed everything. As soon as they entered the room, Kyan wrapped one arm around Mirajane's waist and pressed the other hand to the wall beside her, locking her in with a clean cape on. His eyes burned with desire. Anyone with a pulse would know what he was thinking. Flustered, Mirajane shut her eyes. "Mirajane. I." His heart pounded in his chest. She stood there, waiting. And then... bang. The door burst open. "Kyan. Something's wrong with Loke." Gray stood in the doorway, looking panicked, then froze as he saw the scene in front of him. Kyan's face twisted in anguish. Why did someone always interrupt him at the worst possible moment? He was this close. This close. Also, were people just barging into his home now? Was that a thing? He was seriously considering hanging a sign on the door. "Do not disturb." Seriously. Mirajane looked at Kyan's frustrated expression and almost laughed, but truthfully, she was a bit relieved. She wasn't quite ready yet either. She turned to Gray. "What happened to Loke?" Gray still looked flustered but forced himself to focus. Loke left Fairy Tale." "What? Wait, what happened?" The smiles were gone now. Both Kyan and Mirajane's expressions turned serious. Loke was someone they knew well. Why would he suddenly leave? "I don't know. Everyone's out looking for him. He's been acting weird lately." As one of Loke's closest friends, Gray had noticed. But he hadn't thought much of it until tonight, when he returned to the dorms and found a note that simply said, "I'm gone." Mirajane's eyes widened. Actually, a group of women came by the guild this afternoon. Said they were Loke's girlfriends. Apparently, he broke up with all of them last night. For a guy like Loke, that was extremely out of character. Sure, he was a playboy, but he treated all his girlfriends well. If he was suddenly cutting ties and disappearing without a word, something was definitely wrong. Kyan's eyes narrowed. "I think I know where he is." Chapter 127, Chapter 127, You're Not Going to Die. 1029 words. "You know where he is?" Gray and Mirajane turned to Kyan Blaze in surprise. "Seriously, Kyan? You know where Loke went?" Gray looked a bit frantic. Loke was one of his closest friends, and his sudden disappearance had him deeply worried. "More or less," Kyan replied. As someone who had watched Fairy Tale from start to finish, of course he knew. Loke didn't have a ton of screen time, but his story was unforgettable. "Where is he?" "He's probably with his master." "Master?" Gray and Mirajane blinked, confused. What was he talking about? "Oh, that's right, you guys wouldn't know. Loke's not actually human. He's a celestial spirit." "A what?" Both of them froze. Of course they knew what a celestial spirit was. While rare, they weren't unheard of. In fact, one of their own rookies, Lucy Hartfilia, was a celestial spirit mage. No way. Loke? A spirit? How do you even know that, Kyan? Kyan quickly came up with a plausible excuse. I specialize in summoning heroic spirits, remember? Spirits can recognize each other. After the Galuna Island mission, when I saw Lucy summon her celestial spirits, I could immediately tell Loke wasn't human. Then who's his master? That I don't know. Which wasn't a lie, he couldn't recall the name off the top of his head. Then we should go help look for him, Mirajane said, clearly concerned. No need. I'll go. You can find him on your own. Kyan nodded. Yeah. I've got my ways. You're serious? Kyan raised his hand. Full take over Ulquiorra cipher. Right before Mirajane's eyes, he transformed into the Arrancar form of Ulquiorra. He pressed his palm to the ground. Sensory link. Kyan closed his eyes. From his body, a wave of perception rippled outward. This was the Arrancar's spiritual pressure detection, capable of sensing all energy signatures in a wide radius. In his mind, everyone nearby appeared as flickering flames. Fwoosh fwoosh fwoosh. One by one, blue flames lit up in his mental landscape. Most were faint, ordinary civilians. The brighter ones were mages. The brightest by far was Makarov, his immense magic power outshining all others. Then Kyan spotted a flame on the western side of Magnolia, flickering, fading, like a candle in the wind. Weak. On the verge of vanishing. It matched Loke perfectly. Kyan opened his eyes. Found him. Really? That's great. Mirajane and Grey lit up. Go tell the others. I'll bring him back safely. Got it, they nodded and ran off. Kyan leapt into motion, speeding through the town. But if he was right about Loke's situation, he'd need one more person. He arrived at Lucy Hartfilia's apartment and knocked. Lucy. Eek. Lucy had just stepped out of the shower when he called. Her towel slipped, revealing everything. Kyan's eyes widened. Damn. No wonder she's the fan favorite. That's a top-tier body. Kaya. Lucy yelped, scrambling to cover herself. Kyan coughed, trying to stay cool. Put on some clothes, would you? What are you, Grey's disciple? I just got out of the shower. And you, what are you even doing here? Breaking into a girl's apartment in the middle of the night, are you some kind of pervert? Relax. I'm not into you. TCH. Then why are you here? Loke left the guild. Something's wrong. I need your help. What? Her eyes widened. Loke left. Why? Not sure. Get dressed. I'll explain on the way. Then turn around. At the waterfall beyond the western cliffs, Loke stood in front of a gravestone. It was the grave of his former master, Karen. He'd come here to die. He didn't want his guildmates to see him like this, fading away, powerless. Better to vanish, to leave a letter and disappear. Let them believe he'd gone somewhere else, started a new life. But Loke. The voice made him turn. It was Kyan, and beside him, Lucy. Kyan. Lucy? How did you know I was here? Kyan shrugged. Spiritual tracking. Nothing fancy. Loke gave a weak smile. Figures. Of course you'd have something like that. He looked back at the grave. So. You figured it out? Kyan nodded. This is your master's grave, right? Wait, you knew he was a spirit? Lucy gasped. But how? I didn't even realize. Kyan raised a brow. You really didn't notice. Loke sighed. I thought I hid it well. Lucy blinked in shock. You're really a celestial spirit. Locke looked down. And you're dying, aren't you? Even that you figured out, huh? He gave a sad smile. Yeah. I am. Just like humans can't survive in the spirit world, spirits can't survive long in the human world. Our life force fades slowly. I've been here 3 years. That's already pushing it. 3 years? Lucy was stunned. Even a year is supposed to be nearly impossible. I've reached my limit. I can't use my powers anymore. I thought if I quietly disappeared, it would be easier for everyone. Please just tell them I moved on. Let them believe I'm still alive, out there somewhere. Kyan crossed his arms. Yeah, no thanks. I don't like delivering farewell messages. Super unlucky. You've got something to say. Say it yourself. Locke blinked. Then smiled bitterly. I can't go back. And so he began telling his story. His former master, Karen, had been cruel. She craved attention, manipulated men, and treated her spirits like disposable tools. She once summoned Ares just to entertain the men who chased her. She hit them. Abused them. Locke had had enough. To protect Ares, he forcefully closed the gate, making it impossible for Karen to summon any spirit. He demanded she sever her contract with Ares. He just wanted to scare her. But then she went on a mission without her spirits and died. Because of that, Locke had violated celestial spirit law. A spirit who defies their master is forbidden from returning to the spirit world. He had been exiled. Now his time in the human world was running out. Thanks for listening, Locke said softly. It feels good to get it all off my chest. At least now, if I disappear, I'll have no regrets. Kyan listened in silence. Then finally spoke. Don't worry. You're not going to die. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, If you don't want to die, get out of my way. 986 words. What? Locke froze, staring at Kyan Blaze. Kyan, what are you saying? Exactly what it sounds like, Kyan said flatly. You're dying because you can't return to the celestial spirit world, right? Then I'll just send you back. Send me back? To the spirit world. Both Locke and Lucy were stunned. I mean, I can open gates but... I don't have Locke's key, Lucy explained. I'm not his contracted summoner, I can't open his gate. She had assumed Kyan brought her here to try to open the gate herself. But opening a gate to a spirit she hadn't formed a contract with. That was basically impossible. You don't need to, Kyan replied. Just summon any spirit. I only need a fixed coordinate to the spirit world. I'll handle the rest. Okay, if you say so. She was still confused, but she'd learned by now, if Kyan said he could do something, he usually could. Lucy pulled out a golden key. Open, Gate of the Maiden. Virgo. A golden magic circle appeared, and a pink-haired maid spirit emerged. Her appearance, however, was unusual. She was completely tied up in rope. Do you wish to punish me, princess? Eek. Lucy jumped back in horror. What are you doing all tied up like that? You're going to make me look like some kind of freak. Didn't know you were into that, Lucy. I'm not. Snap. Kyan snapped his fingers. WMMM. Space itself trembled. The spot where Virgo had appeared rippled, and then tore open. What is this? Everyone stared in shock. This is dimensional severance, Kyan said calmly. It allows me to tear space and travel freely between worlds. It's a power granted by this particular transformation. I needed you to summon a spirit, so I could locate the spirit world through the open gate. That way I can create a stable path without getting lost in the dimensional rift. That's insane. Even knowing Kyan was strong, this level of reality-breaking power felt outrageous. Soon, a pitch-black dimensional rift, a garganta, formed before them. All right, Loke. Walk through this, and you'll be home. Loke stood frozen. He couldn't believe it. The path he thought forever closed, the home he'd resigned himself to never seeing again, was right in front of him. He could feel it, the familiar flow of celestial spirit energy beyond the rift. That was the spirit world. That's amazing, Kyan. Lucy cheered. Loke, you don't have to die. Loke's heart surged with emotion. He'd tried to play it cool. Pretend he'd accepted death. But the truth was, he didn't want to go. He wanted to live. To keep laughing with his friends. To return to the guild. Then. Boom. A mighty voice thundered from above. Who dares? The sky twisted. Clouds whirled violently. The flowing river froze in place. And the waterfall, reversed, rising upward in a colossal spiral that pierced the heavens. From within the vortex, a towering armored figure emerged, glowing with divine majesty. Loke's eyes widened in shock. No. It can't be. That's the Celestial Spirit King. The King. Lucy gasped. That's the strongest spirit. She had never imagined she'd meet him here. Why would he come to the human world? The Celestial Spirit King's voice rumbled like thunder. I sensed someone tearing open the barrier between the spirit and human realms. I came to investigate. So it was you, Leo. Leo, he said sternly. We spirits form contracts with humans under strict terms. We are forbidden to harm our summoners. You may not have killed your master, but you caused her death. I cannot allow you to return. What kind of nonsense is that? Lucy stepped forward, boldly standing between them. He did it to protect Ares. It wasn't murder, it was mercy. He didn't want her to suffer anymore. The Spirit King looked at her with ancient eyes. I understand your grief, young summoner. I mourn for Ares as well. But these are the laws of our world. I cannot change them. Don't give me that old friend talk. Lucy snapped. This isn't about you and him. It's about what's right. She pointed at him, furious. This was a tragedy. Not a crime. You say Loke is guilty of what? Wanting to protect a friend. Of putting himself in danger so someone else wouldn't suffer. You're a spirit. You of all people should understand Ares and Loke's pain. Loke rushed forward to stop her. Lucy, stop. That's the Spirit King. You can't talk to him like that. He turned toward the king and bowed low. Your Majesty. Karen's death was my fault. I accept full responsibility. If I must die, then so be it. Just please don't involve them. But Kyan's voice rang out cold and clear. I refuse. Kyan. Everyone turned to face him. Kyan's eyes narrowed. That woman died because of her own cruelty. Loke had nothing to do with it. He's suffered for 3 years in the human world. That's punishment enough. Now, Loke is a member of Fairy Tale. And I intend to send him home. If you try to stop me. Kyan vanished and appeared midair, face to face with the Spirit King. Then you'll be our enemy. He stared the towering spirit down. Spirit King, if you don't want to die, get out of my way. He was done talking. He had no patience left for giants trying to intimidate him. Loke's life was on the line. That was all that mattered. Wait, Kyan, that's the Spirit King. Loke shouted, panicking. You can't just. Yeah, don't be reckless. Lucy added quickly. He's insanely powerful. The reason most spirits seem weak is because I'm not strong enough to bring out their full potential, but the Spirit King. He's the real deal. The king, however, simply smiled. Humph. Such boldness. I haven't seen courage like that in centuries. Very well. I'll give Leo a chance. If you can land even a single clean hit on me, then I will allow Leo to return to the celestial spirit world. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, you win. 886 words. What? The celestial spirit king is going to fight Kyan. Locke and Lucy were dumbfounded. Lucy was especially exasperated. Are all men, young or old, just built with muscles for brains? Do they only know how to settle things with fists? Kyan, on the other hand, smiled. That's actually very reasonable of you. This is reasonable. Lucy couldn't help but shout. Full take over Edward Newgate. Since it was a fight, Kyan wasn't going to hold back. He knew the celestial spirit king's strength was no joke, comparable to the likes of Mardgeir from Tartaros, or even one of the new four heavenly kings of Ishgar. People often underestimated the new four kings just because they lost to god Serena. But in truth, each of them was terrifying in their own right. Kyan considered using Ulquiorra's Resurrection, but sometimes a man's fight needed a man's form. In a flash, Kyan transformed into Whitebeard, a towering figure with a crescent-shaped mustache to match the Spirit King's own extravagant facial hair. One pointed downward like an H-shaped cloud. The other curved upward like a rising moon. The Spirit King stood over 20 meters tall. Kyan, at 6.66 meters, looked like a child in comparison, but his aura said otherwise. The Celestial Spirit King paused for a beat. It wasn't often he saw someone with a beard that matched his. Come, Spirit King. Kyan's eyes locked onto the giant king, filled with unfiltered excitement. A man's instinct was to test his might, just like how children naturally wanted to fight. Society dulled those instincts, but Kyan. He'd never lost that edge. He loved battle, especially against powerful foes. The Spirit King, too, began to re-evaluate the young mage. He already knew the truth behind Leo's exile and Karen's abuse. Though the exile had been lawful, it was hardly just. His challenge hadn't been meant as punishment, it was an excuse, a stage to allow Locke's return. But this Kyan blaze was something else entirely. Shing! The Celestial Spirit King drew his colossal sword. Reira! Kyan surged forward, both feet blasting off the ground. His three types of hockey exploded outward. His Murakamajiri, Whitebeard's massive Bicento, crackled with armament and Conqueror's hockey as he swung down with tremendous force. The Spirit King swung his blade to meet him. Boom! Their weapons collided. The impact unleashed a violent shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. Whoa, aahh. Locke, Lucy, and Virgo were nearly blown off their feet. Croc-a-k-o-o-o-m. To their utter disbelief, the Spirit King was pushed back. No way. Locke's voice cracked. He pushed the Spirit King back. Even Virgo was speechless. This was the King of Spirits. But what no one knew was that the Spirit King himself was just as shaken. That strike, it wasn't just raw power. It was overwhelming. Inside this man, this Kyan blaze, was a force even greater than mine. The Spirit King's competitive spirit flared. He had never been bested in raw strength. Good. Marvelous. Let's go again. With each clash, their attacks tore apart the battlefield. The once solid earth was reduced to rubble. The shockwaves were so intense, even from far away, Lucy and Locke felt their knees buckle. The Spirit King. He's being pushed back. Neither of them could deny it anymore. Kyan Blaze was overpowering the King of Spirits. Locke knew Kyan was strong, but this was insane. Boom. A final clash sent both of them flying back. Ha ha ha. Incredible. It's been so long since I've fought like this. Gururara. We've danced around enough. Time to get serious. Yes. Let's end this. WMMM. Kyan's hands tightened around Murakamajiri. He imbued it with the power of the Gora Gora no Mi, the quake fruit. White shock spheres pulsed along the blade, twisting the air and space around it like melting glass. The Spirit King, sensing the danger, poured his stellar force into his greatsword. Take this. Meteor blade. He unleashed a devastating wave of energy. Krakrakrakrakrakoom. Everything in its path was vaporized. Breakthrough. Kyan swung. His Bicento, layered with quake energy, collided with the oncoming slash. Crockum. The two forces met, exploded, and detonated again, like stars clashing in the heavens. The earth quaked violently. The sky cracked. The blast radius flattened everything. Wah! Lucy and Loke staggered from the force. This is way more powerful than what happened at the Ashibana arena. Which meant, Kyan hadn't even gone all out against Jose Porla back then. The tremors finally subsided. Smoke and ash filled the sky. Did anyone win? Lucy asked, shielding her eyes. A massive fissure split the earth before them. The scale of destruction was unbelievable. Then the wind shifted. The smoke cleared. Kyan stood tall. Unharmed. Loke and Lucy both sighed in relief. Loke especially. He would have blamed himself if Kyan had gotten hurt. Compared to Kyan, he was just nobody. But Kyan was the future of fairy tale. Lucy didn't think so deeply. She just didn't want Kyan to be hurt. Then they looked to the Spirit King. He was still standing, but then... Crack! Shhhnk. The Spirit King's sword split in two. His armor cracked, then shattered into pieces, falling to the ground with a metallic crash. Loke's eyes widened. What? The Spirit King's armor? The Celestial Spirit King lifted his gaze to Kyan. There was no anger. Only respect. Beautifully done, he said, smiling. I concede. You win. Chapter 130, Time to Draw. 1003 words. The Celestial Spirit King was the ruler of the spirit realm. When he saw Kyan, so young, so arrogant, he had intended to teach him a lesson. But in the end, he was the one who had been taught. That kid wasn't bluffing when he said he could kill him, he actually had the power to do it. To possess such transcendent strength at such a young age. The Spirit King had never seen anyone like him. Kyan returned to his normal appearance. You flatter me, sir. This isn't the spirit realm, you couldn't unleash your full strength here. I just had the advantage. And apologies for my earlier rudeness, Elder. I got a little hot-headed trying to save a friend. The Spirit King blinked. He was having a hard time reconciling this polite young man with the audacious punk from a few minutes ago. Bahaha. What's wrong with a little arrogance in youth? If I had your strength when I was your age, I'd have been 10 times worse. Despite his loss, the Celestial Spirit King was in high spirits. Knowing his old friend was surrounded by such loyal companions gave him peace of mind. Together they returned to the waterfall. Leo, the king said, as promised, I now grant you permission to return to the spirit realm. Lucy jumped with joy. Really? That's amazing. Loke, you can go home now. Long-bearded grandpa, you're actually pretty nice. The Spirit King chuckled at Lucy's compliment. Brother, that's wonderful news. Virgo, still trussed up in bondage rope, wriggled toward them like a caterpillar. Lucy glared. You're still here. Loke was speechless, his eyes glistening with emotion. He had mentally prepared himself for death. He was ready to pay for his crimes. Leo, said the king, your punishment is lifted. Thank the stars that guided you here. If you still wish to make amends, serve this friend well. Protect her with all your strength. With a dramatic sweep of his cloak, the celestial spirit king dissolved into starlight. The world returned to normal. The frozen waterfall resumed its flow. Clang! Behind Loke, a golden gate appeared. The door opened and his body began to shimmer into particles of light, being drawn inside. Kyan, Lucy, thank you, truly. From now on, please keep looking out for me. With those heartfelt words, Loke vanished, leaving behind a single gold key marked with the Leo of the zodiac. Lucy grasped it tightly. She was thrilled to gain a new key, yes, but more than that, she was grateful her friend was still alive. Kyan felt the same. Loke had become a real friend to him. They'd eaten, drank, and joked together, just like all good men did. Once you shared drinks, you were brothers. Honestly, even if it had been any fairy tale member, Kyan would have done the same. With great power comes great responsibility. Kyan returned to the guild dorm to reassure everyone. Hearing Loke was safe, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Later, Kyan headed home, only to find Mirajane waiting at his door. Seeing a girl waiting for him outside his house, it hit him right in the chest. So this is what home feels like. Kyan, what happened to Loke? Don't worry. He's fine now. He didn't feel like dragging the night out, so he offered to walk Mirajane home. On the way, he explained everything that had happened. I never imagined Loke went through something like that. She knew the name Karen Lilica, a once famous celestial spirit mage from Blue Pegasus, reportedly killed on a mission years ago. Loke did nothing wrong protecting a companion. And neither did you. But Kyan, please be careful. Kyan grinned. Relax. I'm really careful. If things go south, I'll be the first one to run. He wasn't lying. Kyan loved fighting, but he wasn't the type to throw his life away. Back in the Troll Kingdom, he'd reserved just enough mana to transform into the fifth Hokage and escape if needed. He hadn't used it, those trolls got so scared, he simply walked out. Pfft. His goofy expression made Mirajane giggle. Before long, they reached her home. I'm here. Kyan replied casually. Even though they saw each other every day, saying goodbye always felt oddly heavy. Back when they'd first met, he would have said goodbye and just walked off without looking back. Want to come in for a bit? That offer made Kyan hesitate for a moment. Tempting, but nah, it's late. You've had a long day too. You should rest. Yeah, that's true. You need some rest too. See you tomorrow. See you. Kyan waved and turned around to leave. Just as he turned, he heard her voice. Kyan. He turned back and felt something soft press against his lips. Mirajane's beautiful face was mere centimeters from his own. Before he could even savor it, she quickly stepped back, hands clenched nervously behind her back, flashing a dazzling smile. See you tomorrow. She bolted inside and slammed the door behind her like a startled rabbit. Kyan stood there, stunned. She kissed me. He touched his lips. Not bad. Could have been longer though. Still, it was a win. Firsts led to seconds, seconds to thirds. It was only a matter of time now. Tomorrow couldn't come fast enough. He was fired up again. Behind the door, Mirajane's cheeks were bright red. She hadn't expected herself to be that bold. Touching her lips gently, she murmured. So this is what a kiss feels like. She had never kissed anyone before. That was her first kiss. Back home, Kyan sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing sun-breathing while watching the clock. He'd gone to Kana earlier for another fortune reading. She told him his lucky time would be 10 p.m. Honestly, he still half suspected Kana was scamming him, but her readings were always spot on. With no proof to the contrary, he could only trust her. Dong, dong, dong. The clock struck 10. Kyan's eyes snapped open. He instantly pulled up the system interface. Would you like to perform a 10x draw? Confirm. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Gojo Satoru. 926 words. As Kyan tapped the confirm button, his heart tensed up with excitement. On the system screen, a boundless blue sky dispersed, revealing a descending starry sky. Countless streams of starlight gathered, forming 10 shimmering stars. They fell like meteors, trailing colorful comet tails, white, green, blue. Even though Kyan knew the first few were always common trash, no one ever gave up hope on that very first pull. Just what if it turned gold? The critical moment came at draw number 9. Blue. Damn. If the 9th pull had been purple, that would have triggered pity rate, guaranteeing a gold for the 10th. Even if it wasn't the jackpot, it'd still be worth it. But now, no pity. He was sweating. Whoosh. The final glimmer shot from the stars, trailing a brilliant golden comet tail. Gold. Ha ha ha. I got a gold. Kyan jumped up with glee. Even though he'd drawn multiple legendary gold characters already, the thrill of seeing that golden flash never got old. At that moment, the system itself felt like reporting this man for cheating. How was this guy pulling gold every damn time? It even started doubting if there was a bug in its probability algorithm. But upon inspection, nope. The odds were working as intended. So how the hell was this punk pulling off such miracles? Was he actually dating the goddess of luck? The draw animation ended. Now came the real hype. One by one, the cards flipped from back to front. The early ones were just fodder, but Kyan was in a good mood. Even useless XP packs looked pleasing tonight. Then, finally, the golden character card flipped. Kyan's breath hitched. His heart raced. His eyes widened with joy. It's him. The man on the card had a striking appearance, snow-white hair, white eyelashes, icy blue eyes misted like morning fog. Tall, lean, over 190 centimeters, dressed in sleek black uniform. Handsome to the extreme. It was none other than Gojo Satoru from Jujutsu Kaisen. The strongest jujutsu sorcerer of his era. First-year homeroom teacher at Tokyo Jujutsu High. A special grade sorcerer, the men dubbed the strongest. From the very beginning, Gojo was set up as the top of the food chain. And for the most part, he lived up to that hype. Until the author butchered him in the manga. Later in the series, Gojo, who once feared nothing, started chickening out against Sukuna. By chapter 236, he was shockingly defeated and cut in half. And so the fandom meme was born. Gojo Satoru. You mean 2.5 Jo Satoru. Honestly, Kyan was dumbfounded when he read that. Who was the real protagonist of Jujutsu Kaisen? Yuji Itadori. Meh. The trio's friendship and growth. Nah. Everyone was reading for Gojo. And yet, the author just cut him in half, and gave the final arc to some half-baked, pure-hearted mecha-writing latecomer. From that point on, the story went off the rails. Which, to be fair, was fine, because the series didn't last much longer. Out of sight, out of mind. For Kyan, JJK ended the moment Gojo admitted he wasn't as strong as Sukuna. After that, it was just painful to watch. Such a waste of potential. Still, despite becoming 2.5 Jo, Gojo's power couldn't be denied. Especially that iconic phrase. Domain expansion. Possibly the coolest mechanic in the entire anime. Another guy who's almost as handsome as me. Kyan admired the new card. Power-wise, Gojo wasn't his strongest pull. But style-wise, easily the coolest. Officially described as a nearly perfect man, except for his personality. He could cook, clean, sing like a pro. Kind of like Kyan, actually. Plus, Gojo had unique abilities other cards didn't offer. In certain situations, he'd be far more useful than even stronger characters. Kyan carefully selected all the blue and lower rarity cards for recycling, triple check to make sure he didn't accidentally click something important. Recycle selected cards. Confirm. Recycle successful. Magic power increased. Kyan didn't feel much of a difference. In his system, magic ranks up in half stars like early, mid, and late stages in cultivation novels. Going from 6 stars to 7 stars required double the energy compared to the previous jump. On average, it took 3 gold cards to move up a full star. Unless he was desperate, he wouldn't be sacrificing any of them. He opened his status panel. Name, Kyan Blaze. Age, 19. Race, human. Magic power. Magic, take over magic. Character cards. Ulquiorra Cipher, gold. Yorichi Tsujikuni, gold. Toji Fushiguro, gold. Edward Newgate, gold. Minato Namikaze, gold. Gojo Satoru, gold. Portgas D, Ace, purple. Current draw tickets, 5. Looking at that lineup of gold cards, Kyan felt very satisfied. Having a system truly made a man feel invincible. With 5 tickets stored up, just 5 more, and he could do another 10x pull. And now came the best part. Full takeover, Gojo Satoru. Kyan's body began to change. First, his black hair turned snow white. His eyes shifted into misty azure blue, the legendary 6 eyes passed down through the Gojo clan. It was basically a Kekii Genkai, just like in Naruto. Functionally, it was similar to the Byakugan. It granted 360-degree vision, could see far distances, and wasn't blocked by physical objects. It let him instantly identify curses or sorcerers, see through techniques, and trace cursed energy flows. Most importantly, it allowed perfect control of cursed energy, which made it a prerequisite for the technique Limitless. Next, Kyan's clothes morphed into the Tokyo Jujutsu High uniform. He walked to the mirror to admire himself. The longer he stared, the more satisfied he became. Damn. I'm too good looking. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.